Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は195日目です。It is day 195. We're continuing from yesterday's covering of the topics update. So we're going to go right into it. We don't have any grammar points today for review. Let's go into our topics. So we covered what the James of Bunpro, their summary, right? Or the layout and the announcement from 3 days ago. And tried out the first lesson. And there is also this very convenient hide learn items. So I imagine then this would... Yep. Okay. So what we're going to try to do today is either go through all 10 lessons, or we'll get an idea of how long it is. They seem to range from 2 minutes to 5 minutes. Try to cover all the topics as a breather, basically like a review of sorts for the N5 section of grammar. Let's go through here. The next topic. What are you talking about? Bring up and change topics. Interesting. Look on this. So in this topic, we're going to learn about two particles. Wa, right? Pronounce wa, and mo. Particles are indicators that follow other words in order to show their role in a sentence. Wa is a topic marker. It tells the listener what the overall statement is about. On the other hand, mo allows us to add something to a topic. You can replace wa to add an also or to meaning as well. So wa and mo can be combined with da and des from our previous topic in the pattern of a, wa, b, des, right? So, 私は先生です。Right.
私は先生です。
先生です。One. 私は先生です。Yep, okay. And 私も
先生です。
Right. And obviously yesterday's note about whether the subject is added or not, right? However, in this case, sometimes you kind of want to specify in which, because you might be next to someone who is also a teacher, right? Contextual. Let's jump into each grammar point. So we're familiar with the grammar point, so we'll briefly go over this. Wa is a topic marker, and mo is it can mean also too as well, or it can be neither when coupled with a negative phrase, which is down here. Also, hold up. And then mo is part of many other compound structures, right? As well. So mo used to have demo, nimo, so demo, but, nimo, and nai. Actually, nimo and nai. Momo, I don't think we covered these. Yeah. Oh, we did. We do have demo. Oh, maybe not quite what I thought they would highlight. This is the demo following something else, like this or this or this or something like that. That's the one that they highlighted there. Demo is considered its own word, right? This is most often translated simply as but, right? So that is the two functions that would be attached to this early N5 grammar point, among other things. Mo has many uses. Wa does get tied into other particles as well, which we haven't covered. I don't think they tease that, do they? Wa cannot be used to describe things that you are seeing or experiencing in the moment right now. This is due to in the moment events being considered part of a larger experience. Interesting. Actually, hold on. There's a contrast between wa and ga, right? And then there's the wa not being described in the moment. And then there's a second thing about contrast. Okay. Let's see if that gets demonstrated in the detail section. In the previous topic, we learned that words like I, you, he, she, they, right, can often be left out of Japanese sentences. So they're referring to the first topic or the first lesson. But in this topic, we've been adding them back in by using wa. Let's see why. Let's talk about me for a moment. Since wa brings up a topic of conversation, when everyone already knows what the speaker is talking about, it does not need to be stated again. This includes when something is clear from the context, right? Because of this, it is often not required to say something like watashi wa, right? Every single time we talk about ourselves. In fact, repeating watashi wa at the start of every can sound very unnatural, so be careful. It can I'm not sure this is also the same point where it can sound a little narcissistic or arrogant, so to speak, like because you keep referring to yourself over and over again to remind people that you're still talking about yourself. I don't know if that's part of this usage too. So, 私はトムです。学生です。Right. So the second part doesn't mention them again.
私はトムです。学生で
です。Yeah, right. 学生です。
私はトムです。私は学生です。
Yeah. So repeating. How would this work? It's probably gonna be like, I am Tom, a student at the school, right? It would be like almost like a comma splice, but not really. It's more, what do you call them? Nominative phrases, adjective phrases, or something like that, where you can just say, I'm Tom, a student at the school. So you don't say, I'm Tom, I am a student. Not quite anymore. Like I yesterday referred to NetSpeak quite a bit. Usually the leap is, I'm Tom, a student, like comma, a student at the school, and that would be a way to truncate the sentence when speaking. So, or when texting, I suppose. What was it you wanted to say? Alternatively, wa is also handy for changing what the conversation's about or introducing a brand new topic in general. You can tell the listener, now I'm talking about this other thing, right? So now you're switching, right?
彼は大学生です。私は高校生です。
Right. So he is a university student and I'm a high school student. Now, I immediately said and. I wonder how they do that for contract. There's a nuance between using and for in the same direction and in a contrasting direction. So to clarify, there was that note about wa being used as a form of contrast, so that is not the same structure here.
カレーは辛いです。
So it's still the same speaker too. So they had the same speaker read these topics. カレーは辛いです. That's okay. And then this is a new general, like, if this is implied that it is, you weren't talking about, the kare before. While it can be a little tricky, so there's no need to try and master it all at once. We'll revisit it often and see it being used in plenty of different contexts as we go. Yep. Yep. Introduction galore. So, Miki. 彼女は、no. かわいいです。かわいいです。学校生です。私も、interesting. 私も学校です. So, switching subjects, right? She is cute. Then you remove she, so な彼女は again, high school students, right? Now you're talking about yourself. I am also 私も学校生です. Right? Not 学校. 高校生です. 高校, sorry. Not a student, but a high school student. 高校生です. And then you have to switch back. So 彼女は友達です. And then 大好きです. So you're still talking about the same person that you like, right? And then Miki, 先生は日本人です. So the teacher, right, is Japanese. 彼は男の人です. Right? Male. He is a man. Now, this is referring to the teacher, right? And then they're specifying that he is a man, so you still don't know who you're actually talking about, like the sensei. There could be two, right? And then they go on to say 女です. 男, otona. Sorry. 大人です. Adult. And then you drop the subject, right? You drop the subject. So, let me think about the English thing. Teacher, so the teacher is Japanese, right? He's a man, an adult. So you could simply, like, if you wanted to, an equivalent, it would be comma, an adult, right? Or probably use the modifier in front of the verb. So he's an adult male. Then you would flatten this in that way. You could kind of even see this as how that works in English when you have like let's just say, right, if you have an adjective like 面白いです, right? Interesting, as in he is interesting, right? It would still be, you can still throw it in front of the noun and say he is an interesting male. Now you can still do that in Japanese too, obviously. It's interesting to even say in that order in English, I would say. So then 彼は, oh, that's interesting. 彼は, oh, there's 面白いです. Then 先生も好き. I wonder why mention him again here. Interesting. And then going back to mentioning the teacher, perhaps because there's a gap in between, or iterating. Intriguing. And then Miki, another example would be 彼は大学生. 大学生です. And then 留学生です. So same person they're referring to. University students, right? Foreign exchange, foreign students. 彼は真面目です。私も same です。同じです。So maybe you don't want to separate too far away. So when you make a statement inferring the subject, it looks like they periodically refer back to the person after making a statement about it without with the inference. That's interesting. I don't know how far you can break it apart. So like if you continue talking about the subject, how far can you push it before the assumption, right? So maybe this is more of a minimum thing. The first one would be something nicely laid out. The second one and the third one shows that when you're doing one inference, then they go back to mentioning the subject again, regardless of the subject is the same person or the same thing. Interesting. So these are the three examples and talking about herself.
ミキ、彼女は可愛いです。高校生です。私も高校生です。彼女は友達です。大好きです。ミキ、先生は日本人です。彼は男の人です。大人です。彼は面白いです。先生も好き。ミキ、彼は大学生です。留学生です。彼は真面目です。私も同じです。
Okay. Yep. No wa shenanigans. The advanced wa usage I didn't cover yet. Alright, so we'll go back to topic home, natural place. Now we go into demonstratives, point things out in the world. So demonstrative this, that, and the other. Okay, let's get in here. So in this topic, we're going to learn 3 essential words for pointing things out. This is effectively like with wa, with des and da, and demonstrative sets up, in my opinion, the basic foundations for inserting any type of vocabulary word that is a noun. So like when you that's why they have this. Yeah, here's the example. So kore wa and des, and now it forms the basic structure to insert any form of like a typical noun that someone would learn while they're going through their vocabulary. In fact, because of the demonstrative, the nominalization of the demonstrative in Japanese, you can place any adjective as well. And adjective and nouns and names and whatnot, adjective and nouns are probably the primary vocabulary words that you would try to expand your vocabulary. So with a demonstrative, that is also a noun, because these can function as a noun, demonstrative nouns, the topic marker, and the existence, right? The existence. You can pretty much insert anything, and in my opinion, you can actually use this to effectively point and communicate and then infer the object. So like when you say これは本です, right? これは本です. I don't have a book in hand, but the rest can be motion non-verbally. So even if you like go into a context where you're trying to point out what you want, right? You can still point and do things non-verbally as long as you're pointing to something. Great third topic. In this topic, we're going to learn the 3 essential words for pointing things out. Kore, sore, and are, right? There's also dore, part of the kosoado, but I think their topic is going to be linked with questioning, right? Interrogative. They're similar to this and that in English, but Japanese has a useful distinction that English doesn't. It has 2 different words for that. And this is where the irony comes from, or like maybe the funny thing. The English that is contextual, whereas Japanese is not, which is interesting if you think about it. Like, so you have to require kore, sore, and are. Sore and are needs a distinction in order to be specific. So now the role is a bit reversed. While Japanese has 2 different that's, English that is contextual. So you need to provide context whenever you say that. So that thing over there versus that next to you versus that next to me, right? So that needs context. And generally speaking, whenever it's kind of humorous, because usually people use this, that without context. And usually in English, it requires a descriptor, like this, which this, like what this. Are you talking about this or that? Or that or this? And which this, which that? So despite having like literal things, this would be the other way around, or there are a lot of things in English that are repetitious and explicit, and Japanese is one of the ones. This is, in my opinion, one of the ones that I quite appreciate in an English way. Like, neat. It would be interesting to do that. So now, as a compensation for English, now it's this, that, and that over there. So that would be the separation now. This, that over there. And the reason why you would say that over there is largely over there, meaning it's far from both you and the person you're speaking to. So you kind of get this feeling when you say this, that, and that over there, like over a larger distance. They are similar to this and that in English, right? We went that. The one you choose depends on the object's position relative to the listener and the speaker, right? これは本です。Which is near the speaker, right?
それは椅子だ。
椅子だ. Just that chair over there, which is next to the listener, the person you're speaking to.
あれはテレビです。
テレビです. Then it's like the one away from both of you, right? I think for the most part, I don't think. Oh yeah, so there is that note that I mentioned earlier, which their demonstratives function. So these terms do function as pronouns too, which is synonymous as well, or analogous, where it can substitute for the object itself. So this is also referring to the object in that way. So this is good, for example. And that, so they're all pronoun likes. Just what we highlighted. So sore, kore, sore, and are are part of a larger system of words in Japanese. Understanding system now will make learning related words much easier later on. Yeah, the kosoado system, right? These words being a family called kosoado. The first sound of each tells us about the 4 possible states, right? Ko, speaker. So, listener. A, away from both speaker and listener. And do, the unknown. So that is very handy. It comes up all that. Diagram coming very soon. Interesting. They're going to draw a diagram in there. The one starting with do, like dore, would be a little down the road, because I imagine they're going to group it together with the interrogatives. So how you would ask an unknown thing. Big Bro's room. Yep. Alright. So, ani. Right. これは机です。Right? これは机です。それはノートです。Where's the note? Okay. There's 机 note. So hold on. So これ, so he's standing here next to the 机, right? 机. Then それはノートです, which is closer to the other person, the kid, right? His little brother, because this is the older brother, Ani. Then それもノートです. Wait, that's a note. Is he referring to? There's two notos. Okay, interesting. 机は広いです. So his desk is really wide, right? I'm guessing he's using noto for... No, I see a pasokon later. Pasokon. Interesting. Just multiple notebooks somewhere. Then bendy desk, right? Bendy desk, a wide desk is convenient. And 教科書は... Oh, that's interesting. And then textbooks. Textbooks are there, like textbooks. Too, like kind of like textbooks, yeah. Let's see. これはパソコンです. So the second group, right? This is a computer. パソコンは早いです. So fast. Right. それはカメラです. Cameraです. Camera up here. I don't see anything out of the ordinary. And then they're showing that it's kind of two, they're both far away from the TV. So あれはテレビです. And then 古いです. Old. It's a CRT. Topical. And あれは何? I guess. Oh, wait. あれは何? Why is that saying that is what? Is it inferring that this person is speaking? I'm not sure how this works out. And then last, コーヒー。コーヒーは、必要です. He's tired. So he's saying coffee is necessary. 君は, as in he's saying you and you, like I need coffee, right? Coffee is needed, or I need coffee basically, or I want coffee is necessary right now. And then what about you? I'm using more interpretive because obviously this is kind of, you're kind of trying to contextualize why he said coffee is necessary or coffee is needed. And you, I don't know about this. あれは何? Oh, it's probably asking, do you have any questions? Like, or maybe, or otherwise this just says that. What? I'm not sure. I'm actually, hold on. What is the change? That's a TV. It's old. That, what is that? Okay, yeah. So it literally does say that. What is that? But the thing is, I don't know why the older brother is asking that. It makes it sound like the younger brother is asking the older brother. So I'm not entirely sure. Entirely sure where they're going with this.
兄、これは机です。それはノートです。それもノートです。机は広いです。便利です。教科書は、兄、これはパソコンです。パソコンは速いです。それはカメラです。兄、あれはテレビです。古いです。あれは何？兄、コーヒーは必要です。君は？
Okay. Okay. That's okay. Obviously, you have to get used to the rapid fire. Generally speaking, though, if you imagine a response in between, it would sound like a lot of English net conversations. Like, oh, this is a desk. Someone's like, uh-huh, I see that. And that is a notebook. Oh, yes, right, gotcha. And then there's other notebooks. Yep, I see that. Right. So in between, it could be like two people making comments online. It's like, それは机です。Oh, そうです。それはノートです。はい。はい。そうです。Right. それも it usually doesn't go rapid. At least in net speak, right? You would make an observation and someone would acknowledge if it exists. Then the other person may make an observation and the other person acknowledges. That's typically the passive or like the indicative and then the triggered response online. So while this might sound like, oh, they're just saying, oh, this is a book, that's a table, that's a flag, that's a seat. Honestly, it's only one response. It's like very minimally one response away from reflecting net speak. Or someone's like, oh, this game is cool. Yes, it's cool. This part is bad. Yes, it's bad. That's kind of, and the reason why I'm bringing this up is I think oftentimes when someone is speaking English and they're learning this for the first time and they don't practice this, in my opinion, they immediately decide this is beyond them, as in, oh, I just sound like a child. Like, this is a desk, this is a notebook. Like, it makes you sound like you're immature or very basic walking around, and it's kind of quote unquote embarrassing or below them. And my first thought is, I don't often see this that much different from how people comment online all the time in English. Like, not necessarily all the time, but frequently. At least it is part of their conversation flow at some point. If not, a large majority of their comments are that way. What they end up substituting is more sophisticated words. Like, for example, oh, this is an awesome scene. It's still saying this is noun. You add an adjective to it, right? You add an adjective to it. The idea is the actual sentence structure does not fundamentally change. It is, this is something, or that is something, right? In fact, in NetSpeak, you don't mention the subject at all. The subject is implied by context in English. So, like, someone would say, awesome. What is awesome? Is this awesome? Is that awesome? And you infer by context. So when typing, how common do English not sound like you're asking, does this sound common in English? To me, this sounds relatively normal now online. Not necessarily when I'm having a conversation with someone. So oftentimes, how individuals type and talk sounds like this. However, when they're learning, they think that they don't need to do this. Like, it's beneath them. It's too basic. They talk like a child, pointing out everything one at a time. And my first thought is, that's not what I see when I talk to that same person. When I greet that person on a daily basis, this is what they sound like in structure. And it's not a bad or a good thing. Fundamentally, this is like being concise. It's being very on point. Like, that game sucks. Right? And when people talk about being efficient, right, being optimized, being arguably trite as opposed to concise. And I talk liberally, oftentimes using transitional phrases between my statements. For example, this very example that I'm using is a great example of how I construct my text messages as well. I would end on some sort of conjunction or add modifying adjective phrases or adverbial phrases to my previous statement. So that's how I line break. However, when someone else talks or types, what they typically do is they complete a statement and they talk in completed statements. This is good. I agree. That is bad. I disagree. Same here. That doesn't look good. This looks good. Right? Those are the typical interactions, at least in my opinion. So if you can say that, I would say normalizing something like this is very helpful. It gives you an opportunity to practice Japanese. Like, you know, それは悪いです. Which is just bad. That is bad, right? In fact, I think that is probably one of the first net speak appropriate Japanese, or not that it's very appropriate in Japanese context, like going in public and just saying, well, des helps, but I would say at most 悪いだ, but you know, それは悪いだ. That's kind of what I hear in English. So if you're wondering, like, what would Japanese sound like if it was in English? Well, you pick a negative word that's inappropriate for public space because you're not being considerate, and then you add a polite way of saying it, so you add des. So then you're saying, oh, TBH, that's awful. これは悪いです. You're slightly being polite, but you're also projecting your opinion by saying that is bad, or this is bad, or that over there is bad, which much like this format, in my opinion. And then adding like 君は is a little too casual. You would say like あなたは, which is basically, I think this game is garbage, and you, what do you think? So, you know, Nina, right? 这是太就是how do you say bad? Oh no. 这是太不好了, right? And Nina, right? Just like, and you. So 君は or あなたは would be the reflex. And this structure is pretty much your standard English text phrase. I think they nailed it, in my opinion. This is standard text. Like, you say something is something, and then you ask, what are your thoughts? So, and you. And it's the most concise, in my opinion. It's the standard structure of commentary, right? And this is referring to something in objects. So like, and also hitsuyo is great. Basically, like, I need to get better, right? Or you need to get better, or this game needs something. what are your thoughts, right? And you, do you need it? Do you feel the same? It infers and you, and then you just let the other person take over. I like that last example. The last example is great. Hear me out. Here's a deep cut. That and you part doesn't even come up 50% of the time. It's a coin flip. If someone asks a question and you answer it and you ask them back, they would answer it and they wouldn't reflect back. Like they wouldn't want to continue the discussion. So typically, and also if you ever reflect a question back, they didn't expect you to ask the question back. So rarely do they practice responding to the question they're asking. Like for myself, if I wanted to contrast, I ask a question with the intent of answering any other questions that they're going to ask back. So I have prepared at least some sort of response, and I practice that quite a bit. So if I ask someone how's their day, tell me a little bit about their day, I'm ready and prepared to tell them about my day as well. So whenever I go to ask someone's question, I tend to keep in mind that if they are curious or they want to share and initiate a discussion, I'm prepared to have a discussion. Otherwise, you're going to say, this is a desk, that is a notebook, that's a notebook too, the desk is spacious, it's convenient, where's my notebook? That's what you sound like, in my opinion, like you as in the hypothetical person, the person who basically use English and just indicate things. Duolingo is garbage. Duolingo doesn't help you. Duolingo doesn't have vocabulary. Bunpro doesn't have FSRS. Anki has FSRS. And then nothing else. There's no transition, no nuance in opinions or any insight, nothing like that. In my opinion, that is 90% of commentary, especially parasocial commentary. It's a social norm. So when I'm reading this in retrospect, as I'm learning Japanese again, and I read over the fundamentals over and over again, that is the level of English, in my opinion, in NetSpeak, that most people type in. So is this really basic? It's basic, sure. I would agree with you. It's also efficient, low effort, and low commitment. So low effort and low commitment means less waste if it's a waste of time. It takes a very long time to get personable, right? It's pleasantries. So all of this stuff, which some people normalize as content, as in being involved in the conversation, is pleasantries. Like, stay to me, like you're saying, oh, this game is good. That's a pleasantry. This part is awesome. That's still a pleasantry. Because that's what this sounds like. And in my opinion, largely without the exchange of conversation in some way, you're still at this level. And I don't think it should be demonized or stigmatized. That's one of my pet peeves about someone commenting on how they don't want to sound like a child or they don't want to sound so basic, and whenever they type in English explaining that to me literally in the moment, they are criticizing their saying or avoiding saying these very foundational things while they continue to speak in this way in English. So making the connection would be maybe a sobering or an enlightening task. Anyways, I don't think it's too basic, considering how well people communicate in English, or at least are satisfied with their level of communication in English using the same format. Like, it's analogous format. Like, oh yeah, this game is awesome. And I'm like, okay, this game, right? Demonstrative noun, even more so now is this is awesome. So same format. Amazing, useful, read, Welcome to the world of adjectives. Okay, so the next thing is adjectives, which is fantastic because the one thing that was missing in the indicative form was the adjective, right? And dear me, oftentimes it would be I get a little I get particularly impressed when there are adverbs. However, adverbs are a thing of the past nowadays. Usually using a collective adjective is part of net speak. So that is awesome, this is awesome, that is garbage, this is garbage, that is garbage, and then garbage assumes the adverb. So not what type of garbage, like, oh, that is slightly garbage, or that is mildly awesome, or that is incredibly awesome. So there's no like adverbials. There are very few adverbials now being used to provide flavor or nuance of choice. That core weight of the sentence comes from an adjective next to a noun in English. And the adverb, in my opinion, is where expressiveness can particularly come without sounding unnatural or natural, in the sense of you're violating some fundamentals. So like I could say, that is particularly weird in this situation. Or like, that is particularly weird. Not just weird, right? Just is the word that is the most common adverb now. Just. That is just that. That is just stupid. That is just something. So just has become the standard adverb. No particular variation from just. Like, I find that mildly like, you know, mild, maybe like intrinsically mildly amusing or something like that. Anyways, let's get into describe things and give more detail, right? I don't remember what Duolingo's order was. I'm pretty sure it was quite similar, although it was built around a themed vocabulary, which is food, was the first topic. In this topic, we're going to learn how to describe things and show ownership and attributes with the particle no, right? Ownership or attributes. I like to typically order it as it can show attributes and ownership, since ownership is kind of the predominant like English analogous way of looking at it. However, attribute applies to nearly everything, like a larger category of descriptor, like describing the no particle. Obviously, that's a minor thing. Or describe qualities with e-adjectives and non-adjectives, right? By the end of this topic, we will understand how to connect nouns to other nouns using no, right? That's what the attribute thing would do. And some possession, so in some cases possession and then attribute, and how to properly attach adjectives to them as well. So, okay. So we got ao. Yeah, I think, yeah. Ao no, heck. All I have is keitai. Oh no, toke.
青の時計
Okay. All I could think about is keitai. Ao no toke. Okay.
高いカバン
Akai kaban, using an e adjective. And this is a double meaning. Takai means anything of higher, like higher standards, so higher characterization. So it can mean expensive, of higher status, of higher quality, of higher height. So takai kaban. And then, yeah,
綺麗な絵
Right. Kirei is one of your first non-adjectives. So no, I think they do the possession, right? Indicate possession first. And then, which no really shows a relationship between things. So possession is a relationship between A and B. No is often used in the same way as ga to highlight the subject of a statement. Right. No is usually used after nouns, but also can be used with other types of words, especially when it's transforming. Yeah, so we're talking about the nominalization, which is a different grammar point. But no is a nominalizing thing as well. The tougher part of no, I suppose. The adjectives, non-adjectives, it's indicated by the ending in E, but not all endings in E are E adjectives. Some of them can be non-adjectives. However, it's a little bit questionable because, like, for example, kirei, when written in hiragana, which it's typically written in hiragana, it ends with the E, but kirei is actually a non-adjective because this is kirei. Kirei is a non-adjective because it doesn't end with E. It is a kanji word, so something of Chinese origin that is written typically in kana. So when you see a kana only thing or a lot of kana related endings and whatnot, it is not automatically assumed that is an E adjective. Personally, I think it's interesting how very common words like kirei has become kana dominant, despite it would remove the confusion that it is a non-adjective. Non-adjectives require. So like takai, the E is outside of the kanji. So whenever you have a kanji, is that true? Yeah. Whenever you have a hybrid, so a kanji character next to in ending, kana ending, then I think they're all E adjectives. I can't think of an example off the top of my head, an exception. So when you see a kana with a hiragana ending that is an E, then it's an E adjective. However, whenever you see a kana only, when they're like a kana dominant, it's usually because it's a very common word and they decided to represent it with memetics, right? Like, or phonetics, or however you want to call it, as in kirei. The thing is, I recognize this as kirei because of Chinese, and therefore you can remember that it's a non-adjective. Not that people are going to write it this way, largely because I would probably accept that writing this is kind of a pain in the butt. Like this, especially re is I meant, like, for some will be a very complicated kanji to write. So perhaps that's it. In terms of reading, I would argue the opposites. Something that is incredibly ornate is memorable at a glance. So when you're looking at kirei, it's, if you, like, someone could say, oh, well, it's harder to read too. It's usually when someone is making a distinction, the most common distinction that they make, when something is very ornate, it is far more identifiable. Whether you can output it, that's a different story, like, you know, being able to write this. However, if you're comparing kirei, the top kirei, like this. Sorry, I'm writing with a mouse. If you're comparing the recognizability of this versus this, at a glance, this would win by a long shot, by habit formation. So what I mean is, online, the practice habit, you can still get better at doing this instead of this. However, the habit that is set online on internet is that if something is very distinctively unique and detailed, it's a lot more recognizable. So despite not knowing what this reads like, kirei, like, for example, if you look at this and like, oh, you have no idea what it sounds like, you know what it means a lot of times when you attach a higher meaning to this, right? So this can be like, oh, it's pretty. I don't remember what it sounds like. And then this may appear easier because if you want to go and read it, this is mimetic. So, kirei, you can always read kirei. Now, when you hear it, some might argue, well, when you hear it, do you know what it means? You can have a ki next to a re many, many times over, like in various sentences and stuff. So if you hear kirei, you could default to beautiful. However, in the long run, it can screw you up. So like, because you're gonna, oh, they said something about beautiful, but it's another, it's a sentence that happens to have ki next to re, right? So it's a trade-off. These are the funny little trade-offs that they have. I mean, I personally wouldn't mind seeing kirei represented as this, but I don't actually see that very often. It's interesting. That's where the whole na-adjective, like where we're talking about na-adjectives and e-adjectives. So I was kind of highlighting that point. Na-adjectives are where the kanji does not have an ending. Like if you want a visible indicator, it is a adjective of Chinese origin, so that means they use the kanji. Kanji is Hanzi, right? Hanzi and kanji, same term. If it's only this, then it's a na-adjective. If you see a hirakana, at least this is what I tell myself anyway. When you see a hirakana, you don't know for sure. You're not sure. If it ends with an e and it's all in kana, you're not. It's not clear. And then, if there is both of them, and it ends with an e, it's usually in the adjective. I don't know if they talk about that. Fun fact: as a learner, it can be very difficult. Yeah, they talk about it in their grammar section. E adjectives and then there's the caution, right? Oh, and there is the whole copula thing. E adjectives can end with a copula. Na-adjectives require which one? E adjectives don't require copula a lot of times, or most of the time when speaking in the casual, and then na-adjectives require copula regardless if it's casual or not. So like kirei da versus just kirei. Oh, actually, hold up. Kirei actually works. Huh. Oh, no, we're fine. You kind of learn the exception if you want. You can learn, like, instead of looking at patterns, through repetition, I suppose, you can default to repetition to know which e-ending adjectives are na-adjectives. Let's take a closer look at the mechanics of describing and see the difference in nuance with some comparison. Red versus red. Yep. Oh, hey, this is a good topic. I've been wondering about this topic. In Japanese, some concepts like colors can be expressed as either a noun or an e-adjective, right? For example, aka and akai. Both mean red. This mean we have two ways to say the same thing, right?
Akai kasa.
Right?
Aka no kasa.
So yeah, so I did get this where like a red umbrella versus an umbrella of red. Now, because of how Chinese works and how it ends up being translated to English, I don't particularly think either of these are different. Like when I speak English, oftentimes I don't differentiate between, oh, that's a hair of gold versus that's gold hair. So when I speak English, whenever someone says either, it doesn't come off as two different things. It comes off as a single thing. So I'm curious about the Japanese way. While the meaning is often nearly identical, akai is much more common for simple descriptions, right? And then akano noun plus no tends to focus more on identifying the category of the color red, such as identifying one item out of many similar ones. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, that's fine. Well, okay, so it functions like it's closer to the normalization thing, which is like, let's just say taksan, or maybe like kasa, oof. Kasa ga taksan aru, or taksan kasa ga aru, right? There are a lot of umbrellas, and then you're saying ski, or aka no ski, aka no ga ski. Basically, it's like saying the red one. There are a lot of umbrellas. I like the red one. So that kind of red one. You're pointing out a specific category of the color of the item among many items. So it functions in that way too. So that's an interesting way to look at it. And this one, so, interesting. Na? No? Wait, in English? Or is that, oh no. I don't, okay, they're making a pun. As many non-adjectives can also function as nouns. Sometimes a non-adjective can be used before a noun by using no. Yep. A perfect example of this is the word tokubetsu, meaning special, tokubetsu. Tokubetsu can change nuance depending if you use no or not. Tokubetsu na tends to feel like a subjective description, like an adjective. Yeah. While tokubetsu no tends to feel like an objective categorization, like a noun. Okay, so similar to this, actually, in a way. これはお父さんの特別のビールです。
これはお父さんの特別のビールです。
ビールです。
今日は特別な一日だ。
Interesting. The day is simply described as special, right? It's a special day, and then it's a category of special. Okay. All right. I got it. At this stage, it is not important to remember the specifics of these examples. Rather, it is important to be aware that although we try to make clean categories like e-adjectives, non-adjectives, and nouns which use no, sometimes Japanese words can be a little more flexible. Yeah, that's where most definitely. I'm trying to think of a analogous English thing, right? And the one that I would think of are very common words, like small, large, colors too. So descriptors like that, they can be nouns, right? Or a category. So the smalls, the largest, like the large, like as in a category of things that are large, a category of things that are small. And that would be, in my opinion, the closest thing I can think of when it comes to use, like something that is goated versus something that is the goat. really bad Gen Z. Sorry, excuse me. I was trying to think of a Gen Z term, like, right, the goated game versus the goat, right, or the goated one. It is a category of goated things versus the goated, like an adjective functioning as an adjective. And I think when it comes to like the difference between non-adjectives and e-adjectives, I think there is a funny thing about English where the noun becomes an adjective. That is the non-adjective function. The noun becomes an adjective. So like a goat, right? Game of the year or something. That's a noun. Like that's a noun. However, when you add id, the goated, so like the goated game, that noun got converted into an adjective. So that's why I chose goated. Like if we're gonna compare, like you could say it's great or best, right? The best game, that would be what you would kind of see as a functionally normal adjective. So like an e adjective, where the best game, you don't say the bested game, or like you don't need a modifier that turns the best, even though it's a noun. You know, best is not a great word too. Ah, man. I think I'm going to stick to my goated thing. Because there are times where there are two classes of adjectives. There is an adjective that is typically used as an adjective, like very, a lot, or frequent. And then there are nouns that got converted into an adjective. That happens a lot in Gen Z speak. And I think that's how I would reflect on why not how non-adjectives function, because non-adjectives are often nouns and they are indicated by how they are modified differently from e-adjectives. And that's what I think about whenever I think about non-adjectives and e-adjectives. In English, there is an analogous form where, or like somewhat of an analogous form, where there are different classes of adjectives and they functionally came from different origins, especially from the noun origin. All right, let's look at this. Not that bag. Okay, so we got some bags here. So ani, so the big bro. カバンは必要です。それは赤いです。赤い、難しい。It says we need the bag is needed, right? The bag is needed, or we need a bag, like it's inferring. The bag is needed. This one is red, so use your imagination. This one is red, and it's like expensive because it says 50,000 yen. That's that is expensive. And then 難しい, 難しい, as in like trailing off. 難しい, prosodic. I would trail off largely because prosodic, you can at the end you can make it sound like it's like I'm wondering, 難しい, as opposed to 難しい, which 難しい, it might show up in the read. We'll see. There's less prosodic stress in when actors or people who are reading for language, like reading for pronunciation. So you use less prosodic stress around the things, or like vary or de-accenting. De-accenting is part of in what I consider as prosodic stress. So things like stress beyond the words. And what I mean by stress, I don't differ that I'm talking about all the elements of stress: changing your pitch, lowering your volume, extending or decreasing or extending your things that are not regular to the language itself. Like, for example, you can know all the pitch accents of these things. However, you'll notice that when someone speaks, they add prosodic stress, which can incorporate volume changes, length changes, and timing changes. In Japanese, you can subtly hear a volume dip when they're wondering or trailing off, and not so much as like a not as often of a volume change or a speed change. So oftentimes when you hear like one word phrases, especially one of sighing, the prosodic stress would come off as a sigh. Or when someone's really excited, like yatta, right? You could monotone it and just do, or like you could normalize the volume and just say, oh, it's a pitch change. That's the difference. However, when you're like watching people talk and stuff, they can still stress it. Like you can still incorporate stress accent onto Japanese, but that's not a regular thing. It's not a foundation of the Japanese language. It's a prosodic stress. Basically, emotions carry some of the sentences, like, and it's irregular. It's based on the emotions, right? Anyways, 難しい, which is difficult, as in tough. It's tough. We need this bag. It's red. It's expensive. It's expensive. Difficult. And then we got wait, big brother and I guess little sister, imoto. すごいそれは安いカバンです。So cool, awesome, neat, great, right? Great. This is cheap. What does that say? 600? 600? Yeah, that's really cheap. And cheap bag, right? This is a cheap bag. And then what the heck is this? What is he doing? Okay. Oh, he's gonna, let's see. Ani, それは青いです。私の財布は赤い。つまらない。So that which wallet is he looking at? A wallet? Is that supposed to be a wallet or is that a phone? So I'm gonna guess he's looking at a wallet, right? Because saifu. He's looking at a wallet. Like this is oh no, that is blue. What? それは何? Like, so this says それは青いです. So what is, I don't see anything that's blue that's next to her, because he's talking to her, right? Anyways, and then he looks at, there might be there's a scene in between here, and then he looks at his wallet, right? His wallet is red, so this must be the red wallet. And then he says つまらない as in like boring. It's boring. And now Imoto is just, yeah, look, scavenge, clink clink clink. And then Imoto それも赤いです。赤いです。それは Oh, wait. Is he buying a bag? Oh, I thought Imoto, I thought the little sister was buying a bag. Okay, so he's buying a bag. And he's buying a matching, he's buying a matching bag or his wallet, I suppose. これだ。これだ. As in, like, yes, this is it. I know it doesn't say literally this is it, but it would be exaltation. これだ, like this. It's it. And then 簡単ね. 簡単なカバンです. カバンです。ありがとう. Okay, so it's like this. Yeah, this is it. Simple bag. This simple bag. Thanks. Right. 簡単 is simple. So, or yes. In this case, like plain simple.
兄、カバンは必要です。これは赤いです。高い。難しい。
Yeah. I would even trail off a little bit more for me personally, because I think he's more like struggling with it, but the reader decided to interpret it as, oh, it's just a bit more frustrating. Like, 難しい。
妹、すごい。これは安いカバンです。兄、それは青いです。私の財布は赤い。つまらない。
つまらない。
妹。
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
妹。これも赤いです。これは？兄。
これだ。
これだ。簡単なカバンです。ありがと
う。Yeah. Yeah, this これは? So, this is the good example of what I mean by once you have demonstratives, right? When you have これ、それ、これ、それ、あれ, and then you learn wa, and then you have either da or des. You might not even need that. And you go around and you need to ask something. You can use nonverbal communication and then infuse it with context to ask, to inquire about things. So, like going to a restaurant, looking at a menu, and you know, they would ask for your order, and you're like, これは? As opposed to like, I don't know, nani wa, right? Like, これは何ですか? Just これは? Or 勧めは? Right? Like, what do you recommend, so to speak? So, very, very useful. I think they nailed the first topic. The first couple topics. Oh, and I also like the person that they have reading, because they're interpreting, they're giving me examples of how they're interpreting the scene, which is nice, because it gives me examples of how I could have read this. I do like my emoting while speaking. Okay, next one. We have questioning everything. Turn statements into questions. Oh, this is taking way longer than I thought. I am really thoroughly enjoying myself. So, questioning everything. It's only one, so they didn't combine it with the do point. In this topic, we're going to learn the essentials of how questions work in Japanese and meet the question particle ka, which technically you don't. It's interesting, but you can technically rely on prosodic to make things sound like a question. So upspeak, or there are plenty of terms now that people talk about, either upspeak, uptone, right? Increase in pitch, however you want to say it. When you raise your pitch at the end, at least from English to Japanese, that's one of the natural tendencies. Less so in Chinese, actually. However, usually when you raise your tone, it's universal. So, however, Japanese also has a wonderful particle, a particle that adds to the nuance. In this case, this is where again the role is reversed. I think in English, when people speak, oh no, because that might not be true anymore. So English is contextualized in its prosodic stress when it comes to questions. Yes, there are interrogative words like, what is this? Right? What is this? Which makes it, despite it's not, what is this? Like, so this happens in Japanese too. However, in English, nowadays, at least online when I hear people speak, they use prosodic stress, just an upspeak at the end to ask a question. Now, the problem is there has been a confusion nowadays where some content creators, when they speak, they tend to use upspeak to keep the person's attention. So it is confounded by questioning. So, for example, oh, and the girl went to the store and then she bought some milk and then she decided to pay it at the cash register, right? So upspeak has become far more of a mechanical thing to keep the listener waiting for the next thing. So that is a common uptrend now, where the prosodic stress for questioning is kind of confounded by the question. So now English, in my opinion, is back to using interrogatives to indicate a question. So oftentimes, the uptone is a default. Now, to me, back in the day, right? Back in the day, upspeak is when you're not finished with the idea, which is consistent with netspeak. However, there is a length, there is kind of a flow to adding downtones. Downtones, I guess it's called, you could refer to as like a de-accenting or a conclusion, right? A conclusion. So, like, the girl went to the store, right? The girl went to the store, up. The girl went to the store and bought some bananas. Going down, bought some bananas. Right? And then you start another clause and say, she left the store and got into the car. Right? Then it goes back down. Now, you don't say, like, the girl went to the store, the girl got in the car. So, no questions. There's no interrogative. Like, did the girl go to the store? And you can see that I didn't use an uptone. So, did the girl go to the store? Versus, did the girl go to the store? Or, what did the girl, like, where did the girl go? Right? Versus, where did the girl go? So that's like, it's all a bit of a jumble mess now, at least in my opinion, when it comes to the increase being in two different code swappings. I think usually when people are asking a question, when they're texting and they're asking a question, they no longer define outside of interrogatives. So in English, when you're texting and you're reading things, usually it's indicated by interrogative. So in my opinion, it kind of functions like the Japanese ka, where instead of relying on context and trying to guess a subtextual question, you indicate the question, whether it's a question mark or a ka. I've often wondered about this because there are quite often times when I read someone's statement like, are you asking a question or are you making a statement right now? So for example, someone would type, this game is garbage with a question mark. I'm like, okay, so are you asking a question or are you making a statement? You might be thinking, well, they're obviously asking a question. If they say this is garbage, question mark, you might be saying, what else could it be? It has to be a question. They're asking for you, right? And then I was like, oh, okay. So how do you define a garbage? Like, how do you define garbage, basically? So then I would know how to answer the question. And the person's like, no, I was just saying it like a statement, but rhetorically. So like, this is garbage versus this is garbage. Like, this is garbage. Right? You look at garbage and you're like, this is garbage. Like, what? Or this is garbage, as in questioning the thing, but they're not asking you for a response. You're not there to be answering the question, right? So it becomes an unknown marker. And that's kind of the tough part right now in English. It's doing the same thing, but there's no there aren't much consistency into, are you asking because the thing is unknown and you're unsure, or are you asking a question in order to be answered? And Japanese have a lot of these functions. So at least in my opinion, between ka, uptone, like upspeak, and ending things with like no, right, ending no, and trailing off, ana, like quite a lot of other things. I think English is also fairly cryptic because of its lack of clear indicators. Asking questions in Japanese is refreshingly simple. Honestly, I kind of think Japanese is refreshingly simple in the same way that English used to be. Not online. Like, English could be argumentatively or debatably refreshingly simple back then. Now I definitely agree with this, that when you're learning Japanese, it feels like it's refreshingly simple because they indicate and they structure around how to indicate unknown things. In English, you just one doesn't know. Like when someone expressed something to me, when they say, I think this game isn't good, you can't tell if they are saying it's an unknown or are they making a statement. It's very unclear. Like, are you suggesting it? Like, because in my opinion, NetSpeak has normalized no subjunctive. Like, there are no longer subjunctive mood in people's speech. So when they are saying, I don't think I like this game. So is that a statement or is that a question? If you don't think you like this game, are you questioning whether you like this game or not, and you're leaning you don't like, or are you literally telling me that you think you don't like this game, right? And then when they speak, they don't no longer differentiate to make it very clear, like, I don't think I like this game. I don't think I like this game, right? So the speech is gone. And then when they're typing, you can't tell the difference anymore. So like, I think I'm doing well, or I think I'm doing well. And when you type in English, you don't know. You don't know they're expressing that. And then when they speak, they no longer differentiate between that. So, and to make it subjunctive, like, I don't think, that's pretty good. That's saying think creates a subjunctive mood a bit. However, in English, you can make it even more, I am unclear whether I like this or not, right? Unclear whether. It introduces probability. I believe at the moment I do not like this game or something. So then you remove it. It's like a replacement for the ka, like you're adding uncertainty to the things. Meanwhile, Japanese have ka. instead of changing the word order like we do in English, right? And among other things. Like, for example, changing it is to is it. We can just add ka to the end of a phrase. This simple addition unlocks basic conversations. By the end of this topic, we will be able to take statements we already know and turn them into questions. あれはお母さんですか?
あれはお母さんですか?
Right? それはお父さんですか? Okay. With the uptone. And I don't think do they have a caution? No, they're okay. They didn't go into how ka is an unknown marker in different ways yet for the N5 thing. So I'm keeping track of time. Now that we know about ka, let's look at how asking questions change between polite and casual sentences. If I may be so bold as to inquire, subjunctive. If I may be so bold as to acquire, right? Have you heard someone say that recently? No, they would say TBH. And then you would, it would be TBH. And then here's the problem with NetSpeak, in my opinion. So TBH has been used, now it's non-functional. So the most common TBH is non-functional now, where basically it's a filler word. Or basically. TBH, basically. TBH, I hate you. Or frankly speaking. Or nothing at all, just TBH. They all constantly say they're TBH. Like, so it used to be, in my opinion, it used to be functional because sometimes you're withholding. And what is withholding? The subjunctive. So, for example, I would like to be politically agreeable at this moment. However, to be honest, I would like to be a lot more direct with you. So, in my honest opinion, this is what I believe, when it follows, right? However, TBH no longer has a function. It's a filler word. It's, in my opinion, almost as frequent as just, bro. No offense. In fact, no offense is out the door. It's stigmatized pretty heavily, right? An emphasis marker. So, like, what's an emphasis marker? Ga. It's like ga. TBH is like ga. Like, hey, TBH, this is cool, right? That kind of thing. And usually TBH has functionally been a way to say, oh, hey, I am no longer going to beat around the bush and use subjunctive and inquire about probabilities. I'm going to give it to you straight. TBH. To be honest, I'll give it to you straight, right? Anyways, politeness, it's a transition between politeness and casual. And usually, in my opinion, when it comes to English, it's very difficult to know if people are being polite or casual anymore, because this is a one-way problem. The individuals who are speaking to each other, they know what they can understand someone trying to be polite by using the subjunctive. However, they themselves do not often use the subjunctive in order to express it to someone else, because they hear the subjunctive when someone is trying to be polite. However, they don't practice using the subjunctive when they're speaking. So it often comes off as overtly casual. In other words, the standard comparison between Japanese's default and English's default. Usually, English is characterized as being more expressive, opinionated, and quite direct by default. And for myself, personally, this is my personal take, not a reflective of the norm, I typically use the subjunctive first, not the indicative in English. So when someone shares an opinion with me, I say, that is intriguing. May I ask you some follow-up questions about what you may mean about this? Like, what are your qualifications of saying that this game is garbage, right? If I may be so bold as to inquire, right? So for me, English is normally polite to strangers still. And the argument here for myself personally is when someone says, oh, English speakers are direct and more indicative or expressive, I personally have a hesitation or ambivalence to that generalization. Japanese people say that about English speakers. So do foreigners who go to Japan, live in Japan, like spend half lives where they compare like Indian, like in the Indian speaking environment and the Japanese speaking. I think it's a cultural difference. So maybe like a 70-30 split. I don't think it's inherent to the language. I think it's inherent to the culture, which includes the language. So whenever someone says, oh, English speakers are more expressive, more direct, I can't empathize with that. I am far more indirect because of my cultural upbringing. So I rarely boldly express or indicate my opinion when inquiring about something or expressing someone's willingness to listen to me or have an openness of discussion. So that means that regardless of how well we speak and exchange ideas, I rarely project directly my opinion onto someone else, which is how Japanese is taught about being polite and using casual sentences. Politeness comes first. Lots of behavior that involves not trying to tell another person what they like or should like or ought to do or agree with you wholeheartedly because you're stating a bunch of direct statements. In English, that's happening not because English itself is defining the person's behavior, in my opinion. Maybe 30%. It might be a contributor, right? Because it correlates with the culture that exists that predominantly relies on English. So you can make an argument that English speakers tend to do something that is not devoid of the obvious, which is the practice of using English culturally. For myself, I talk like this. Bear with me here. May I, if you're comfortable with sharing, may I ask you what is bothering you, right? That is how I would ask a question to a stranger in English. The default, not, dude, what's up? Like, yeah, I feel ya. No, like, you don't feel anyone. Like, you can't resonate with someone you just met. To me, that's arrogant. It's direct. It's presuming. And because the internet, which I talk about quite often in NetSpeak, the internet is an echo chamber. So the communication style, usually in English, is also mixed in with the idea that people always talk based on assumptions. So if you're in a Discord filled with people who really like a video game, whenever someone says, oh, I'm upset about this, oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that thing. Like, what thing? May I ask, you might want to excuse me. However, I'm not entirely certain what you're talking about by that. Would you mind clarifying what that is so I can be on the same page? Or I may be able to get on the same page. Subjunctive, polite speech in English. That is, to me, extinct more or less extinct for the time being, temporarily. I guess extinction would imply that it is permanent. Perhaps it's a rare occurrence. It's an endangered practice, using English to sound. It's stigmatized because if you're beating around the bush with uncertainties, it comes off as unnaturally dodgy, so to speak. So, like suspicious or ulterior motive. That's kind of the stigma in what I believe is culturally influenced, far more than linguistically influenced. And so this may be my misinterpretation of how people express things in English. So there's a inception point when someone says, "Oh yeah, when I'm speaking English, I'm more expressive." I'm like, okay, so where have you been? What type of people have you been talking to who speaks English? There are, like, when it comes to comparing Japanese and English, did you learn how to speak English around Japanese people who speak English? Because they probably sound quite remarkably different than speaking English in a culture that use English to be direct, right? So sometimes I feel that that's what's happening, where it's kind of like suggesting that the way you are born also greatly affect the actions you make, right? Like, it's part of the picture. I just think the whole linguistic thing where someone tries to identify, like, Bunpro doesn't do this, for the record. Bunpro doesn't say, oh, unlike English, well, they do contrast whether a grammatical or a linguistic thing exists or not in English, not necessarily provide essential commentary and constantly assertively promote the idea that, oh, you're going to be more expressive when you speak English and you're going to be less expressive when you speak Japanese. To me, that is a colloquialism that happens online, where the personality was shifted to adapt to the environment. So when someone says, like, oh, in Japan, I'm more reserved and conservative, like, yeah, the culture is more reserved and conservative in public. If you were able to choose one, you would choose the more appropriate way to, like, you get positive reinforcement by acting appropriately with the environment. So the question is, do we have an English environment that sounds like Japanese? Well, we should really step into a political room, I suppose. Right? Even using the word "I suppose" at the end is like, for those who are learning Japanese and then translating them in your head, whenever you hear "I suppose," you're probably going to be like, oh yeah, exactly, isn't it? Right? So in English, I picked up those tendencies even prior to learning Japanese. Like, isn't it? Yeah, of course. Isn't it? Like, ne, right? Like, this is a cup, isn't it? That's a pretty good idea, I suppose. Which are the English equivalents, or like the English analogous thing. Now I think Gen Z would say something like, if it's okay. Whenever, like, a indicator for ka, if it's okay. Or, if you can, do you think this is? Or something at the end, which it makes it unsure. So it's a longer phrase, like, I think this is the right answer. Like, I want to do this if it's okay. Right? I think that's okay. That's an interesting development. There are quite a lot of people that keep asking, is this okay, near the end, for the replacement for isn't it, I suppose, I think, I consider, which are grammar points, all in and for anyways. Now that we know about ka, let's look at how asking questions change between polite and casual, right? If I may be so bold as to inquire. As we just learned in polite speech, sentence ending in des simply add ka, right? You may be surprised to see that Japanese questions often don't use a question mark. That would be a surprise if you're exclusively using a question mark, because ka marks the sentence as a question grammatically. A simple Japanese period is often used instead. And in English, often people don't use periods or commas anymore, or periods or question marks at the end. It is often inferred by the presence of an interrogative word. And if it doesn't have an interrogative, you don't know if they're asking a question or making a statement. It's a really tough situation. I'm not even entirely sure how you would explain that to someone who's learning English. Like, if you're online reading stuff, you don't know. It's so difficult, or at least it's ambiguous whether you know if you're reading specifically for the words, right? There is not a clear indicator. It's context based. So whether someone's asking a question or not, it's context based. Otherwise, you're hoping that they indicate with an interrogative, like, what is this? Versus, is this? Or is this it? And it wouldn't have an end, oftentimes it wouldn't have a question mark at the end. Is this it? So you would have to know, right? Although maybe ChatGPT, for example, there is an alternative narrative to all the things I'm saying now. Because of the rise of AI, and people are interacting with AI, there is a silver lining. You could argue a silver lining in this. Because of the interaction with increased AI use, many individuals who are using and interacting with AI, like ChatGPT and stuff, their word choices and their punctuations and sentence structure are reflecting a bit of AI. So, even vocabulary and diction is starting to shift towards whatever AI is most popular. So whereas me and Procos talked about or had some fun about this, where certain word choices like delve, statistically, objectively, social normative, various words that are awfully specific are being woven into their language. And I could kind of see a time where question marks and periods will become normalized, largely because whenever I read someone's ChatGPT assisted things, they have proper punctuations and grammatical citing. So you could argue that interacting with ChatGPT might intuitively make someone type like ChatGPT, I suppose. I don't know which force. You could say there's a force, a battle for that type. There's NetSpeak, where you spend most of your time looking at YouTube comments, people reacting on Twitch chat and YouTube chat, versus how often you use ChatGPT, which typically responds in full statements, conjunctions, transitional phrases and clauses, complex compound clauses, that situation. And that could lead to repetitious exposure that creates a particular form of writing, right? The other concern is that doesn't necessarily mean there's comprehension of why you do it, right? That's the whole point of studying this now, or demonstrating it now. All the stuff I'm talking about is how I'm comprehending these use cases. Reading this, so someone could type this out, like ChatGPT. They could type out this explanation, and then that would be it. There will be no comprehension of it, like in association with something they do, how they could functionally illustrate that they understand the concept, like provide an analogy or a metaphor or a simile, maybe some comparative analyses. I do this on a regular basis to make sure that I can illustrate my comprehension of it. So, and if I'm incorrect about what I'm saying or when I'm reflecting on it, that helps me correct for my comprehension. Being able to put this in your own words. Anyways.
これはコップですか?
This guy. Right. So, question marks are more often used in casual writing, such as text messages. Oh, interesting. And the formal writing is superior.
これはコップですか?
Okay. I'm just gonna ask you about. I'm just gonna ask you about something. Wow. About. In casual language, ka is usually not added at all. In fact, da is also, normally dropped. Exactly. As it can sound too assertive or even aggressive. Right? So like, this is it. English. This is garbage. English. Here's a funny one. Sometimes people would state one of the comments often is e adjectives, right? E adjectives stand alone. Like you could say 美味しい, and it would be inferred that whatever they were currently talking about is delicious, right? And then it wouldn't be 美味しいです a lot of times because it doesn't really need it to be polite, right? To add politeness. And then 美味しいだ, that sounds weird. And it could also be like, what are you trying to do? You're trying to re-emphasize delicious. So, in NetSpeak, like for English, instead of saying this is awesome, the person simply says awesome. And I don't know how much that's going to catch up. Generally speaking now, the less words you say, the more you have to infer in English too. So, like, awesome, same, bro, cool, alright, fine, nice, brother, yes, or yes. Or yes. So it's starting to sound like Chinese, actually. Okay. Yeah, so instead we rely on intonation. I don't call it intonation. I personally would prefer it as a form of prosodic stress nowadays. The rising tone is the rising tone, or the upspeak, or the uptone, right? Similar to a question in English, in writing a question mark can be used to show, right?
彼は弟だ.
Right. So it's going down. So it's a statement, right?
彼も弟?
Right, going up. So no ka, right? No ka, no. No interrogative, right? No interrogative.
私の弟だ? 友達です.
Right. And then this was what I was illustrating. The question mark and the exclamation mark. So the difference between like bro, right? There's many like different stress things that you can do, even though you're flexing the word, right? The word itself. So da is dropped to soften the tone when asking a question, right? Because da is closer to a statement a lot of times. And then when you add a more assertive feeling to the question, right, you can kind of emphasize it with the da, but also so combine these two.
私の弟だ。友達です。
Right. So da itself is creating the assertive, and then adding an uptone to it creates the assertive question. Like the aggressive assertive question. In English, there isn't one. Like you can't tell. You have to contextualize it. Like there isn't a word, or possibly. They line up with other things like considered, I think, is said, hearsay. So this is awesome, in my opinion. It is a thing, it's a regular thing. Oh, they're coffers. Alright, so family photo. Let's look at this. Ooh, two different ones. So, 女の子 and the girl. Which girl? I'm guessing it's this one. これは家族ですか? 家族ですか? これはお母さん? Heck. One-san. So wait. So first they use the ka to illustrate, right? Kore, and then we have the kore wa, and kazoku. Kazoku is family. Kazoku desu ka? So this is the polite question, like the very traditional or formal like question. Then they inquired, is that your mother, right? Or is this your mother? Is this your mother? Without the ka. And then again, even shorter, which incorporates like they're still talking about the image, right? So you can even drop further down. That's kind of adding on to the previous topics, which is great. Where they show that you can drop the desu ka. So you can drop ka and des, right? And then you can drop the kore wa, because you already know you're referring to the object. So kore wa, it's still the kore wa, right? And then kore is topic before that. So tomodachi, okay, I'm guessing it's this friend. Un is yes, acknowledgement. Un. それは私のお母さん。お母さん。So, statement. それはお姉さんです。Actually, could be no. Wait, is yes? Is yeah, okay. Yeah, so 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 is, I think it's no. Is yes. I think. You just fill it out, right? Usually whenever someone says I just listen to whatever comes after to see if they mean yes or no. It's like Morse code. I feel like is like Morse code, where like, was it a long pause or was it a short pause? And they mean two different things. I can Morse code. Okay. So then, 女の子 says, きれいなお母さんだ。きれいなお母さんだ。これはお兄さんですか? A friend says, これは 弟。これは弟。あれはお兄さん。Okay, hold up. So they're pointing to the middle because it's far. Oh, interesting. So they incorporate the position as well. So they're saying, she's saying これ, right? これは弟. So the one closest to her is the younger brother. And あれは, so the one in the middle, which is far away from both of them, あれはお兄さん. So the older brother's in the middle. I wonder how you would say this if I would say something like in the picture. So Annie in the picture. Annie, maybe like Annie, heck, Higashi, not Higashi, that's east. What the heck is right? Hidari, mugi. So, maybe mugi ni, watashi no, like watashi no ototo da. So like in the picture on the right is my younger brother, because that's what I would do when I'm speaking in English. So the question is it typical to still use kosoado, like, kore, sore, are, to describe a picture position between two people? That's an interesting thought that came to my mind. Like, I would first say, since the picture is near me and us, I would say maybe like kore ni. So in this picture, right? In this picture, then I would go to describe the picture and the positions of the people, as opposed to simplifying it this way. That's an interesting tendency. I'll have to look for that to see what they do. Obviously, this could also be because of the topics, the limits of what we can express at the moment. I'm only saying this because I'm practicing all my other things. So we're still practicing other ways to express things, despite the topics not covering them yet. So, then, 女の子、かわいい弟。これはね? So this person is pointing to the little guy on the left, right? Hidari. 友達 said, これは, oh, here's the contrast wa. これは, right? It's doing a comparison. So this is the comparison wa, which happens a lot more in like even low, like when you're reading like graded readers. The contrastive korewa is classical in my opinion, because when you're trying to learn something, like when like a graded reader tries to explain to you what an apple is and what an orange is, it would constantly be like それは korewa あれは, and then it would have a comma and then explain the comparison, like 赤いリンゴ, 赤いリンゴです, right? This is a red apple. But it would say これは in the beginning, because it's telling you that it's being compared to something else. So this is really, I didn't really know what they were doing at first, for like the first 3 or 4 months, that this occurs in the first year I was using Duolingo, so Duolingo was forming statements before this. However, when I was reading like graded readers, like Tadoku books and whatnot, this occurs so often. Like, or you can even insert something, like inu wa, comma, something else, right? So after a while, you kind of just understood it as, okay, so it's referring to this, and they're going to say something about it. And then just now, when they said it's used in a structure that is for comparison, that makes sense. So it's kind of like reading a nursery rhyme book, and they're like, oh, this is an apple. The apple is red, and it's inferring that it's comparing something else in the picture a lot of times. Like when you're reading a picture book, right? You look at the picture and there might be an apple and an orange. Like this is an apple as opposed to the other thing. This is red as opposed to the other thing. So that's where the comparison is. I don't think it covers that. At least in N5 to N4, it was marked on that first thing, so I didn't realize there was a extra note on the bottom. Anyways, 新しい家族の what in the world? Zombie です。Sorry. Like, who's this? It's a new family zombie. Zombie? Zombie? Right? Or, oh, I'm kind of curious how they do exclamation mark, question mark. Oh, okay. So, there is a question mark, exclamation, versus exclamation, question mark. I always wondered that too. But anyways. Let's hear how the person acts it out.
女の子。これは家族ですか？これはお母さん？お姉さん？友達。うん。それは私のお母さん。これはお姉さんです。女の子。綺麗なお母さんだ。これはお兄さんですか？友達。これは弟。あれはお兄さん。女の子。かわいい弟。これは？友達。これは新しい家族のゾンビです。女の子。ゾンビ？
Zombie? Yeah, okay. So it looks like their new family, like she's describing her new family, and then obviously poking fun at the at obviously the lesser family member, calling them a zombie. All right, cool. There's some humor in this. I love it. I like that there's some humor, there's some charm, even despite being limited. All right, I think we have one more, so we gotta at least do lesson 1. Complete the lesson 1 area. So hello, goodbye, right? Naturally, becoming familiar with essential greetings and phrases, and no grammar. These are stock phrases. It's pretty humorous because when it comes to grammar or learning something new or to say something new, usually you start with these because it doesn't imply grammar. It's memorization, right? You memorize it. So the least form of entry point for learning something or being interested in something is relying on your memory, not relying on a higher level of comprehension or anything like that, right? So welcome to our first, this is the bonus topic. I see. So the bonus topic doesn't. Every now and then we will look at a unique theme in more detail. This could be a deep dive into a grammatical concept. So that's great. It's at the end. A specific aspect of Japanese culture or how to get by in real life situations in Japan. Here we're going to take a tour of some of the most common Japanese greetings and phrases. A lot of them may already be familiar, but let's focus on the nuance of when to use each and with whom. Neat. Details. Well, hello there. Similar to English, the phrase used for greeting someone will change depending on time of day, right? Ohayo, right? Kyo wa kyo wa samui. Right. It's cold today.
おはよう。今日は寒い。
Yep. That's a lot higher than I would go though. Tanaka-san. Tanaka-san. Ohayo gozaimasu.
田中さん、おはようございます。
Right, this is a polite one. And Tanaka-san is your elder. They already indicated that that person is addressing them as their elder. Stranger, so on, right? こんにちは。こんにちは。今日は、忙しいです。忙しいです。
こんにちは。今日は忙しいです。
忙しいです。Alright, a little higher. Stay high. Which is busy. This is your standard hello, right? Used generally throughout the day, right? Although most commonly in the afternoon, obviously, because you have Ohayo for the morning and Ohayo gozaimasu. Gozaimasu is the Songeigo, intene related things. Can sometimes be seen as too stiff among friends. Yep. Konnichiwa is. And then we have
こんばんは、
Konbawa.
本田さん。
Honda-san. Honda-san. Someone's name. This is your standard greeting for good evening, right? And of course, you could kind of unnaturally add gozaimasu to konbawa, I suppose. You may have noticed that the final kana pronunciation is wa, yeah. For it is written with the character ha, not wa, right? Why is this? In short, these greetings were originally the start of longer phrases, right? And now they're truncated. It's kind of like oh man, I was trying to think of an English equivalent. It is. It is, or man, that's kind of tough. I'll have to come back on that. There are some English phrases that have been used quite frequently that got shortened over time. Oh, like, oh, well, it's not a greeting though. It might be more so a goodbye. It happens. So that's where the wa came from, obviously. Honestly, there's not much that says good evening. It might even be like evening was good, or it is now a good evening. Like kon is like a type. So like this type evening, right? Wa. So something was good, but the good maybe have been lost or something, and then it becomes good evening in a sense, because this evening is like good, because like kon is this, like, or of this, or a characteristic of this, like konna, like, you know, things like that, donna and whatnot. So kon plus ban is this evening is. That's what it's saying. However, it's probably assuming that this evening is good. It's a good evening. And it got shortened because whoever greets someone and say, bad evening. Bad evening. Sorry. I can only... The reason I'm laughing is I can see that in English. Like someone would say, hey, how's it going? Having a bad evening? I'm like, yeah, I'm having a bad evening. You having a bad evening? I can see that being a greeting, like a normal greeting in English. Generally, when you're greeting someone, you're hoping for a good evening. So I imagine that's why it in what it literally says is this evening is. No, konbawa, right? Actually, Ohio. Oh, probably separated, and ha. Maybe light related, like sky, light, hare, right? Like sunny, right? Sun's in the air, and yo maybe like resembling. So like honorific. I'm making this up as I'm going because there's no way to track this. I don't know if there's a kanji phrase for this or like a kanji character for this, but it kind of reminds me. Ohayo is honorific, truncated ha for sun or clear or light, like sunny, and yo being like the yo as in resembling. So resembling a good, like an honorific morning, like an honorific lighted area, like a sunny day. So maybe that's where the good morning comes from. And then gozaimasu it has nothing to do. It technically has nothing to do with good morning. Gozaimasu is a way to express the existence of something. So ohayo gozaimasu, right? It is a good morning, and like a even more emphasis on the existence of a good morning. That's my cursory understanding, if I had to take a guess. Why is this? In short, these greetings were originally the start of longer phrases, right? Over time, the rest of it was eventually dropped, just leaving konnichiwa, right? A more old-fashioned word for today, right? Konnichi, right? Kon, today. Ichi, nichi. Nichi is day, so right, as opposed to kyo. Instead of using kyo, konnichi, and then wa would be today is, so konnichi, and then konban would be this evening too, and the topic marker article wa, and so they said it already to extent. Ohio is a little bit more cryptic. See ya. Okay. So Japanese comes equipped with 3 phrases, friendly ways to say goodbye. Notice how 2 of them end in ne. This is a particle which makes the phrase sound friendlier. And in English, it makes it sound more sussy. Like, I talked about this a lot. Ne is subjunctive. In English, I would say the way to capture ne is to soften. So soften means that it makes it sound friendlier when the culture is emphasizing politeness, like less direct. That's where it becomes friendlier. The opposite is happening, in my opinion, in English. Like, it's a good, I'll see you later, right? Right? I'll see you soon. Or, I'll see you later? That's kind of the ne function, in my opinion. And it creates a question mark. Like, and in English, in my opinion, the feeling gives you are you telling me that we'll meet again? Or, and then when you use an indicative voice and say see ya, it sounds more neutral, even though it's more assertive. Like, if you literally say see ya or see you next time, that sounds softer. It's not trying to imply, at least in my opinion, it's not trying to imply that you have to see each other around. It's asking, maybe we'll see each other again, right? Maybe next time, maybe 2 months from now. So the opposite has an effect in English, where while indicative culturally, a lot of the representatives of English being forward with good morning, greetings, and goodbyes makes them sound natural. Adding and injecting any form of softness doesn't imply friendly often. It implies suspiciousness or suspicion. Like someone would ask you, "How do you feel today?" I feel a bit mixed. Sometimes I feel a bit good. Sometimes I feel a little bit bad today. A bit of ups and downs. Subjective. Instead, to be more friendly, you say, "I'm all right." That's it. You don't know if the person is good or bad. You simply say, "I'm all right." And then that's it. It would make you, in English, it would make you sound grounded and friendly. Like you're approachable. Because you could argue it's trite and concise. You could also argue it's ambiguous. So the other person is like, "Oh yeah, I'll just assume whatever I want to assume." So that happens a lot. I'm like, "What do you mean you're all right?" That's when I follow up, and I'm like, "Okay, so do you mean all right like you're doing well, or all right that you're doing worse, or somewhere in between? May I inquire about what you mean by all right?" Because all right does not necessarily provide the courtesy of sharing how you feel. Anyways, Japanese comes, okay. Notice how two of them, and this is a particle which makes the phrase sound friendlier. We'll learn more about ne as part of different topics very soon, right? Aggressively neighing is funny, in my opinion.
じゃあね、たかし。
Okay. Standard, じゃあね, right? And then we have
さくらちゃん、またね。
right? And then we have bye bye.
ケンタ、バイバイ。
Bye bye. Bye bye is really interesting because bye bye is also a standard in Chinese as well. I say bye bye because of Chinese. Like when I was growing up, it's actually not. It's far more common now in English to say bye bye. Before, when I was growing up, bye bye is like a little off-putting. Like it's a little unnatural. It makes it sound like you're like being weird, so to speak. So I use bye bye all the time. Like, and then I wave, right? Bye bye. And the reason why I say bye bye is because Chinese. And now I don't know how often Japanese say bye bye, but I imagine it's catching on regardless because it unifies English too. Like, so now every so often I do hear someone say bye bye, but it's definitely still more so in Asian like thing. See ya, see you later, or every other version like catch you later. I use take care, so ogenki de, which ogenki de ne, to soften it even more. Ogenki de is a little bit forward, I suppose. Ogenki de ne, to soften it, to make it a little bit more friendlier. That's my standard. And then like take care, bye bye, right? Ogenki de ne, bye bye. Besides these more common ways to say goodbye, you have known the phrase sayonara, right? Sayonara before even starting to learn Japanese. Sayonara comes from the older phrase meaning if that is how it is. Yeah. That's so yo and then nara. If that's how it is. Yep. Yo nara, and then ba would be the nara ba. So nara ba is the probability. So if it is, so if it resembles left. However, be careful as it tends to imply that you won't see the person for a long time. Similar to English word farewell. Yeah. Actually to me, you don't even have to say farewell anymore. It's goodbye. when someone says goodbye, it means for an extended amount of time, at least in my opinion. Usually it's see you later, right? Mata ne, and then ja ne. So I think English on the online has normalized this. Like legitimately, farewell is not in English colloquialism. And I mean, I don't say farewell. I say take care, right? Take care is my extended thing. When you ask someone to take care, you don't know if things are gonna, bad things or good things are gonna happen anymore. So I use take care when I expect someone, like for me personally, I would use take care to extend the amount of time. See you later implies that I will probably see you later in a bit, right? And bye bye is, I don't know where that is at the moment. I say that out of habit, largely from Chinese. That's pretty funny that sayo and then naraba and then ba gets dropped. So sayonara. Despite this, there's a common exception, right? I imagine there's a common exception. Japanese school children use sayonara to say goodbye to the teachers for the day because formal sounding, right? 皆さんさようなら。
皆さんさようなら。
先生。
先生さようなら。
Aw. they got a lighter, higher pitched to say it. Home and away. Oh, we are gonna get like ittekimasu and itterashai, and then we got like tadaima and okaeri nasai or something like that, right? Besides general hellos and goodbyes, Japanese also have a specific set of greetings used when coming back to or departing from home. These are said reflectively by most Japanese, right? Kodomo. Otosan ittekimasu. Okasan itterashai.
姉、ただいま。妹、おかえりなさい。
Okay. This is normal to me. So not normal, I would say, to possibly, I don't know how normal it is. Like, someone could make an argue, oh yeah, nowadays American, quote unquote, American households are not portrayed to say that. However, Americana had that. Honey, I'm home. Welcome back, dear. Right? So that is, and I adopted that way back in English because my family does that too. And you do that when you're also visiting someone. Like, we're here, right? Like, that's, I talked about this with someone else before, where when you like arrive at a guest's house or something, you announce yourself. So you still announce yourself even when you're entering someone else's house, and that's a normalization, not necessarily reflective of other Americans, but something that you want to make yourself known that you have arrived somewhere. Hey, we're here. And then it's like, oh, hey, welcome. And then the person that's welcoming you is like, oh, hey, come on in. And then they would also yell out and say, hey, the guests are here. It's like, oh, hey, welcome everyone. That's announcing and coming in. You're entering the atrium. Yeah, like you're entering the household. That's an important entry point. So I'm going to make a joke here about vampires. I think secretly Japanese people and Chinese people are vampires. That's the joke. I don't know if people got that joke. Well, I'll clarify here. Vampires need to be invited into a house. So I feel like that's kind of how it works a lot of times, where like you arrive, you announce, and you ask for an invitation, and then the person, the host would invite you in by welcoming you in. So that is formality. I still think that it does exist in Americana and other cultures, especially Americana, in classic Americana. I'm not sure if that happens anymore now, because maybe like doorbells, there's doorbells and knocking, other type of rituals. This is very pragmatic. Now, remembering the phrases, obviously, I don't know how often. I think, to me, from my childhood, people still announce when they're leaving. Like, we're going now, right? Right? And then we're going now, so itekimasu, right? Itekimasu. And then obviously say, oh yeah, take care, right? Come back safely. Itterashai, right? Or drive safely or something. And my parents would say that, like, move safely or something, or travel safely. And that's where I get the take care all the time. Like, oh, genki de would be more appropriate in the online situation. However, I would probably actually say things like itterashai, like, hey, okay, like, have safe travel. And if they're anticipated to come back, then I would use this. Otherwise, I would say take care. Like, you don't simply say goodbye. So that's kind of the thing. And when I say goodbye, I mean farewell. So when I think of sayonara, I think of the same thing. Like, you're going far away. This is goodbye. The end of the beginning. With that, we've reached the end of our first lesson. Though the use of just a few grammar points, we have learned that it is possible to communicate in many different ways. It covers so many things other than vocabulary. So then you can use this sentence, like the first lesson's topics, to inject any form of vocabulary. Learn some adjectives, some e-adjectives, some non-adjectives, right? Learn to differentiate them. Nouns, e-adjectives, non-adjectives, nouns. And slap them into these phrases. And that's a great way to already feel like you can practice something. And it takes... what? We're gonna say, if you don't yap like me, then maybe an hour to get exposed to it, of course. Then it's practice. With that, we're okay. Here is what we are capable of doing that we are not capable of at the beginning of this lesson, right? Identify what something is with da and des, presenting it as a basis of discussion or as additive with wa and mo, pointing out relations to the speaker in space with kore, sore, are, describing its relationship or properties with no and adjectives, right? And asking about it with ka. For the short amount of time we have been here, that's not bad at all. I like the encouragement there. Putting in some flavor of positivity, like positive reinforcement. In the next lesson, we're going to continue to polish these fundamental skills, and we'll also learn how to express new things such as specificity, adding emotions, and describing movement, and talking more than one thing at a time. Compounds, or conjunctive. So, specificity, emotions, right? Like thought, think, consider. Describing motion, so something that goes in, out, through, exiting. And then conjunctive, probably a bunch of conjunctions. Hellos and goodbyes. Let's see what we got. Lots of hellos and goodbyes. We might as well listen to these now.
朝、家。県。今日は金曜日だ。忙しい。行ってきます。ゆり。いってらっしゃい。気をつけてね。朝、会社。県。おはようございます。男の人。おはよう。田中さんは今日も元気だ。女の人。田中さん、おはようございます。今日の仕事はあれです。県。ありがとうございます。 夜会社兼皆さんお疲れ様です。男の人お疲れ様田中さん。夜家兼ただいま。ゆりおかえりなさい。晩ご飯はあなたの好きなカレーです。兼カレー大好きありがとう。ワインは？ゆりもちろんあるよ。
Okay. So, morning at the house, right? Today is 金曜日. 金曜日だ, right? So, Friday. Right. No, not Friday. Yes, Friday. Am I going crazy? No. Monday? No, Friday? Yeah, Friday. Just gotta make sure. Oh, wait, I could just click on this, right? So, today's Friday. Busy, right? 忙しい. 忙しい. 行ってきます. So, he's leaving. So, today is Friday. Busy. It's time to leave. And then, Yuri, I'm guessing, is the wife or the significant other. So, 行ってらっしゃい. Come back safely, right? 気をつけてね. That's to take care of yourself. So that's what I would say too. Take care. I typically say take care. Obviously, if you're not coming back safely in my phrasing most of the time. So, now in the morning at the company, so 会社, right? 会社に, おはようございます. So this is the... Oh, there, Mika. You came with an art question? That's fine. Sure. So now he uses the polite form because he's in the company. And then man in the company. Say, Ohayo must be a friendly person, like one of his coworkers he knows well because of the Ohayo. And then Tanaka-san wa. So this is acknowledging the person, like them. Tanaka-san wa. Maybe them or someone else. No, it's describing Tanaka-san. And then today is healthy, right? Tanaka-san today is also healthy today. And then the woman said, Tanaka-san ohayo gozaimasu. So the woman greets Tanaka-san. And then today company. So again, the wa of describing the company today. あれです。ね? What? I don't actually know what the あれです. Oh, here's the work. Sorry, today's like work. Then we have, and it's like, yeah, ありがとうございます. So then at night or in the evening, 皆さんお疲れ様. Right? お疲れ様 is thanks everyone, good job. And then the man says お疲れ様 Tanaka-san, right? So thanks for the hard work, Tanaka-san. Then in the evening at home they return, Tadaima. So Ken says, I'm back. Okaeri nasai, welcome back. Bangohan wa regarding dinner. あなたの好きなカレーです. There is your favorite curry, right? There's your favorite curry. And then, カレー大好き. I really love curry. Thank you. ありがとう. And then, ワインは the wine. Like, is there gonna be wine? もちろん, of course. あるよ. Of course there is. You're having constant issues with one part of an arm. You were able to share some thoughts and suggestions on why it looks off. Can you share? Sure. I suppose. After, wait, whoops. I've got a mark. So we complete the first lesson. Now the question is, am I gonna do this for the next couple of days or not? So we did lesson 1, and if this is the reflection, I feel like I could do the rest of the days through these lessons. I don't, I'm already past 2 hours and 40 minutes because I digress and talk about the lessons quite a bit. We could do this for the rest. I was not anticipating this because of this update. And I am taking my really wonderful time talking about things and the significance of it. I'll make a decision tomorrow or not. Yeah, for the next couple of days. So it's 195. I got 4 days. Maybe we try 2 lessons a day to cover this part, and then I'll cover whatever my thoughts are in the day 200 thing. So we'll take a break from the vocabulary thing. This was unexpected, and I really enjoy talking about this stuff. We'll do 1 vocabulary, a customary vocabulary. Oops. What? Oh, she's been together. あなたと彼女の been together はいつからついているのですか been together refers to the act of socializing or spending time with each other. Been together? Like maybe tied? As one? No. So it's not 一緒. Maybe it's fit together. Like, wait. Am I looking for a noun? Or am I looking for... I'm thinking of a whole, like being together as a whole. However, I'm thinking of verbs. Like, for example, 会う, which that doesn't help. Maybe like 全部. Don't know. 一緒には that doesn't make it. Or 一緒には that doesn't make it. Maybe みんなで. No, みんなで doesn't work. No rush, and if you do plan to go through it on stream, then you can DM when you start to. Otherwise, whatever work is fine. Okay. Alrighty. I'll probably do it after. Like way late in the day. I don't think I will. I would have to look at it for some time. I have no idea what this is trying to say. Together. Like, been together. Maybe like, すべて? Zutto? No, wait, that doesn't fit there. No idea. Oh. Yeah. That's a noun. Really? Sky is ski is a noun. I had no idea. We used AU to fit together, but I would be and then attached together. We'll bookmark that for today.
あなたと彼女の付き合いはいつから続いているのですか?
That's a noun. I thought it was an adjective. I mean, that would still work, right? Even if it was an adjective? No. Well... No, I don't think it would have worked if it was an adjective. Okie dokie. That's our one. That's all we have time for. So, what am I going... I think my executive decision is... I'll try to speed it up a bit. And we'll do 2 lessons. So tomorrow's will be the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. Oh, +1. I'll be a little bit more brisk, I suppose. We'll play it by ear. I'm not entirely sure I'm going to be able to read all the topics and talk about the topics. From my perspective, anyways. Before the 200th. I'll probably invest that time into this topic. It gives a great way to spend looking at N5. I wonder how much they cover. It's definitely not the 132 points. We'll see. I'm having a blast doing these. Alright folks, that's a wrap for Bunpro today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by. Yeah, discuss, talk about things. Feel free. The topic section, really wonderful. Makes me reflect on English even more so than ever. So until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alrighty, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第48天 is day 548. Let's get into our lessons here. What did we add yesterday? Hi, Jewel. Well, it isn't quite what I thought it was gonna mean, but Hi, Jewel would be the boar and the pig put together. So, referring to the year of the boar, sure. It's good enough for a memory aid.
害猪
Oh, goodness. It's too, the entry is too pedantic.
诅咒
zu jiu. So, zu is a weak one. So is jiu. They're both weak for curse. Ju, the read is pretty solid. Joe's read is worse. So, two weak ones possibly reinforce each other.
诅咒愁肠
Chou, the translation is a little weak. It does remind me of Chou, though. It reads like Chou. Although it looks like what is she Joe? Yeah, it reads like Joe, so it's a pivot Chou. And Chang is the other one that deals with repayment and reward in a way, and is also complementary to Xiang. So, in a way, these both are pivots. So, one is Xiang pivot, and the other is Zhou pivot. They just happen to both start with
愁肠一年
yi nian. Yi nian is a fairly common phrase for me, but I can't seem to recall the read. The read is the tough one. Che is the closest that I'm linking up with. So hopefully I can remember yi. Now, the bottom is li. Closer to li than it is to che. The top together though, it may be closer to che than yi. The final is pretty solid. The initial is not. So yi nian. Although this sounds together very poetic. Yi nian reminds me of like the next year
一年
in like narration. Like the next year something happened. You know, like in the year 1799 this happened. In the next year the following year it happened. So yi nian is when I hear that phrase, like the following year.
一年
It's more so the character doesn't read like yi. I'm trying to help out.
诅咒
Okay. I have to write to curse.
害猪 愁肠
After this month, it looks like it's a pretty solid green light to start working on our sentence construction and going through our vocabulary. Maybe even refining some way of doing vocabulary. Because we're down to 30s, so 30-ish on a steady state. You know, with the occasional 50 or so. Alright, time to hydrate. Oh, that reminds me of my yesterday's hamper got me. Hamper in place of a wired mesh combo. Man, I immediately want to type. Oh no, wait. Heck! Is it N? Oh man. Alright. So I got N and N versus Ying, right? Because Ying is this. So it's the box person, right? That's why Ying. However, N is the exception. N with a because there's also N right here, the double N. Ah, son of a bee sting. I lost the 50. The meaning's okay. Is probably gonna be attached to some sort of other sound. Possibly, or N. Oh. In hun, really? And hun is to like snort? What in the world? What are words for snort? Of art. Hunchi. Hunchang. Holy moly. Alright, well, we'll come to that. Alright. It is what it is. In utterance. 50-50 on the read. I lost the top right. Actually, I think the whole top part is something. It's not villa. No, I don't remember the top. At night trying to. Oh no. Okay, we're definitely fall. It kind of looks like Dre, but it's not. I think the left is. What was the last time you cleaned out your PC? It's been a while, like 6 months. Oh, sweet. Well, there isn't another door. Closest is lazy. Oh, there, drama. You can't remember yours? Feels like a year or more. Yeah, I think I'm not gonna do that until I have a second, like, assemble something, a second one. Have I ever streamed PSO? No, not the original PSO, no. Cool. Why, you ask? Dang, so it's gonna be super dusty for you? Well, yes and no. I'm like constitutively in a room that has an air purifier. So yes and no. It's only dusty in certain areas. Oh, you meant PSO2 NGS? Yeah. I stream it. I cover all the story updates since its launch. It's under PSO2 NGS. Easy. Lazy. Oh. Leftist moon. What are we gonna do with leftist moon? Would you happen to know why your PC makes a police siren noise even when it's off? It's been like that forever, but it works fine, so you just leave it alone? You read it could be PS2 inefficiency, but I don't know. A police siren noise? Alright, I'll have to get back to you on that. I'm not... Police siren noise. Are we talking about your motherboard sound? It's like quiet, but it's just always there. Oh, okay, so we're not talking about like a post sound, right? Like your motherboard isn't posting a digital sound. Like it's not outputting a noise. It's like something that deals with something like a moving part sound, right? I hope it's a moving part sound. I mean... Your motherboard posting... Oh, okay, it's a moving part. So you'll have to give me some time to think about it. Yeah, that's... If it's a moving part noise, then it might be wear and tear. I was thinking like beep boop situation. Like your motherboard is literally putting out a sound. I'm like, that doesn't sound great. Interesting. Sirens down. DM me what you think it sounds like. Like when I'm thinking of a police siren, I'm thinking of like a wow, like a winding sound, or like a winding up and a winding down sound. Your friend's PC was making a tractor sound. Oh my gosh. Does he have an AIO? The tractor sound could be coming from an AIO. Tractor sound is probably a pump noise. About to find a police siren video example. Okay. We'll have to come to that in a bit. The police siren noise, if it's a wind, it can be related to your fan. It was the power supply. Interesting. A power supply making a tractor noise. Oh, yeah, I can see that. I definitely can see that. What did they find out what part? Was it the movable fan inside the power supply? Because when I think of tractor noise, I think of like something that's regular, like a tutting sound. So it could be the movable fan inside the power supply. You think it was the fan? Okay. Yeah. The siren noise sounds like it might be something off axis. So it might be a winding noise. For coffers thing. Replace the entire... Absolutely. You replace the power supply. Like, definitely do not mess with the power supply, in my opinion. And it's one that is very consistently like priced and whatnot, so it's definitely worth the investment to make sure your power supply is not making weird noises. Coffer's hearing police siren noises. That's a weird one. By the way, why were you mentioning PSO2 NGS? Yeah, I play PSO2 NGS on a semi-daily basis now. I basically wait until there's, or I upkeep the accounts for 5 minutes to 10 minutes a day and wait until like any chapter updates. You were going through your Steam library and saw it. Oh, I see. I enjoyed playing its combat thing, and also had really bad reviews. No reviews any different from your live service game that has been around for over 10 years. And I guess you're probably referring to Steam. It was added like many years afterwards. So any live service game that's added after tens of years onto Steam, Steam is selectively review bombs games that have been established well beforehand. So you're probably referring to the bad reviews, talking about when it was added to Steam. That's often a conflict of cultural difference. It's kind of like P5X. It's a cultural dissonance. So echo chamber. Not to say that they're not bad reviews. They are bad reviews. By Steam standards. There's also selective bias in that case. More so a review bomb than a reflection of the Steam culture, a conflict of interest with the Steam culture than anything else. Yeah. This one's tough. I don't know. Night shift. So we're thinking about a night shift. How are we using this word? To fall in? That's kind of interesting. Abortion is pretty tough to remember. Yeah, there's this really classical thing. So now, actually, games do it differently now. Where when there's a live service game, they either, if it's a newly established thing, they would try to add it very quickly. So Relink would be an example where they add it really quickly, but they were establishing an expectation. So you played through the Relink, DLC, and now looking for a game to play for the rest of your vacation. How long is your vacation? Dang, you already played through the Relink stuff. What about the Aeon 2 thing? How long ago? I saw you playing, like, I'm guessing the demo or something? I'm not entirely sure how the Aeon 2 thing is. So, oh, I see. The PSO2 thing. Oh, if you're looking through your list and you're saying PSO2 NGS, for example, that's gonna last you like 5 hours. even if you were gonna consider it. Your vacation is until next week, I see. PSO2 NGS has this thing where oh, you played on the Taiwan server. Okay. Yeah, PSO2 NGS has this thing where they constantly like make it so that there's no entry distance. So there's not a lot to feel for the it's basically more of a sandbox thing. So like a Minecraft situation where you enter and you exit largely to pass time. It's not a sense of, you could argue there's not quite a sense of progression in the sense of like what Relink is offering. I didn't originally think that was what it was going to be like. So I cover it whenever they occasionally throw in a couple scenes of the story or what have you of the story. Hence why I talk about Persona quite a lot, because Persona is the opposite. You wait for story. You're not, at least for me, you wait for story. You're not waiting for more cells. Izzo 2 is, It's like playing the people that like playing sandbox survival games. You're waiting for more things to do as opposed to more story. I don't know where PSO2 and PSO2 NGS is like in limbo. Why do I keep typing a hole? Oh. I know why I keep typing that. That's not right though. It's che or chi. Ah, oh, that's what. Of course. It's fa. Non-traditional read. Or fa. I'm thinking of ho because of Japanese. And I was thinking of chi because of, or a chi related sound because of chi. Is, do I have a fa anchor? I don't have a fa anchor. It's one of your basics. You tried a Watch Dogs playthrough? Yeah, I saw Watch Dogs, but I figured that was like one of your things where you just load something and see if you like it, and then you either choose to abandon it or not. Is it Yuan or Yen?
允
Yeah, I mean Yun. Sorry. Yun. Yun. Not quite like recover. Double fall. I wonder if Ying matches up with Luo. Luo, that's okay. I know we already used meteorite. That's, or yeah. No Luo. But I'll take Luo.
Fa.
So what are your choices? Do you have any choices to occupy your vacation? As you're looking through, I think it's Jewel. Or is it? Oh no. It's Wang. Puddle. Scepter. I should have thought of Wang as a secondary, as a either a competing read because of King versus Scepter. Ooh, is not that great actually. Just stuck with one. Wang is the puddle, not the crooked. Do I have a puddle? Brimming with tears. I think we can think of maybe like a pit, like one Qing. Oh, that's a name. One Yang, vast body of water. Oh, internet slang, names, lots of names. And then more water. Using Wang Wang. Oh, hey, it's wolf too. Wolf, wolf, Wang Wang. Wan Wan is Wan Wan still in Japanese. Interesting. They use the same Wang. You're just scrolling, hoping a game catches you. Oh, I see. Do you have any selections? Like, what I mean is any characteristics that are ringing a bell? Like, this is leak. And I want to type like luo, but it's probably low. Okay. Okay.
Fang.
So either special or
专
what the dirt turkey? How do you get a dirt and a turkey together? Oh. Heck. File. Yeah, dirt pile. Even pile up. So this is competing with what? Oh, wait. Yeah, it's competing with the actually. And then there's plenty of turkeys. So we have dirt. Not great. You're currently at Resident Evil 2, 1998. Okay. Wait, what did I type? Oh, I was turning into Barry. Why? Because it has dirt in it. My has dirt in it. Otherwise, I probably default to Way. Nothing to keep this strong. Let me look at mine. Oh, yeah. Okay. I don't think we're gonna have too much here for now. Or maybe something turn-based, maybe Final Fantasy VI. That's an interesting choice. You have until next week. Fantasy 6 sounds pretty solid. Ying. How did Ying work?
Wang.
Heck. Oh, no. Cool. Cool. Or trouser. Ooh. I was thinking of skirt. As not pants. Say what? Yeah, you don't know, you can't isolate the sound. Like, you turned your PC off and took off the panel, but you can't hear it unless you're sitting in your chair, which is weird. Intriguing. I have some ideas. Maybe for later. Racks. The chair making the sound. What if it was the chair making sounds? Drain. It's probably okay. I don't know how I'm gonna remember this. Send help. Okay, hang on. So it is a rack. And what did I go with? Die. Why did I go with die instead of go? Oh, because of Jai. Hmm. Tongue is unique, sure. I remember the mnemonic. Dual rack. Is this rack too? And this? Interesting. Alright, let's rewrite this. Alright, he's gonna go and check. In the manner. Charlie is in front of the manor. I have no idea. Okay. Heck. Big breaks. Wait. It's gonna line up with my, right? Name. More names. A specific type of water. What? Arg. What's the assign? That's a pivot. Stride. Oh, goodness. quinine, not gonna cut it. It's still a name. Related. Big bricks. I think we're gonna pass on that. Is it twin? Wait, oh no, it's wait. Beach.
户称
Guess that's not lightning. I mean, lay plus flowers. John plus flowers. Wrong tone? Oh no, it's lay. Lay plus flowers. Or flower bud. Wrong tone.
Lei
Wait. Oh, okay. Yep. It's by translation. Transliteration on that. Why do I think this is Liang? Probably. Lui is suck. So it's a pivot from. Oh no, wait, this is Jing. I mean, there's Liang. Sure, there's Liang. There's also Jing. And then this is the exception. Fingers is the exception. Also have to remember Jiao. Okay, hold up. So we have Lue with plunder. Duel is pretty weak too. Lue duel. Let's see if we can. Like C's? 略识? Hmm. 略取 under intake. Pretty good. 识 reminds me of Japanese word. Yeah, I'm stuck between bo or bo. Yeah, like bo versus bo. Okay, spinach. Either you know it or you don't. There's no getting around those.
堆 N
Makes me want to think of Tiao or Jiao. Watering can.
Wo
Was between radish or spinach.
Li
Between seep and drench. Huh. Ghost and staff. Stuck between and Wei. Okay. I went with a Mai, but it's either Quay or Gui. Oh no, not Mai. Mei. Mei was. Wei is not that strong. Gui is definitely the strongest, but I didn't think it could be Gui. But it turned out to be Gui. So what do we have for Gui? Those are the only two? Dang. Marvelous staff. Oh, this one is weird, superb, or like unusual. What is that? Okay. Yeah, car. Hmm. We have Rose, Mei Gui. Ugh. Alright. Treasure. Yeah, it's definitely modifying stuff. Suffix. What else we got here? Probably adding to anything, right? Wei Yi. Okay, exceptional. Wei Bao. We have this. Wei Li. Yeah, elegant. Marvelous plus beauty. Wei Qi. Yeah, all of them are like something that deals with exception. Next to Rose. In different uses. This one might be good. I'll add this.
Low Jiao
Nope. Makes me type
Kui
Gui each and every time. That one's a pass. I have no idea what to do about that one.
Zhe
Okay, so it's not luxurious or luxuriant. I don't think it's not mustard. It's not sugar cane. Jie is mustard. Zhe is sugar cane. Or is this sugarcane? Yes, cover and okay. Just yeah.
灭
Besmirch. It can besmirch. Goodness. We used
Chuang.
this recently.
剑
Body part? No. Yeah, wait, yeah. Tendons. Alright, let's see what we can attach tendon to. Maybe like meat or muscle or something. 腱炎 tendinitis. That's pretty good. Unfortunately, it doesn't describe what it is. 将功 tendon arm 腱鞘 know what Chow is. That doesn't work. Heel. Achilles. Achilles is good. Oh wait, gun. Yeah. Okay. Pretty stereotypical from. I was hoping muscle or something. What the I lost the right. The right is another character. I don't think it's Fu. Is it Fu?
Fu.
Okay. And this is like wrapping cloth.
Gui.
Ah!
Si.
Spoon is what is ladle? I've lost track of my utensils because the radical is no 小 is ladle. I think it's true. Or true? Oh, it's the other spoon. Oh god. Okay. It's the other spoon. Alright, okay. Double spoon, honest mistake.
碟
Gosh. Oops.
指
Oh, toe, not foot. Toe. You what? Are those supposed to be gloves? Heck is yeah. Yeah, they are gloves. And I think we use agree or suit. Suit. Yeah, I was thinking tidy up. Too. Send help. In agreement. Yeah, on good terms and discussion. Out together. YOLO? Okay. Oh, wait. Nochi. Oh, no, wait. That's How does it work?
Cha.
And this is a swap up too. Not good. Yeah, not good. And I think I tied it with Chi, right? 略取. Why do I think it's Cho?
愁
It's not Chip. Melancholy? Okay. I have a melancholy for. So we added a word. Oh, we added a vocabulary word. It's not Ling? I don't know what that is.
略
Right. Oh no, wait, that's pool.
比
Other spoon.
减
Alkaline. Oh, alkali.
堕
Man, really thought this was Ling. It's not Chun. Ri. The coyote betrayeth me. It's the exception. Only tree though. Okay. We gotta write something to incorporate the tree a little better.
饿
Not distress. It's shocking. I think that's okay. We could add it with a different type of shocking, like Jing or something. Nightmare? Ugh, Mung. That's not where I thought that was going. Ugh, how? News of someone's death? Sad news. How? Ugh, Mung. Doesn't quite capture it. Like refine. Going with
急
oh no wait, it's not refine. Alone or silent.
结
Ah! Oh no, wait. Oh no, how do I know the difference between flower and oh, is it pool? Oh no, it's pool. Just kidding. Wait, then how do I know the difference between pool? Oh, the caliper. At the wrong tone for pool. It's the caliper that's the difference. And pool is the difference between the flowers. Okay.
Pu
Oh wait, things are getting rough. Rough. Keep working at it. Okie dokie. What time is it? Today I went to go and renew my passport. And I'm a bit tired. Ugh. Feel a bit tired. Okie dokie. Hung Tung. Go smoothly. Door. Satchel. 元 cart shaft 了 cabinet member 微 shove融水 melting snow 上校 mark 飞镖 darts 让柱 dumbfounded or awe is dumbfounded. Okay. Nope. Yes. Two. Two. Nope. Su, not shu. Su. Oh, no, wait. Just kidding. Wait. It's, yeah. Shu. Shushi. Rinse mouth, wash face. Kaija. Kaija, armor. Ely. Gorgeous. Yingxian. Fire. Fujing. Fasten tightly with a hoop. Liandao. Sickle. Ao Song. Dejected. Bao Yang. Praise. Ma'an. Battle. Hey Mei. Oops. Not Hey Mei. Hey Mei. Blackberry. Yo Hey. Black.智什么？智川 Hemorrhoids. Jin. Jing. Xingyu. Pedagaki. Tianru. Insert. Li. Beaver. Ma Shu. Mochi. Jiao Jia. Run away from home. Guan Xi. Relations. Jingji. Nope. Jingji. Promotion. Yanshan. Smoke. Chai Xiu. Decay. Yeah. Han is weak. Han her. Bumpy. Zhi Li. Qing. Qing Huo. Apprehend. Jing. 景况。Eh? Oh no, it's not. Yongquan. Predicament. Yingshong. horror. What are you? Open these. 跟去 permit. Good. Good. I lost it. Good. Simple. Done. Oh, that's how I mix it up. Done. Then. 休憩 rest. Okay. I barely see it. Right. 长节 to coil around. Yuying. The saying goes. Mie 不是灭谬 error 淡蓝 azure 憧憬 on love 方式 make public. Wrong way. 还是住 wrong way. Verbose. 1年 next year, the following year. I jewel hear the boar. Oh, Chang reward. Zhou first. Alright, for HanziHero today. Gotta start writing sentences soon enough. I don't know if I'm gonna write the sentence in the character things or basically just move on to vocabulary and then see if I can retroactively connect it back to the characters to alleviate the weakness, right? We'll see. July is, we're halfway past the July point, right? Oh, actually, we're almost halfway. Alright, folks, that's a wrap for HanziHero today. If you want to watch this later, as always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by, discuss, chat, discuss about what keeps you interested, right? Motivated. We could yap about video games, obviously, or weird sounding things coming from people's PCs. That seems to be a theme today. Until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around a little bit, and I'll be back for P3P. Thank you, thank you. All right, folks, welcome back to our 9th session of P3P. What happened yesterday? A bit of a recap for the highlights of yesterday. We acquired Shinjiro, right? Shinjiro, Akihiko's kind of brother, right? Aneki situation. And most of our focus on our social links were involved in in Shinjiro and Koromaru and Ken Amada, right? Those are the new guys. On top of that, Yukari the lover's arcana ended. She basically entrusted you with a keepsake and left it at that. Basically, she learned the appreciation and the fear, the exchange of fear, anxiety of losing something that one cherishes, right? And things that one cherishes tend to be the thing that is a source of fear and anxiety. So important things are both rewarding and great to hold on to, while at the same time they can present scary nervousness and avoidance. So her conclusion was that she entrusted you with a keepsake as a way of being committed to trying to resolve her estrangement from her mother, which is very similar and parallel to Junpei, but Junpei had a different reason, where Junpei had an arguably abusive father, potentially, or an apathetic father, versus Yukari having a death in the family, right? The loss of her father. And she is part of the larger arc because her father was involved in the Kirijo group. And then one of the major other social links are Bebe, trying to keep... Bebe has largely decided, we haven't seen the conclusion of any of these, but decided that he will in fact confront his uncle in order to show how much he loves Japan and want to stay in Japan, right? So he decided to make a kimono to show. There's also Saori. Saori is the hermit. She has been accused of scandalous things, even though she's trying her best to fit in and help, but people keep slandering her. She was suspended, and then now she's back from suspension, and you're keeping her in touch. Like, I almost feel like P3 is what it is. Meanwhile, like P5, for example, give you an example of like vigilantism a little bit. Like, stick it to the beeps. In this way, this is what it is. It is what it is. So Saori got suspended, and now her parents think that, or she thinks her parents think that she's a disappointment. It might be confirmed. Like, she just accepts it, and there's a chance they might move her to a private school, right? To make up for her faults. She's the hermit that I focused on yesterday, where nice people, they get taken advantage of, and then they assume they can handle using stoicism to handle all the problems, and even despite being offered help or having people close to them, they would refuse the help, right? That's the hermit. We still haven't seen the conclusion of the Hierophant, and we're about to do something that will unlock the Hierophant thing, as far as I remember. One of the lost souls, you get to rescue the teacher, the son, the then deceased son of the old couple. So we're about to do that in our Tartarus setting. And then now Shinjiro was one of the focus of the social link. You find out that he's overly caring. He's like a rough but caring person. And one of the main features was that he cooks. He cooks really well, so he cooked for the gang. And it was very foreboding. Like, he keeps insinuating that all of this is going to end soon, so he's trying to cherish all the moments before something bad is going to happen, which I do recall what happened. like 20 years ago, so it's really great to see he has a heart of gold, basically. And Koromaru also has a heart of gold. He's a doggo. One of the highlights is you got to rescue a puppy, right? Send it on the way. I don't think that puppy has a reference to anything. I was thinking that puppy might have a reference to something. So you hang out with Koromaru, the doggo. Ken is a kid wanting to grow up fast, right? Wanting to be mature, wanted to leave, don't want to be a child, like really have no aspect of wanting to act like a child, engage in childly things, which I can definitely relate to quite an extent. And then it kind of sounds like he, because of a lack of a mother figure, right? He doesn't have a mother figure. I'm not even sure if he has a father figure. He reminisces about his mother, and then you're kind of sort of taking the place of his mother, like trying to do the coddling thing and whatnot. However, he keeps insisting on growing up, like growing up fast, right? I think those are the highlights. And then in terms of the main story, Chidori and Junpei, enough said, right? Junpei, chivalrous heart, even to a misogynistic extent, you could argue that. But chivalry, he wants to save Chidori, and Chidori, obviously, it was revealed that they have to take suppressants. They're not traditional persona users, and she's kind of masochistic, and also fatalistic and nihilistic. And Junpei is trying to change that because he kind of shares that existential crises situation. However, he, due to his circumstances, is far more bright, wishful, and hopeful thinking, and he fancies her. So that's and she was being detained to be recovered from that while being interrogated effectively, or lightly questioned, I suppose, by the gang. And now we are at the Dark Hour section, so we have to explore block 4 before we hit the next operation limit and see a lot of conclusion of social links. Alright, so let's get into it. We have to climb. So who are we gonna use? Because I know what's gonna happen, we're gonna use Shinjiro, right? We should clear up some of our persona slots. I was reminded by the Lost Souls why the Hierophant, last final social link of the Hierophant group, the old couple, you can't complete until pretty much now. What do we have? Bring me oil. Oh, we can't do that yet. That's way later. Rare spawn in which block? 4th block. I think we can make a black frost now. This is 4th block. Okay. So before we do that, let's go and use up our fuse. Oh, we got the. That's right. We got the pentagram. The pentagon spread. Oh, I see. That's how this worked. What about the cross? Oh, okay. We're gonna reduce these guys. Yeah, reduce our placeholder, guys. Free up slots. I know it replaces our Oberon, but that's fine. Okay. And then let's see what else. We're level 37. Darn. About... Darn. How about... Ooh. This is interesting. A new mon. Interesting. Okay. Can we... Okay. Alright, I think that's good. Four slots. Let's take our requests. Requests. Fourth block. Right. Fourth block. 3 missing peepos. Fourth block. Oh, wait. I have another one? Oh, the rare spawn fourth block. Okay. I have 2 rare spawn things. Alright, we're going to take Shinjiro because of... And then Akihiko. And... Koro. I guess my MC is the heal. Hey. 43 hours. Alright, we climbing. Let the climb for the lost souls. Wait. Are we really only at floor 110? Really? This goes up to, I think we're going up to floor 164, 164. Holy moly, we need to climb. And I need to get to level 56. Hold up. Oh. Just kidding. I'm like 1 month. I'm like 1 month off here. Ah, 139. And 42. What level am I on? Okay, that's kind of high. Alright, so... Off to floor 120. We need to get into the 4th block, right? Unless you get in my way. Wait. I gotta check equipment. We're just gonna keep that. Oh. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Okay. Man, I really need to buy equipment. Whoa! That's a big jump. Heck, might as well just add more strength to that. What is that nonsense? Do we have anything for... It is high odds, though. Nothing for Koro. Dog suit. Hey. I didn't buy any equipment, man.
There are 3 of them! Strike first! There are
Oh,
3
that
enemies
outfit
left.
is awesome.
Don't mock me.
Shinjiro Senpai defeated an enemy.
Last
Akihiko
one.
Senpai defeated an enemy. Only 1 enemy left.
The animation is still weird for him. He's like, ugh. We'll wait to the 4th block. Oh, 38. Yep. Okay. Aww. Wait, what was that? Oh. That was, I guess.
There are 2 of them. Attack. Good choice. The enemy is down. One enemy
That's
to
the
go.
last one. My next strike will be the last.
Only 1 enemy left.
I couldn't finish it off.
Ba, ba, ba. Okay. We're just looking for the stairs. Gotta get to the 4th block. Where are you, stairs? There we go. I don't know if Koro has a different alternative like outfit. Alright. Is this the temple thing? Yep, the temple thing. Alright, so now we start looking for mobs. Especially rare ones. Okay.
There are 3 of them. Strike first.
Wait, I think these are the ones I'm looking for. Alright, we gotta test. Garu? Garu? Nope. Agi? Okay. He doesn't.
3 enemies left.
He doesn't have anything.
My
Physical?
next strike will be the last.
That's a slash, right? What about Geo?
Persona!
Rip.
Akihiko Senpai defeated an enemy.
Physical it is.
Good job.
Enemy defeated.
All right, let's kick some ass. Let's do it.
We got the pro team. Aki, Shin, oh, hold up. And Koro. Got the bro team. Actually, I guess we could replace Koro with Junpei. Then we have the bro team. The mega bro team. But Koro is honorary bro.
There are 4 enemies.
Garu.
Attack, Ninanshi. The enemy's off
All right,
balance.
let's kick some ass. Let's do it.
Oh,
Kurako
that's unexpected.
defeated an enemy. Shinjiro Senpai defeated an enemy.
He looks so weird.
Still
2
alive.
enemies left.
Like,
1 enemy to go.
Now that's one hell of
Like
a
compared to the animation for Ken, where he just like spin around a gigantic pole arm that's twice his length. Weird. Weird choice.
There are 2 of them. Attack!
I feel like these are Mudo targets. Oh, they could be no, I'm pretty sure they're Hama.
I summon you.
Okay.
One
Yep.
enemy to go.
You really are smart.
Good job, Koro-chan. Alright. Didn't find the mobs yet. I don't know if they're red shadows. Oh yeah, I need red shadows. And then the other mob type is... So I'm really only looking for red shadows right now. Oh, and the rare mob as well.
Attack! Huh? The enemy is down.
Now's our chance.
Now's your chance. Huh? Good choice.
Good job, Koto.
That's the last one.
Ooh, a virtue. Do I still have the virtue? No. Boink. Ah, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. That's the mob spawn. It's either gonna be a red shadow I'm looking for or a gold one. Oh, it's in a really weird place. Oh,
There are 2
these
strong
guys.
enemies. Attack!
I need 3 though.
Persona!
I feel like they're not weak to any Ellie. Okay.
2 enemies left.
You will smile.
Ready for this?
Evade slash. That's not good.
Let's go. Still alive.
Dang. I doubt that. Let's... Oh, and this is slash too. Oh no! We have too many slashes. Have 3 slash dudes. What do? Wait, I still have Bufu to try out, right?
Persona!
Uh-oh. We're in trouble. Oh man, that's a slash.
Ready for this?
Why not? Let's try it. Ooh, that's unexpected. as oh, they evade. Wow,
Only one left.
they evade every. Okay. So they have an evade for strike as well. Interesting.
Only one enemy left.
That is so rough.
Bring it. Get lost. All right, let's kick some ass. Let's
Alright,
do
those things are rough. Fear is counterproductive too. It can cause them to run. That's a problem. Whoops. I changed my mind halfway. What happens? What is this? Single unit. Probably not something I'm looking for. Oh,
There's one enemy. Attack.
are you immune? No, you're not.
Only one enemy left.
Oh, it's not considered the same. So he's not slash.
I couldn't finish it off.
Oh no, wait.
Someone please help Shinjiro Senpai.
That's a little awkward. What were you? It's not that.
Be careful. Shinjiro Senpai is badly hurt.
Got you. I know. Oh, maybe it's a random chance.
Only one enemy left.
And he just got unlucky.
Be careful. Shinjiro Senpai
Yep.
is badly hurt. Akihiko Senpai needs a discharge.
That's fine. So it's a random or it's a probability chance. It's not guaranteed counter. Okay. There are some troublesome encounters here. Brainstorming. Oh boy.
There are two strong enemies. Attack.
Maybe we could try to charm one of them?
I summon you.
Okay. Well, it's possible. Not the greatest, though. I do like the fear
Two
strat,
enemies
though.
left.
Ready for this?
Even if they're gonna run away. It gives us a chance to, yeah, crit.
Good night.
Because they have evade everything. We can at least keep one down.
Ready for this?
Darn.
I couldn't finish it off.
Oh, that power charge is scary.
Persona.
Hang you. Okay. I think it was just dumb luck.
Still alive.
The enemy.
No.
Akihiko Senpai.
Yep. So I can be single attacked and okay.
Persona!
Can get one-shotted here. So you just swing for the fences. That's gonna suck.
Persona!
It's still alive.
Yeah, they're super resistant. And I have to block. Try this again. I think it was dumb luck.
It's still alive.
Why were you targeting that one? Yeah, it's just have evade in general sucks so hard. So... Oh no, that's ally.
It's still alive.
Don't mock. My next strike will be the last.
Charm is definitely a possibility.
Only one enemy left!
Dude,
That was one hell of a fall.
that is raw. So having a charm target, charm persona with a charm boost might be a way around that. All right, well we got the 3, and that's a lot of XP. Evade slash. Are they slash? There's the AoE spell. Yeah, those things are rough. They're so scary. Alright, so we got the 3. So now we're gonna run up to 120. Or if there's a green... If there's a rare spawn.
There are 2 of them! Attack! One enemy to go!
Not here to grind our way. I'll take that though. It's a T3. Oh, we're just gonna go up. We're gonna have to come back down at 120. Don't see a gold. Oh! Wow, okay. Gonna wait. I need this spawn too. No, it's gotta rotate around. Oh, come on. No. Stop doing that. Okay. Opportunity. That's not good. Not a good entry point. Okay.
A rare form! Destroy it! A rare one! Don't let it get away!
Okay. We got it. We got the silver medal. Alright, now we can run upstairs as quickly as possible. Taking out anything that gets in the way.
There are 2 of them! Attack!
Yeah, so we got the silver medal and the red shadow. The other thing is higher up.
My next strike will be the last. I couldn't finish it off.
Shinjiro Senpai defeated an enemy!
Okay,
Find the stairs. Won't get blocked. Oh boy. Why are there such high spawn rates?
There are 4 enemies! Attack! Ninanshi! Good choice.
Now's our
the
chance.
enemy is down. I summon you. The enemy's
Go
off
for one
balance.
more.
Attack! There are 4 enemies left. 3 enemies
You
left.
really are smart.
Really?
There are 3 enemies left.
I couldn't finish it off.
Ugh.
2 enemies to go.
I didn't miss.
Last one.
Really? Yeah, fine. Just giving you Wizard 101 vibes, I suppose. That is certainly one way to look at it. Okay. We need to reach 120. Where are my staircases? Come on. Run across. Darn, that's a dead end. Okay.
There are 4 enemies. Attack!
Hang on, we gotta...
Give me a sec. I'll scan the target. I summon you. You found.
Let me pitch in.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Aki. Works out. Oh no! It hit the one that... The heck, man? There's no way you're...
There are 4 enemies left.
Ah, that random physical counter. You're not Geo. I'm pretty sure we already checked that you're not Geo. That's a bad idea.
The enemy's weak against light.
Oh, it's a Hama target. And it's for... Oh, are you a strike? Shinjiro is a strike? Huh. Alright, well... Oh no. How dare you! Alright, it's a Hama target, right?
Persona! 2 more enemies.
I've been waiting for this. Okay, now.
Alright. Alright. Alrighty. Do we have a Mothman? I think I have a Moth. All the cards, man. What does Counter-Strike do? It's probably a state for being attacked, as opposed to a passive. Okay. Alright. Where are my staircases? We need to rescue the, kiddo. Don't be red. I don't need red targets. Okay, this one's fine.
There are 4 enemies. Attack! I summon you. The enemy's off balance. Attack! Huh?
How do you miss the same target twice?
There are 4 enemies left.
What a tough bastard.
I can.
I couldn't finish it off.
How are you guys so
3 enemies left.
Oh, there. Welcome back, Offers.
I'm still alive.
Alright.
There are 3 enemies left. Enemy defeated.
Just 2 more to go. My next one will be the last.
2 enemies left.
His animation is so
The
goofy.
enemies return to normal.
Okay, that hurt.
The enemy.
How dare you?
1 enemy
That's
to
the
go.
last one. What a tough bastard.
I realize there's a downside to having
I couldn't finish it off.
a doggo as a party member. It also means that whenever it gets hit, it does a whimper noise that can be a trigger. You know, like having a doggo in a game. Ooh. Oh no, wait. That might not be as exciting. 150. Wow, I was really far behind. I just don't buy weapons. We're relying on requests to provide the weapons. Can you not, please? Huh. And a whiff.
There's
What was
1
it?
enemy.
Hama.
Attack.
So just throw it out. Let's see. Nice. I'll take it. Alright, cat face. I forgot what this cat face guy is called. Oh, yeah. Baros. Electric boost. Do I have to choose? Oh no, okay, it replaces. Good. Why are you in the way?
There are 2 of them. Attack.
Garu, we're good.
Persona. That's the way.
Now's our chance.
That's not the way. You missed one.
You found the enemy's
All right,
weakness.
let's kick some ass. Let's do it. That's the last one.
Good old music. Oh, here we go. Up, up, and away. Now we just got 3 more floors. And I am running out of SP. Hey, turn around. There's too little distance here. Turn around.
There are 2 of them.
Okay.
Attack.
YOLO.
Minanshi. One
Heck.
enemy left. I summon you.
Oh yeah, and I can't strike them,
Only
right?
one enemy left.
No! I hit the wrong button! I hit Y! Oh my gosh. Alright. Wait, hold on. We can't hit as repel on strike.
Still alive.
Slash is fine. That's scary. That is very scary.
Persona.
No! This is bad because if she gets hit... Wait, this is Slash.
Ready for this?
If she gets hit... It could just end.
Let's go.
Still alive.
Rip. Okay.
Akihiko-senpai.
That was expected. Yep. I took the risk instead of guarding with my MC. So the MC would have died in 1 minute. And we would have to do all that over again. We already got all the rares. Oh, can't afford. Can't afford to take more risks like that. That was a little scary. The team is too weak. I've been efficiency running too much. Okay. Not a staircase. Where are my staircases at? Where are all these dead ends? Darn it. Hold. Sneaky beaky.
There's someone on this floor. Find them, please.
Oh yeah, here it is. Alright. We're looking for the old couple's son. This is the old couple's son. Pretty sure. Same family name. Bunkishi? Oh no. Ah! Turn around. I was stuck between 3 mobs.
There are 4 enemies. Attack.
I'm so low on SP.
I summon you.
I have items though. Items will work.
Keep it up.
Want me to go?
Yes. Really?
There are 3 enemies left.
Ugh.
Next strike will be the last.
2 enemies left.
Why aren't they getting
Two
tired?
enemies left.
What a tough bastard.
Heck.
There's one enemy left. The enemy.
That's the last
Alright, I'm
one.
okay with that.
Only one enemy left.
I got this. Ugh.
That's that.
I imagine Shinjiro gets a redemption animation in P3R. What is this nonsense? Where's the staircase at? Oh no, wait, I'm looking for the person, not the staircase. Yeah, that's the... I think that's the closure for the old couple.
There are two of them. Attack. One enemy to go.
One more day to wait, Coffers, until the P5X update. Charm boots. Ooh, wait. This could be helpful if I actually had charm. Oh wait, I do. Oh, this could be useful. Hold up. Okay. Something's happening, sure. Oh, that's kind of gross. There he is. Oh no, it's the old guy. Wait. Oh no, it's the old man. It's not his son, it's him. Is that one of the... What is he doing there? No, that's the Hierophant. What? How did he get there? It's weird. I guess it'll be explained. I thought we were looking for like the soul of their lost son or something. All right. Silver medal, here you are. I'm surprised you were able to obtain it from the opulent hand. The reward I've selected for you is rather unique, okay? It's too small for a human to use, but it's right for a man's best friend. Aww. I'm sure your canine companion will find it both mouth-watering and effective. A bone? Oh, okay. I see you brought 3 gold handguards as requested. They're perfect for use with a katana. Not many things are both beautiful and functional as these are. About the reward, okay. A simple yet sturdy metal frame with small lettering on the placard. It's a bus stop sign? Oh, this is for Junpei. I've heard that in your world they can be found all over the place. I'd like to see some of these signs in their natural habitat someday. Yeah, that's probably a Junpei weapon. Alright, so we can't do the bring me oil, that's outside of Tartarus. So we still have... Oh, no. Oh yeah, I still need to get up to floor 126. And then it's more or less this. And then we can create a Jack Frost. Let's see if we can fuse one now. What level am I? 40? Dominion. I'm seeing some interesting tiering that they have. Different tiering. Which one is this? Sangha? Heng Haru? Alright. Sure. Na, 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 na. No charm. That is definitely an interesting thing to have. Nullify stat penalty on party member. Interesting. Gotta collect them all, or I guess fuse them all. No, we'll probably have to gain some levels. What about a two-step? Interesting. A star. What in the world is that? You have a step up. Alright, we'll just wait. Alright. Alright, we're gonna run up all the way to the next sentinel, right? What's that? Like over 12 floors? I'm definitely not comfortable with the team member. Alright, running back up. Oh goodness, heckin' pitch black. Heckin' pitch black. Can't see anything.
There are 4 enemies. Attack!
I don't have any Moodle. On my well, maybe.
There are 4 enemies left.
My next strike will be the last.
Really?
3 enemies left.
Let's just take them out
2
manually.
enemies to go.
2 left.
Nice.
Oh wait,
All right, good job.
Now.
I forgot. I can equip something on
2 enemies left.
Koro-chan.
1 enemy to
Last
go.
one. Okay.
Nothing like boxing gloves and a suit. Okay, hang on. I can give Koro-chan a bone. Probably a weapon. Where are you? Koromaru. Alright, I'll take a crit up. Useful. I can't see anything, Captain. Someone turn back the lights. Wait. Might actually be this way. Okay. Alright. Go, go, go. Okay. Ooh. I'll at least take a red mob though. Which one are these? Okay.
There are 2 of them. Attack! I summon you. That's it. The
I've
enemy
been
is.
waiting for this. Okay, now.
Koromaru properly has a bone now. That's good. Do I still have a Mothman on? Answer is no. Staircase! Alright. What is this? Like one of those like spiky guys, right?
There's 1 enemy. Attack!
no strike, right? But I can still slash.
Take that!
Yo, Kodomaru. Look at that big bone.
There are 3 of them! Strike first! I summon you! The enemy's
Go
off
for one
balance!
more.
Attack!
If I'm gonna guess, it's probably Mudo, right? Was that it? Was it the Mudo? Yeah. I think the crit is fine too. Oh no.
One enemy to
crit.
go!
That's the last one. My next strike will be the last.
Only one enemy left!
I couldn't finish it off.
Hey. Staircase. I see it. Go, go, go. More enemies than usual. Turn around. You won't. Boink.
A rare form! Destroy it!
Good job, Kodo. Always about death with them. Always about death. Oh, it's a floor of all rares. That means we can't hang around. Can't hang around for too long because of death. Gotta be careful.
A rare form! Destroy it!
Heck.
A rare one! Don't let it get away! Only one enemy left!
Straight up vanilla whack it. Ah, I can't avoid it. Oh no, alright. This is bad. Gotta find it. I feel like I'm gonna bump into death at this rate. Oh no, there's the stairs. We're good.
A rare form! Destroy it! The
You
enemy
butthead. I could risk it. Risk it for the biscuit.
Be careful!
Oh!
I sense death!
Run! Run! Death just popped out in that corner. Alright, it's fine. Death startles me every time, man. It just shows up right where you go. Oh,
There
goodness.
are 3 of them! Strike first! I summon you!
That startled me again.
Good choice!
Go for
The
one
enemy
more.
is down!
I thought death appears from a distance, but it can show up right in your same box.
Kara-chan defeated an
That's
enemy!
one hell of a mutt.
Did you just call Koro a mutt?
Kara-chan defeated another enemy!
Listen, what have you been doing? Nah, Shinjiro is a great guy. Just rough around the edges, you know. Did I use up the virtue? Ah, I didn't. You see the staircase? We run. Come on, give me a free staircase. Nope. Alright, I'll at least take the red mob. Alright, so we can charm these
There are
guys
2 strong enemies.
with
Attack!
sexy dance.
Persona!
Do it. And we have a charm boost. That's good. That's pretty much all we need.
2 enemies left.
And we'll try to take out the one.
I couldn't finish it off.
That's awkward. Oh no, that is risky. Oh, playing into the dodge slash dodge everything. It is very risky.
Still alive.
Okay, it didn't charge though.
The enemy.
You little butthead. They can't hit each other very well either. Oh my gosh.
Bring. What a tough bastard.
This is so troll. Oh, oh my. How dare you?
The enemy.
Okay. Alright. I'll take it.
1 enemy to go.
You really are smart.
Oh my gosh, even charmed.
Only 1 enemy left.
Okay. Oh no, that's bad. That is very bad. What? Can I even survive a defend? Wait, how long is that charge going to wait? How long does that charge last? Does it last forever? Okay. YOLO. Okay. I need something to lower their. Do you have lower? Oh, here it is.
Persona.
Oh, come on. It's still so effective.
What a tough bastard.
Actually.
Don't overdo it.
Oh my goodness. This is so toxic.
What a tough bastard.
These mobs are so toxic.
I couldn't finish it off.
Alright.
That's that.
Upgrade the heal. Oh, they learn all their skills by level 40. Like, between 40 and 50. That's not too high. Oh no. Not like this. Oh no, don't do this. Ugh! It is completely pitch black.
There are 3 of them. Strike first.
I'm guessing the other one is Moodle.
The enemy's off
Now's our
balance.
chance.
Attack!
I doubt it's Hama. No, we're gonna use the crit. No, no crit.
There are 3 enemies left.
Ugh. Okay. Oh,
2
actually,
enemies left.
that's awkward. There we go.
Great choice.
I've been waiting for this. Okay, now! That's the last one.
Ugh. Okay.
Adios.
What level am I supposed to 42? Where's the staircase? That's a pad. Getting ambushed in the dark is scary, man. Oh, nope, 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 nope. This gotta be this way? Run! Alright.
There's 1 enemy. Attack!
We can do slash. No. No strikes, though. It's interesting that axe is considered a strike
For this,
and not a
my
slash.
next strike will be the last. Persona!
Okay.
Okay.
Come on, staircase. I think that's a dead end. Dang it. Now I'm lost. Oh, I found it. Okay. Back to normal vision. Dang it. Alright.
There are 2 of them. Attack!
I'm obviously making this a little... I'm being a little dramatic
2 enemies
for
left.
the excitement, right?
1 enemy to
Last
go.
one!
Trying to keep myself engaged.
I couldn't finish it off.
Only 1 enemy left.
Good job, Kodo-chan. Throw a dog a bone, right? Level 42. I just need to be level 40. I mean, 41. I need to be level 42 to do all the fusions. So we'll just move along when we get to the top. So it was this. Wait, hold on. Stairs? Run! Okay. I think we're about to reach the Sentinel, yeah. Where are my stairs at? Dang it. This is the quintessential Persona 3 experience. Making sure you choose your battles because of willpower. It's actually definitely a fun mechanic in E5X. Like monitoring your willpower before you go insane from exhaustion.
There's 1 enemy. Attack!
Stop sniffing, coffers. What's wrong with
Only
you?
1 enemy left.
That does.
What a tough
That
battle.
is a good emote for Kodo though.
Persona! Okay.
Alright. So let's go. Skip that mob. Okay. So first sentinel. Go back down. Did I gain level? Let's have stats. Alright, let's see what type of enemy we have. I could try to sexy dance them. There are 3 of them. Oh, the tanks? It's either electric or ice. Or I can sexy dance them. We'll try... It's probably ice.
Persona!
Yep.
The enemy's off balance.
That's kind of bad because I have a physical dominant. They're probably immune to electric, so that's not helpful. Oh, probably immune to fire as well. Oh no, I don't have a team that does damage on them.
Good boy.
Yeah, they're resistant to physical. Probably all physical. Like resistant at least. Yeah, they're resistant. Defense down, that's bad. Probably immune to electric too. So we better punch this guy.
I couldn't finish it off.
Oh.
The enemy!
Ow! Ugh! That's bad. That's very bad.
That's the way.
And my MC is the healer, so that's bad too. Or I'll have to switch one of the party members. There's no way to deal damage. Like three of the guys can't even deal damage to them. I mean, we could try to crit all of them.
Good job.
Go, Koro. Do it again. That weapon has high crit.
Good boy.
Do it again. Aww. Do it. Oh,
What a tough
Shinjiro. Why?
The enemy!
Yeah, that's gone. It's over. Ow! Oh, he has a second level
Don't
heal
overdo
actually.
it.
Don't do it.
Enemies return to normal.
Oh no. Okay. Got
Defense
lucky.
weakened. Please
Killed the
be
right
careful.
target.
Summon you.
We might actually get squeezed on by
You
dumb
found
luck.
the
Now's our
enemy's
chance.
weakness. I summon you. The enemy
Oh
is
yeah,
down.
dumb luck. Dumb luck for the win. Oh no, they're still alive. I thought this was gonna be enough.
What a tough bastard.
Oh no. Not like this.
Defense weakened. Please be careful.
It's still alive.
Rip.
Get it. Damn.
Oh yeah, that way. Save me from a fatal attack. Alright. Dumb luck. Dumb luck for the win.
Good choice. The
All
enemy
right,
is
let's kick some ass. Let's do it.
So that was so dumb luck. Even triggered the mortal wound save. Crazy. Alright. That means we keep going. Alright, let's go. Up, up, and away. I wouldn't have it any other way. Alright, so we need to find the next lost soul. Okay. I doubt it's gonna be before the Sentinel. They keep placing the lost souls right before the Sentinel, so you have to like climb twice. I can see why they did it, but not my favorite. You have to climb twice, save the soul, and hit the checkpoint. Oh wait. Yeah, I have to get to floor 126 to start looking for a particular mob. Oh, okay, I'm blocked out. We're doing as minimal fighting as possible throughout this game.
There are 3 of them. Strike first. Kara-chan defeated an
Now
enemy.
that's one hell of a mutt.
One enemy to
Last
go.
one.
Give me more high
finish
crit
it off.
Only
weapons.
one enemy left.
High crit weapons are great. Okay. Up, up, and away. I'll take free one. Run across. Run across. Alright. Alright, so this is where we find mobs. Which honestly... I still just want to look for stairs. I don't think so. I'm trying to guess where the stairs are. Probably in this direction.
There are 2 of them. Attack.
Let's take a guess. Sure.
Persona.
Fufu? Nope. Agi? Nope.
2 enemies left.
Oh! Wait, it could be Strike. Oh, it is.
Come on, finish it. Don't
Intriguing. Strike.
Adios.
That's useful. Are these the... Nope. Not the ones I'm looking. Okay. Here we go again. Same guys, right? Alright.
There are 2 strong enemies. Attack.
The sexy dance does work out, though.
I summon you.
You kind of just want one
2
of them,
enemies
not
left.
2 of them. Darn. Nice.
Brilliant. Get lost.
Just hit them down while they're down.
My next strike will be the last. I couldn't finish it off.
There we go. Kick his butt.
Enemy defeated.
That's the last one.
Dun, dun, dun.
My next strike will be the last.
Only 1 enemy left.
Rip. 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 I should reduce the evasion rate.
Let's go.
Rip. That passive though. Come on. There we go.
Great.
Give me 4 wands, please. Oh no, no shuffle time. Feels bad, man. Counter strike. Okay. Killing wave.
It restores your health a little when you advance to the next floor.
Oh, that's useful. Neat. Needleberry. Oh. There's this way. Stairs this way.
There are 2 of them. Attack!
YOLO.
I summon you.
I think 1 is Mudo, probably. Use the crit instead. Photo. That high crit weapon, though. Physical crit OP. Until you encounter one that just completely repels you. Okay. Almighty damage. It would be great to have a source of almighty damage.
There are 2 of them. Attack!
Darn.
2 enemies left.
Don't mock me. Get lost.
Shinjiro
Last
Senpai
one.
defeated an enemy.
This is it.
Oops. I don't want to talk about it. Oh, those are the... No. They're not what I'm... Okay. Nice. I take free stairs any day. Darn you. That's bad. I got startled.
Surprise attack. 2 enemies.
That startled the heck out of me.
2
I didn't think I
enemies
was
left.
able to get tapped there.
Shinjiro
Last
Senpai
one.
defeated an enemy.
I couldn't finish it off.
Only 1 enemy left.
Oh, these are the ones I'm looking for. The Empress mirrors.
Okay.
Yep. Staircase, run for it. Okay. No enemies? Oh. Interesting. No, no, there are enemies. There's very few of them. Okay. Here we go again. I do have a working strat though.
There are two strong enemies. Attack!
Alright.
Two enemies left.
Let's go. My next strike will be the last.
Nice. Attack each other. Good job.
Now that's one hell of a month.
Here we go. Charm OP.
I've been waiting for this. Okay, now.
It's a coincidence. I
That's the last one.
had a persona.
What a tough bastard.
Only one enemy left.
Good night.
Give me a shuffle time.
Did it.
Come on. No, not shuffle time. Ooh, Mamudo is coming up. $35. There's a lost soul on the next floor. So I have to climb this again. Come on. It's a constant guessing game. Oh. I need this. This is something I am looking for.
There are two of them. Attack!
One of the last tasks. I hope I accepted the quest.
Two enemies left.
Point.
Shinjiro
Last
Senpai
one.
defeated an enemy.
I couldn't
Only
finish
one
it off.
enemy left.
Where's that crit life? Offers, where are my crits? $42. We made it to 42. This is it? Oh no. I think I forgot. I might have forgotten to take the request. Because it's supposed to be a sword. I mean, I'll take that. Ah, dang it. I've got to take the request.
There's one enemy. Yes, the enemy's
All right,
down.
let's kick some ass. Let's do it.
I forgot what it's called. It's a katana name, not a spear. We don't need any more XP. Sucks to suck.
There's someone on this floor.
Yep. We have to come back.
There are three of them. Strike first. There are three enemies left.
Bring it. Get lost. Bring it. Get lost. Come on, finish it. Don't mock me. Alright, let's kick some ass. Let's do it.
These choices are stinky cheese, I tell you. Stinky cheese. Where are you, buddy? I'm here to rescue you. That's not it. Where are you? Good sir, where are you hiding?
There
Oh,
are 2 of them. Attack!
I still need
Yes!
tiaras.
The enemy's down. Attack
Now's our
again.
chance.
Nice one. The enemy's off balance
Alright,
now.
let's kick some ass. Let's do it.
Oh, where the heck did Kodo win? That's awkward. Oh, come on. Now you give me SP? Okay. There you are.
It's
You
powerful,
heckin'
but
tank.
we can attack first. Only 1 enemy left.
Physical
Oh,
attacks
right.
are out.
Oh no. Wait. Aren't you guys immune to electricity too? So you're immune to
Strikes are useless
strikes?
against
Persona!
Yo, what?
Ready for this? What a tough bastard.
Sure, let's just throw it out.
Deuces!
Oh,
I've been waiting for this.
it's different.
Okay,
Different from the Sentinels. That's scary. That is very scary. I'm gonna block here.
my next strike will be the last. Persona! I've been waiting for this. Okay, now!
Oh. That's a weird choice. Okay. Ooh, what are you? Okay. Alright. You're fine. Let's get back. Alright, so I need to make a black frost. Wait, gotta fulfill our request. What? Oh man. Wait. How do I have 3? Oh. Wait. How do I not have enough Empress mirrors yet? Uh... 42. Dominion man. How about 2? How in the world? Wait. Is Black Frost? Oh. Queen Mab. I see. So. Alright. Then I'm gonna do some shenanigans here first. Goth? Okay. Mr. Monkey Man. Where's your bird friend? Wait, what is that? Almighty damage. Ooh. That can come in handy. Okay. There's an almighty Sona. I need to remove one more space. Can I do Samael? There's Samael. Something different. Dionysus is too far out of reach. Dominion. We can do Dominion. What are you, Dominion? Interesting. Good old Dominion. Oh, you look really different. That sucked. I thought that would be like... That's awkward. That's a really bad Dominion. Alright, we have 4 slots. And we're just gonna make the Black Frost from all the... I really hope I have a copy of all of them. Did I register a copy of all of them? Where's Magician? I did not register King Frost. Wait, is King Frost Emperor? I think King Frost is actually Emperor. Okay. And who else? It was King Frost and Queen Mab. I have Queen Mab. Oh, that's kind of cute. Alright, so... Pyro Jack. Jack Frost. King Frost, right? And then you give King Frost a queen. Where are you, Queen Mab? What's my money at? Okay. And we'll make a Black Frost. Here we go. Wow. What else can you have? Just a bunch of Agi or Bufu, Agi or Bufu, and Moodle. I think those are already fine. Well, I'm trying to get Hama as well. Interesting. What else can you do? Recarm. You can get so many things. Poison. We're gonna be replacing anyways. Ooh, achievements. Look at that cutie. Cool. Decrease all. That's good. That is a useful one. Ice boost? I don't think we're gonna be. Oh, Fufu is out. What is that? Trafudi? Oh, nah. Peace. Oh, you even get Tarujaka. Interesting. Alright. Yep. I see within you it must be Black Frost. I heard of his sad tale before. I can sense a kind of cuteness from it, tempered with wickedness out of the depths of the soul. I'm sure there are other personas I've never encountered, living deep within the human psyche. Baseball jersey? Piece of armor, maybe? Alright. So now we have to take on this rare thing, right? Or these. Wait. Can I make a persona Giri Mekala? Giri Mekala via is that one of the crosses? Okay. I think I have all of these. I don't remember Taraka. Where is it? Taraka. Uh-oh. It's the lowest one. So I have no idea how to fuse that. And I think I have the other two. It's a low one, so that means I hopped over it. Oh no, here it is. Black Frost. So it requires a fool, huh? Alright, Black Frost, you're going in the... I need you. Easy come, easy go. Oh. Sure. Magnet A. Sure. Mamudo. Stress boot. Alright, and I'm pretty sure I have the others. I think I just did a Randa. Oh no, I might not have a Gur yet. Okay, I know I have a Vitella. Oh no. Oh, Gur is just 15 actually. And I'm I thought I just fused a... Did I not? I know it was a fusion target though. Okay. I might still have enough to make the dude. Oh, there it is. With Dominion. What about if I do... No, okay. So I need... Alright. We gotta make up for we gotta make up for some utility now. I think having Black Frost will make up for the utility, I suppose. It has a bit of use. Alright, and then we can do... There we go. Alright, what can you have? Oh, that's the name of the elephant. Thing. Oh, you're a physical. Okay, I see Marakunda. Marakunda is good. Can I get a maybe like Tarakaja? There's Auto. Endure Dark. You're weak to light and wind. Charm boost. Doesn't look too great. There's Rebellion. What's that charm boost doing? What are those things? Why? Sure. Hello there, Show. It's going pretty well. How are you doing today? What are you up to? Okay. Something's happening to Rebellion. Yeah, sure. That's kind of useful. More utility. Ice boost. Alright, that's going away for Mamudion. Mamudon. Survive light. Oh, that's good. Wait, is survive light what I think it is? Low odds of revival verse. Interesting. Endure Dark is... What is this? Deal damage, poison all foes. Oh, that's kind of neat. Oh, this is going. Power Slash is going. Not too bad. Just finished work a few minutes ago. How's work going? Work going alright? Alright. So we fulfilled that. Pick this up. I sense that this is probably a Indian or Hindu related god. Girimakala or something. now resides within you. Amazing. You have fulfilled. I have prepared a special reward. Alright, what is it? You'll be able to create. Oh, Neviros. Okay. Marinette. Okay. Alright, so we can't do bring me oil. We have to do this. So we have to spawn rare chests. Oh, that's the 5th block. We can't do that. We can't create that. Wait, was that Daisojo? Interesting. And then we still need to get the mirrors. Alright. Not too bad. We're about to... looking good. But now the question is, how do our personas look? What is our utility? So we got Mamudon. Okay, so we got our light and dark source. Do we have any other utilities left? Okay. Zion, no. Garu works. Still, so no, what do I need? I need a Bufu? I don't think Bufu ended up working at all. Right? There was no Bufu targets. There was definitely a Garu target. So that's kind of okay. I think we're good enough. Let's start with this one. Work went well, thanks. You had to take like a 15-minute nap though, because you didn't sleep well. Oh. And the work is quite repetitive. Was crashing hard. How are naps for you? Are naps good? Are you a napping person, or is this more like an atypical thing? I used to nap pretty frequently. When I was doing research and stuff, my apartment was across the street. It was like a 5-minute walk. So if I'm not in the best of energies, that I often tell myself that I much rather do things in a lucid point as opposed to running the risk of working tired. All right, let's go. So we need to climb to the next sentinel. Meanwhile, gotta keep our eyes peeled for a gold chest. Gotta look for a gold chest. Actually, gold chest occurs 128, so we gotta go up to 1. Ah! Get away from me! Oh no, one of my guys are stuck.
You'll wear yourself out at this rate. You seem very tired, Shinjiro-senpai.
Shush!
Akihiko-senpai, maybe you should take a break.
Shush!
Koro-chan seems really tired.
Oh wait, hold on. I forgot to heal. That's why he's saying that. I've got to recover my stats.
There are 2 of them! Attack! I summon you! That's the way! I summon you! Keep it up!
Alright, let's kick some ass. Let's do it.
Okay. Give me this. I consumed almost all my personas, right? Okay. Where are those stairs? Oh, wait. We gotta check for if there's a chance. I don't usually think there's a chance. Just gotta quickly examine the floors. Alright, we're good to go. Yep. Oh yes, but less so. You have a diagnosed sleeping problem that you're living with for years and was dangerously sleep deprived. Oh, I see. Within the past year, you were finally able to do something about it, but you keep up with it. Last night you didn't. Oh, okay. Fair enough, fair enough. Well, I mean, every once in a while, you know, not too bad. Glad to hear you're finding a working solution. Or something working. Where my staircase is at.
There are 2 of them. Attack!
Gio and that was Hama, was it? I think it was Hama. Yeah, definitely been game changer. Nice, nice.
I summon you! 1 enemy left!
Now's our chance.
Only
Yeah, that's a
1
tank.
enemy left.
I was about to tell you, like, don't
Physical
worry,
attacks are out.
it is a tank. Yes, indeed, it's a tank.
I've been waiting for this. Okay, now.
These are all Persona. The idea of Persona is also their personifications and projections of inner self. So they can take the form of pretty much anything. And typically in the Persona world,
You found
they
the
take
enemy's weakness.
they kind of represent various things like gods, spiritualism, things of harm or weird representations, but it's a manifestation. So not taken literally.
Attacks are out. Let's go.
And the name Persona is dealing with
I've been
a
waiting for this. Okay, now.
metaphysical presentations. Each of the series games have a different way of representing the metaphysical world.
All right, let's kick some ass.
In
Let's do it.
this game is something called the Dark Hour, and personas are manifestations of the heart. Sort of. It's like a alternative. They're considered shadows, so it's like an entity that is not in the planes of the physical world, so to speak. Because I'm saying this only because in Persona 5 it's technically a manifestation of the heart too. The heart and the mind, where you delve into people's minds and understand their like inner demons and whatnot. So all of their mind palaces. In Persona 5 you literally delve into a figurative but metaphorical mind palace. This one is a manifestation of inner darkness. So you're in this like area. You're in this area that represents an entity that is hard to understand, a shadow of darkness. Oh, so the persona usually use gods, you say? Can someone be a tank? Not all of them are gods and whatnot, but their names and stuff, they represent difference from virtue. So I forgot what the tank stands for. Like what their names are associated with. So like all of these come from different religions and different mysticisms and stuff. Like a large, you know, a lot of them also Japanese. Like Omitsunu is probably a Japanese one. So Thoth is not, right? Of course I'm not really that good on religion and spiritualism, so I don't know. I think Thoth is Egyptian, right? Thoth. And virtue is Christianity, right? The sins, like the different, not sins, the vices and banes of humans. So you have like virtue, power, and I don't know which one this comes from. It does scream of an Asian, like a possible Asian variety of some sort. This might be Hindu, right? And then there's like things that there's just no chance I would know. Perhaps when I play through all the Persona games, I will find some extra time on the side to figure out the origins of all their names. The reason why I know they're religious figures is because I do know some of them, like Praviti, and like all the Christian ones too, like Sariel, all like Michael, Mikhail, Ariel, yeah, Uriel, all the angels are in it. Samael, right? Those things are in it too. So in this game, wait, where the heck did Oromaru went? Oh, yeah. So they Persona itself, in order to represent the metaphysical world, they use and to bind the themes of life and death and stuff together, they basically draw from all the different forms of religion and spiritualism. Yeah. In Persona 3, some of the major events are based on the arcana, so the tarot system, like Empress, Emperor, Priestess, Lovers, and stuff. In P4, I haven't played P4 enough to know what they were. P5 used the 7 deadly sins. The people you go against, like the villains, they represent the different sins. So greed, sloth, lust, passion, wrath, situation. Yeah. It's not uncommon. I'm not sure how often you watch anime, but it is not uncommon for those who watch anime to also have these themes in many well-received anime. Like the gold standard animes tend to use spiritualism, like mysticism, shamanism, to present like existential, like fantasy anime. Like right now, currently, I was watching Re:Zero, season 4 of Re:Zero, and Re:Zero's like entire archetype is around the 7 sins. There's also literal shows that are called 7 deadly sins. Okay, here we go again. Oh no, I don't have a charm anymore. Do I have a way to charm? I don't. Yeah, we're not gonna touch that, right? Yeah, we're not touching that. Oh, I already passed the floor. It was floor 28. Dang it. No, that's fine. We'll just head to the Sentinel.
There are 3 of them. Strike first.
Let's take a guess. Let's take a guess on this. I feel like it's going to be Mamudon.
I summon you. Two more
Rip.
enemies.
It's not. Okay. I think I already tested this. Agi? Oh, it's Agi. Okay. You was thinking. You were thinking actually that you've always liked when in an anime they use cultures or beliefs from other countries and mix it with their own. You don't think American media does it often, or maybe you just never noticed? American media, when it comes to other spiritualisms, yeah, it's kind of a so in terms of American media, like specifically American media, because of the double standard, there is a lot of internet double standards that happen with American media, because American media tends to be stigmatized for hybridization, as opposed to, like, when you're saying you find it interesting that's mixed, American media, when it comes to like the representation of stuff, there's a hypersensitivity for it, and then there's a double standard when it comes to foreigners looking in on American media. Like, for example, if there was a American media attempt to, I don't know, do a Bollywood movie, for example, that would encompass a lot of the spiritualisms of Hinduism, the internet has a double standard where it would feel like a cheap imitation. Like, I'm not saying that there are villains or victims of this type of setup, but historically what has happened over time is that whenever American media attempts to portray beliefs of other countries, there's a double standard understood that American media would be likely poorly received, because oftentimes there's a prevailing conception that anything portrayed or produced by American media is a cheap imitation of understanding of wherever the inspiration comes from, as opposed to looking at it as a presentation from a multicultural country that has maybe a superficial blend already. Like, for example, whenever American media presents Asian American culture, like something that would resonate with me, then you will have the consistent expectation that the net will criticize that for not being real, or not being authentic enough. And when I watch those things, I typically do not have that same concern, because being Asian American already presents its mixed type of culturalism. However, when it's released on the internet, typically American media is criticized by those who are authentically or natively that region. So it happens maybe a little less so on the Western world, like the European side of things. Like, all right, here's an Italian character, and then you would get an Italian group of people would say, like, that's not how Italians work. Those are fake Italians who are New Yorkers or something like that. So to me, it's kind of tough to incentivize an entire media to present something other than American. So while Japanese, something like this, like Persona, they're not necessarily doing that much different per se. However, there's a double standard. Japanese, despite occasionally there is criticisms for Japanese media where they would show, let's say, an American portrayal of something, and it can come under scrutiny. Generally, though, the United States, especially because of the centralized net, in my opinion, when you think about American media, it's a punching bag most of the time when it comes to things of spiritual nature, political nature, and generally immigrant life. At least, and I'm not saying it's bad or good, simply that when it comes to American media, they try to focus on multi-generational American portrayals, largely because it comes under scrutiny a lot of times. Like, for example, I said personally, Disney has this movement, and Netflix also has this movement. Disney has been not as on the ball compared to Netflix, where they attempt to portray Asian culture in the United States, or from the perspective of the United States. And sure enough, Japanese, Chinese, Korean, Thai, Vietnamese, all of them effectively can become incredible scrutinizers of what Asian American culture is portrayed. So usually in American media, they portray Americana, cowboys, right? Cowboys, organized crimes, multi-generational things. Whenever occasionally in American media release something of like Asian culture or stuff, it usually comes from very heavy investment to recruit native representatives. Like even American rom-coms like Crazy Rich Asian came under fire despite having like actors and writers who are closely tied to the representative groups. So it is kind of the to me, that's the kind of the landscape. So no, I don't think you're like living under a rock or anything. I do actually think there's a very business and optics observation, like reason for a lack of American media that tackles mixing or incorporating other people's cultures or beliefs. Generally speaking, it is heavily understood and biased that any American media that attempts to do that comes under heavy scrutiny, largely because the philosophy of the United States when it comes to media is distinctively, noticeably dissonant, or like a conflict of interest with other countries. So when you have a video game, for example, as well, it rarely tries to incorporate other versions. Okay, I can see what you're saying, which is funny though, considering how diverse the country is. At least I believe it is. I mean, I'm a product of the diversity. I actually argue for the opposite. It is ironic, like irony in the sense of funny. It's ironically funny that I would argue the United States have one of the highest diversifications and normalization of diversifications. The thing is, higher diversity also creates higher conflicts of interest. So I think it's it might be counterintuitive. The more diverse a country is, the more difficult it can be to unconditionally release depictions of its diversity. So in a way, it's both counterintuitive and ironically humorous in human nature. When you have a country that is likely to be diverse, it is also a country to be most likely conflicted. And its confliction creates you could argue, an oversensitivity or a more sensitive environment than a country that has homogeneous monocultural agreements. So in Japan, for example, there can be a coherence of opinion on how to use other people's cultures and mixing them and portraying them from Japan, so it becomes consistent, and that consistency creates an acceptance of how Japanese handles other cultures in their media. In the United States, in my opinion, I do make the argument, and I agree with you, that's considered one of the more diverse countries. In fact, arguably one of the most diverse countries. Now, because of that, there is no agreeable opinions. Like, opinions are not readily agreed upon. I mean, it's not only 50-50, it's like 30-30-30 at this point, so because of that, whenever someone, like, there's a meme, for example, where a country like Italy or France would look at the United States and say, why are they arguing about all the silly things, like the trivial things, and like things like, why are they arguing about how they get out of bed, or which side of the road they're driving on, or what is the right way to enter a house and stuff? That is the irony here, because all of that argument, all that consistent bickering and opinion is naturally comes with the increased diversity. When another country, like a foreigner, like I'm just taking this with a grain of salt, the unification creates clarity. The United States does not have a lot of clarity, largely due to its diversity. So when you're trying to portray a media, it's going to look like a mess. So like for example, Disney will try to present, Disney has been trying this quite openly with their animation, try to invest and portray other cultures, and it'll seem like a mixed bag, like, oh, we're gonna take a little bit from this and a little bit from this and then smash it together, and then you have critics, and then suddenly Pacific Islanders are upset with their portrayal of the looseness of various superficial topics, largely because diversity breeds conflict of interest. So whenever you ask like American media, what do you think we should portray, or what is the accurate, most fundamental way to portray a mixture of cultures? Well, you're going to get a mixed bag, because in the United States, there are people with different opinions. Now, when you go to a country that has far more monocultural alliance, when they look in on a country that has a more diverse choice set, it would be very obvious to them what should be done, because for the most part, the country agrees, social norms. So Japanese is one of the places that are incredibly homogenous, despite having, you know, varying dialects and some form. The range in Japanese cultural diversity is far less than the United States. So their decorums and all their rules are very homogenous across the board. They are able to maintain that. You know, the high level rigor, the politeness in public space, the organization. There are rarely conflict of interest of how management works, hierarchy, business models. So that adherence and consistency provides normalization for games and for products and whatnot. And then you have a mixed bag in the United States. I say this because I grew up in the United States. When someone says, oh, hey, you Americans do this, and I'm like, what Americans? What kind of Americans are you talking about? I mean, the irony here is the whole point of the American lifestyle being incredibly difficult to define is both its richness and its bane. So I usually think that when someone looks in and say, isn't it just easy? It's basic common sense to represent Hinduism like this. Yeah, it would be basic common sense if everyone in your country largely agrees on one perspective despite being a foreigner, right? Like if Germans view Hinduism, there might still be different groups of Germans who view Hinduism differently, like maybe West Germany and East Germany. However, their distance from each other is far less spurious than the distance in the United States. So whenever you see, like, it's a common joke online where Americans are always fighting each other, like they're always arguing with each other, it's largely because it's the cake and eat it situation. When you have a diverse country, you have diverse opinions. And effectively, the thing you see is also the consequence of the thing you desire. So when people in other countries desire diversity, innovation, and different ideas all the time, it also comes with the idea that your country is also constantly in conflict, like arguing about what's right and what's wrong. And it is very quite reflective in American media. Someone could do a bang up job, right, releasing a game that touches upon another foreign country's aspect, and then the next company who like release, or the next author who writes something could release something that is entirely misguided or considered entirely misguided. And when we're talking about American media, we're also talking about businesses. So businesses would not want to engage technically in that type of gamble, like PR and whatnot. And I know you weren't here, but I usually talk about this concept called soft power in the globalization of countries. And with soft power is how much a country's appeal and optics can influence the perception of it, and how it can be used to sway other political agendas, or like how impactful they are on a global scale. And the United States is one that is really tenuous, generally speaking, because arguments and opinions, it's pretty much the punching bag online most of the time. Like, why are people who are neighbors who are consistently arguing with each other, and they're consistently can't find to agree on anything, and it takes like years to even pass legislation on something that would be common sense to a more homogeneous country. That's the trade-off. It's a trade-off. Compared to other countries that are less diverse, you think? Yeah, agree with everything you're saying. When I think about this at times, you try to think of how can the country become more unified and keep its diversity. Yeah, I think it's a balance. Obviously, we talked about this yesterday, about balance. You have to it's a compromise. It would be crazy if there is a country that could get the cake and eat it. Honestly, for myself, I'm not entirely sure I'll live long enough to do that. Like, I have spoken to Malaysians before, right? And maybe like a few other choice countries who argue that they are far more diverse, right? And when I go and talk to them, like on a serious discussion point, it's not like the problems aren't the same. So the one thing that is very contrasting in those particular governments is that they chose to enact a universal law, like rules, or enforce certain rules that created to preserve the diversity. All the diverse group also had to agree to specific rules, especially when it comes to rules of treatment and opinion. That's certainly one way to try to keep the diversity while staying unified. When you mention American media, we're talking about the United States now, and the United States foundation is that, you know, freedom of speech and liberties and civil rights and equality, right? So that type of system, you kind of end up embracing the diversity and the conflicts that come with it. Now, there are other places like if I had to cite some people that shared with me their personal thoughts, again, not a representative because I don't study geopolitics and whatnot, third-hand conversations, an example would be like France and Malaysia. They do a targeted rule that promotes blindness. So blindness would be like, instead of consulting and investing a lot of time on all the conflicts and opinions, you, in the country themselves, you unconditionally promote the acceptance without acknowledging the diversity. So that is quite a contrasting approach. United States, in my opinion, are overly cautious, overly invested in recognizing diversity, which leads to also sensitivity to it. Now, there are other countries who argue they are diverse as well, and their policies are to be tolerant of it and not acknowledge its diversity. in order to keep the diversity. It might sound a little bit counterintuitive. The idea is that if you are blind to the diversity can continue to exist without being the center of conflict. France has a known series of policies that promote color blindness, while Malaysia does a more like an incentivized system where you encourage, like, okay, we want to be educated in all of these things, and it's always unconditionally accepting. So how does that work out? I wouldn't say that in all three cases, which include the examples I have where there isn't any trade-offs. Like, you can have unification while also being diverse. Humans, to me, humans will still continue to be humans. Unification and diversity are at odds with each other in many fields, right? To be diverse is also meaning one cannot feel together with another group, right? In order to appreciate diversity, you also need to acknowledge the differences. Turning a blind eye or being tolerant to it is failing to celebrate diversity for the sake of unification. So in all three lines, reduction of diversity is a way to promote unification, and to increase diversity is to acknowledge that people are not unified under one idea or like a collective idea. It's interesting. Like bad and good, sad and, sad and happy, those type of things. And when it comes to diverse countries, there are very interesting case studies on like where they sit. It is a very important topic to me. Multiculturalism is a very important topic to me, which it's not a coincidence that I also play Persona games and Like a Dragon games. So RGG from SEGA is another developer that makes the Yakuza and the Like a Dragon series, and they address multiculturalism on multiple fronts as well, which the last game took place in Hawaii. So like they usually have some sort of Korean, Japanese, Chinese, and now I guess Asian American representation in their games. Their next game, the RGG group, is gonna release is Stranger Than Heaven. Their next game is in January, called Stranger Than Heaven, and it literally features a multilingual cast. So some of the characters are American immigrants. One of the main character is an American immigrant. American Japanese immigrant. So I like these games. Those are the two game series that I've decided to invest in, because it gives me an opportunity to talk about not necessarily that it's always sunshine and rainbows, but more like the reality. When you have multiculturalism, it requires skills. Like, it requires skills to embrace the diversity. So, like, I say this a little bit about Americans. Those who argue a lot, those who are disputing and having arguments and expecting different opinions, humans, so not race, ethnicity, and culture, humans, when they practice doing something, they normalize that. So when it comes to debate, discussion of taste, hypersensitivity, a constant hyper awareness of diversity, the United States would probably lead in that, and for both bad and good. Like, what seems trivial to another country may be that country also have unification on its agreements. Like, hey, video games should be this way. In a country that most of them agree what video games should be, then it will likely be that way. And it would seem trivial when you look at another country who bickers about, should we include like people of different colored skin in all of our games, because if we don't, then we're going to get bad ratings from selective groups. Those things might seem trivial when you're coming from a perspective of unification. So like, oh no, we all look the same, so that's fine. Like, it's okay if all of the people play all the roles. It's unified, so it creates consistency. And I often talk about English, so instead of thinking about culture and like appearances and ethnicity and nationality and stuff, learning a language, learning target language is also very similar. When you look at English, who do you think are going to argue, bicker about who speaks better English, who's smarter in English, what type of English it is? It's because English is being used by more people. So there will be more arguments about English, the language itself. When you choose a different language that entirely homogeneously come from a specific country, to make it related to persona, Japanese, the arguments and tolerance and expertise are less wild. There are less opinions because nearly all of 99% of speakers reside from a homogeneous country with a homogeneous culture, right? Again, even in that culture, there is deviation and diversity, but that's not compared to English. Everyone has an opinion on English, right? And again, I'm not saying anyone is a victim. There isn't like victims and villains here, like no one's better or worse. It's more understanding that humans, when it's diverse, they all have differing opinions. When it is not diverse, then maybe English can agree on what it is. If you ask a French person what English is to them, it's probably going to be very different from asking a German what English means to them. And I'm picking those two because English, two of the biggest contributors to English is the French language and the Germanic language, or aka like Romance language by adjacent, and also the Germanic language, which is of German roots. And then nowadays, when I'm learning Japanese, like today when I was talking about grammar and stuff, I was talking about the parallelisms between Japanese and English now online, because many of the bigger groups like Twitch, like gaming for example, the English has started mirroring Japanese, right? So like when I'm learning the Japanese grammar over and over again, I start to see the analogous changes in the net speak. So especially on Twitch, because lots of people on Twitch are very much exposed to Japanese culture, or at least the parts that they like, or the parts that they are interested in. So when they are surrounded by Japanese mannerisms and like media portrayals of Japanese mannerisms, their English start to reflect that too. And when you hear grammar points like, oh, Japanese people use this particular speech at this particular time, or they structure it this way and they use context, English adopted that. The sphere of people who speak English. Like for example, context-based communication. Japanese, one of the things that early English language learner, like English people who want to learn Japanese, they discovered that, oh, Japanese is a context language. And from someone who doesn't spend a lot of time online, like if there is a person who is learning Japanese but they don't spend a lot of time on Twitch, for example, they would easily say, oh, English is not contextual. It does not have fragmented, it's not sorted in a way that there's an analogous example in Japanese. And for myself, I would disagree. When I look at Twitch dialogue and the way English speakers who speak in a sphere on Twitch, it's starting to reflect the people who spend a lot of time with a particular culture or media presentation. So things like bruh, like the word bruh can legitimately draw analogous use cases to Japanese's use case contextually of one of their phrases. So that is not like, if you go outside of the sphere, like go to a university and you start throwing bruh around like that, it would still be dissonant. Like you would still have problems speaking to people. That's kind of the neat thing about diversity too. It becomes mosaic, which can create disagreement. In my opinion. Or whose English is the correct version? Yeah, from the UK or the States, yeah. Actually, here's the thing about that. I think I can't speak for the UK side, like being in the UK. However, from the United States, like growing up in the United States, I see the United Kingdom far more united in talking about what is the correct version of English. If you go to the United States and you ask around who speaks the correct version, it wouldn't start with British and American English. It would start with what type of American English. So that's kind of, like in my opinion, overlooked. Typically when there's a critic from outside, like a foreigner who criticize the United States for like, oh yeah, that's not an accurate depiction of Asian culture, like Chinese culture. Like for me, where my parents are from, that's a more of a fake Chinese culture that's in the United States. That's an Americanized Chinese culture. And they would say like, oh, you shouldn't do this and do this. You're right. Like we have no problems appreciating the idea that we have conflicting values in the United States, for example. Like, it is, you're preaching to the choir when you're saying that the United States can't make up their mind. That is what it's like, in my opinion, to live in the United States. To live in the United States, you have normalized arguments. Like, it doesn't take someone else from outside to tell you, to keep on reminding you that your country constantly argues about things. And it feels really weird when a foreigner tells someone from the United States, like, your country needs to agree on something and they're not diverse at the same time. That doesn't make sense to me. Like, what I mean is, logically speaking, we're not talking about subjectivity here. Logically speaking, the United States can be accused of anything. And how does that happen? How can it be accused of being faulty in inversely proportional and contrasting things? Diversity. That's how you can be blamed for being not diverse and diverse at the same time. It's not the other way around. When you agree really well, when everything seems like common sense, and all your trivialities are projected onto another country that argues about everything, the answer is diversity. One of the biggest things is diversity. In order to have clarity and answers that makes sense to everyone, it requires unification. That means you don't have a diverse in perspective. You typically don't. It's not you can't. It's less so. You have no arguments. What is there to be diverse about? Well, that's true. Within the country, it's spoken different where you're from. North and south, east, west, places that have... Yeah. In fact, here's the thing. I'm a bit more ignorant about the diversity in American English than others. Largely, I concern myself with like Chinese accent, so outside. And for me, when I move, like if I drive about 200 miles, sorry, I'm going to use miles. I'm not sure if you use the metric system, but maybe like if I go 100 kilometers away, right? Across state lines, someone will know from my English that I didn't come from their state. Like, that's That's just the nature of it. And you might be thinking, like, then others would say, oh, New York? Yeah, if I drive to New York, basically. So, if I drive to New York, someone will tell me that I don't sound like a New Yorker. And then I would tell them I was born in New York. I was born in New York City. And that's the thing. That's the idea. Like, and here's the thing. No one's being angry at each other. We're the idea of being in the United States is you're hyper focused on the differences. Growing up in a country that everyone disagrees with, you become hyper focused on it. It's almost like it's the charm of being diverse now in a way. Like someone would say, oh, why are you guys always arguing with each other? Isn't that exhausting? And I'm like, what do you mean it's exhausting? It's like our natural dance. That's kind of the miscommunication here. Like, oh, there they go again. There's a bunch of Americans arguing about what is the correct term for this thing, and like, yeah, that's the usual routine. That's what happens, and it comes off as a misunderstanding, in my opinion, like a hard to understand. Like, what's so important about constantly bickering about what type of terms to use or how to be politically correct? You're in a diverse country, you have to, at least in my opinion. That's because I'm growing up. Well, it is kind of exhausting sometimes, to be fair. It is, but it's not exhausting in the way, Beth, it's not exhausting in the way foreigners see it. So that's kind of like, how do you get better at conversation? Not conversing, because it's exhausting. It's exhausting because it's worth practicing. So if you're not having a conversation about diversity, then you're ignoring diversity. And hear me out, it's a difference in ideology. There are countries who are diverse, and they choose, their choice is to ignore the elephant in the room so that it is less exhausting. So ignoring something, in my opinion, I'm a little bit biased, obviously. I grew up in the United States. When you ignore something, yes, it is less exhausting. You don't get better at it, though. In fact, you become ignorant of it. That's what colorblindness is. So it's exhausting, both negative and positive. Foreigners may think of it as exhausting in a negative sense. And I agree with you that it's kind of exhausting actually all the time. It's not just sometimes, it's exhausting all the time. That's how you get better at it. So it becomes normalized despite, so our at least in my opinion, my form of exhausting, like, is it exhausting talking to someone who identifies as an Italian American, who makes sure that they are a different Italian American from the Italian American that is multi-generational, that is now an Americanized Italian? It's exhausting. It's also the reason why diversity is such an important central role to everything. Like, it is exhaustingly nuanced in a country that is consistently diverse. It is exhaustingly negative and always problematic and not worth it to a country that isn't diverse. Like, why argue about whose pizza is more authentic in the United States when your pizza isn't even like Italian authentic? You know, like an Italian person would say, we have authentic Italian pizza. Why are you guys busy arguing about which of your fake pizzas are different and more authentic to Italian culture when none of you are Italian? Easier, more clarity, less exhausting. United States, always exhausting, worth it. At least that's what I tell myself. Like, I am incredibly argumentative. at many points, and also incredibly inclusive. They go hand in hand, right? In hand. Example, personally, you just find it refreshing when you quit main Twitter and find out Japanese music fans don't tweet like that. They do. I disagree with you. They totally do. Now, maybe you quit main Twitter and you didn't quit a Japanese place that operates like Twitter. So you haven't gone to like places where that mattered. Like, I disagree with you entirely. You have a little Twitter with mostly Japanese folks where you follow them. Yeah, a little Twitter. Now, not in your feed anyway, that's perfectly fine. Now go to a place where it matters, like a large place with a lot of dissonance and people, Japanese folks who spend most of their time on the internet. Then it's humans. Humans behave and tweet like humans. So if you're going to a little Twitter place where everyone agrees, of course they're not going to tweet like that. Go to an area where Japanese people have to contend about diversity, like difference in opinions. They do tweet like that. It's not like somehow you are born in a different country and you're no longer human. Like, humans are still humans. So I disagree with you very strongly about that, especially when it comes to YouTube comments. So YouTube is a larger platform, not a Twitter platform. And when you read the Japanese and you consistently read the Japanese, the representation reflects the engagement that they're having in the video. So if they were asked to reflect on something that deals with diversity, there will be a lot of comments meant to talk about what's right and what's wrong. If you're learning Japanese and you watch a native Japanese speaker critique what English speakers are learning and how they're integrating English to Japanese, the first comment they'll make is, that's not how you learn Japanese. You have to learn it the right way, the Japanese way. Just because it's slightly polite or whatnot, that doesn't mean that's a diverse way to explain things. Diversity deals with tolerance and inclusion, not exclusivity and alienation and xenophobia. So, in my opinion, it's great that you were able to find an echo chamber. That's an echo chamber. And one can comfortably sit in an echo chamber and feel happy. Whether that confirms that something else doesn't exist or does exist, that is a leap of logic. So, like, for example, Persona games. You still feel it doesn't spiral the same way? You like the more polite way of arguing? You see, in my opinion, this is my opinion, I'm glad you feel like it's more polite way of arguing. What I read is the same type of politeness that's passive aggressive and less in front. So if you like that, I'm glad you like that. Whether they're being more exhausting or not, that's your point. There is the rare upset but doesn't spiral. That doesn't mean they're not upset. Like, I think that's ignorant what you're saying right now, because someone who's being polite and they're arguing politely, it can be that they don't choose to be upset. Like, you don't know how upset they are. Like, one of the biggest misconceptions, in my opinion, is that you're treating humans like if they're disagreement, they don't get upset because on the surface they're being polite. Usually, the idea is in Asian cultures, in the face culture, regardless of how upset you are, you express a polite way. So while you think people are not upset, you actually don't know if they're upset. Now, here's the contrast in culture. Would you want someone to tell you that they're upset? Or would you want them to not tell you that they're upset and they simply be polite to you and then be upset in their own time and distance themselves from you? Because that would be a more realistic take on the human condition. So, yes, you could sit there and say they're really polite and they don't like to argue or express their opinions to each other because they're more polite. Like, that's my alternative take. If you like that type of thing, I do too. I like being polite without directly arguing with someone. Like, I'm trying to balance that right now, this very moment. I could simply tell you that you're delusional. I mean, that's true, of course, but sometimes you're okay with that, not gonna lie. Oh, well, I am. Yeah, I enjoy being overly polite to people. For sure. Like, I like sitting there with, like, it depends on your mood. Well, now you're changing the name of the game, right? It depends on your mood. So that's diversity. So some days you'll argue in defense for Japanese, and some days you'll be the victim of passive aggressiveness. Clearly, clearly at the time when you were defending your little Twitter thing, passive aggressiveness is a thing, right? You live on Long Island and you can drive towards New York City and they'll know by how you talk. Yeah, Long Island. Long Island is such a cute little place. You can see the pros and cons of both. Yep, you should. I mean that's the whole idea, right? At least we're trying to encourage ourselves to see the pros and cons. It sounds a bit exhausting not knowing where a person stands because they are polite, but you can also see how Western Americans' way of arguing come off as aggressive or in your face. Exactly. So that's what I'm highlighting here, right? When it comes to politeness, especially overly arguing politeness, you don't know if they're upset, and it can help you. It's nice to know that everyone can be very politically nice to each other, like agreeable. However, it is very difficult to know whether they are upset or not. Politeness masks aggressiveness, so you find a balance, right? When in Rome, do as the Romans do, depending on Beth's mood. If Beth's mood is being overly polite and then being passive aggressive later, then she's in the mood for that. Sometimes she might be in the mood for people being honest or like quote unquote direct. So one of the trade-offs is the balance between being direct and indirect, and I prefer to be indirect. So when I speak English, I often highlight this. Whenever I try to suggest a counter argument, I'm doing it right now where I talk about pros and cons. I keep talking about pros and cons, compromises, different perspectives. That is having a polite argument. You're trying to be inclusive of as many arguments as possible without revealing that you're being passive aggressive or you're revealing your actual honest opinion. Like if I were revealing my honest opinion, it would be a little bit more direct. Like, I believe you're wrong. Which I wouldn't say because it's incredibly inappropriate. The appropriate way to say it is to acknowledge the other person's merits and their dependencies on their arguments and their preferences, while also suggesting that you can also enjoy and see the other side of being direct and not, right? And that is being passively agreeable and polite while not revealing what your opinions are. And for me, when you put those two together, and they usually this is a double standard, I would say. The ones that are politically correct, right? Like the ones that are very passive and very modestly arguing, they can be seen as suspicious, wishy-washy, right? Politicians. So in a aggressive, direct, you could argue a more westernized and Americanized way of arguing, when you are overly polite and trying to not be too aggressively arguing, that's what politicians do. And yet, in an aggressive country, politicians are seen as shifty, sycophants, people who want to tell you what you want to hear. And then in Japan, for example, you will have that as a social norm. So then being aggressive and direct and being honest is considered taboo a lot of times, especially to your superiors. So when you have a problem, you passive aggressively demonstrate them, or you take it home. Which, for the record, I'm describing this not because I'm Japanese and not necessarily that I am Americanized, is that I do both of these things depending on which environment I am. So depending on not necessarily my mood, but depending on which one's appropriate. When I come home, passive aggressiveness and over politeness is the thing. Like if my parents tell me that I need to do something, I do it. You don't choose to like disobey the rules and the way to be polite to your parents. Like if you're someone young, you obey someone who's older. Period. That's how you uphold decorum. When you're with strangers who you're sharing a virtual space with a collective like media, you behave politely, or else it'll reflect poorly on your image, your face. So to me, whenever it comes to someone who cherishes something that their quote unquote their normalization does not have, it usually depends on the grass is greener archetype. When you become exhausted with how boring, mundane, or all the ups and downs of the routine that you have, most of the stuff that's outside of you will see as the grass is greener on the other side, at least in my opinion. That to me is a consistent human nature thing. Depending on your mood, so the mood when you're bored of constantly doing the same thing, like if your country is, or your environment is consistently direct, then over time, depending on your mood, when you're wanting to have the grass is greener, then sometimes the other side is greener. The whole idiom of grass is greener. So from my standpoint, yes, it's nice that everyone always wants to be polite to each other. That is my social norm when I'm in a stranger environment. In terms of like friendship, intimacy, and like hierarchy, it ends up being an environment full of passive aggressive behavior. As a trade-off, as a pros and cons, passive aggressiveness is the alternative to how to express emotionally. So where you trade off for passive aggressiveness in Japan, for example, you don't resort to passive aggressiveness as much. It's not like they're absent in both. So the degree of passive aggressiveness in Western/Americanized culture is less. You can take instead of using the United States, you can use France instead. What is the euphemism about France? Well, some people say France is always considered very rude. However, if you ask French people, they would say they're very honest. They tend to tell you when something sucks. There's a lot of pride. They give you honest feedback. Now, if you go to a room filled with face culture people, you don't know if they dislike the thing you like. You can't tell. Being polite is often the emotions come out in passive aggressive behavior, not directly. So when someone says, "Oh yeah, I see, you're doing really well," or "Your Japanese is really good," when it's not, obviously. So that's kind of the idea. And I'm not saying it's a bad or a good thing. I'm saying more so it's the balance. So yes, I would agree with Beth for the most part, but they rarely get upset in public. In fact, when they want to show you their disapproval, they won't show you directly. You won't see it. It could be like you did something wrong and they'll just report you without, like, without telling you that they reported you. They report you because you violate the rules, and you should accept the consequences that you did something poorly, right? That's the exchange. So when you go around and you're saying like, "I really like this band," someone could say, "Yeah, me too." Meanwhile, they could mean that, "Well, I don't like the band that much. I mean, this person's a little overexcited." That type of thing. Like, you can probably see this in examples like Kyoto, and when people speak, they say something one way, but they actually mean a different way. And it's through passive-aggressive reading, subtextual reading. So I totally can appreciate that if you don't want to hear it, out of sight, out of mind. That is my opinion, my 2 cents from the Chinese side of things. Out of sight, out of mind does work really well, where like you can suppress your emotions. Like I would say I don't get upset very rarely. Like I get upset rarely as well. I'm not gonna tell you the truth that I don't get upset. I might not appear upset. So I don't know. That might have been a little bit forward. I apologize if I'm a little forward. I think it's great that you can do both. So that is this long digression. The purpose of this long digression was a show mentioned about multiculturalism and diversity and incorporating mixed behavior in media. And it would be interesting if media portrayed more of this, where all of this can happen and how they're together. Because where there is politeness, universal politeness, there's also an increased act of passive aggressiveness. So someone may not like you as much as you think they like you. They're being polite. And then there's a direct aggressiveness. Someone might be really aggressive towards you, but they actually don't mean it to be that aggressive. So like for me, an anecdote is someone came up to me one time and they said, "Dude, like you gotta try harder. You're really sucking it up." They were expressing their honest opinion. I thought it was impolite. And then the next thing they would do is they would say, "Hey, hear me out. I want to help you. Like let's go do this together." It's like, "Oh wait, but I thought you were just angry at me for sucking it up." It's like, no, that's just the way we are. Like we're honest with you. That doesn't mean we're upset with you. That's like, that would be the pros and cons of the Western one, right? When someone says, "Oh, give it to me straight," I usually don't. I'm gonna be fair with you. I default to being polite in English. So not necessarily, like I'm not a person who goes about doing that. Like if you like something, I want to learn as best as possible to appreciate what you like. Does that mean I'm being disingenuous? Now that is a very interesting question. If you ask an American, or at least like some flavors of American, it would be considered disingenuous. From my perspective, the way I get to know someone who I may or may not disagree with is to learn and be polite to them until I learn how to do so. So, yeah, you might not know why Chinese people, for example, you might not know if you're in a room of Chinese people why they only talk amongst themselves. They're going to be polite to you, but they might also talk amongst themselves. It's exhausting to be polite when they might not agree with you as well. So that's kind of one of those other things. Like, so how does being polite be exhausting? It's exhausting when they don't agree with you. Noted, don't ask Maku to be honest if you look good in this outfit. No, like, here's the thing though. Here's the thing. I agree with Beth. It depends on the mood. So if the person is Americanized, then I would try to act Americanized or like Westernized. If the person is like really in the mood of not wanting to hear anything, then you do that. That's kind of where I think Beth was going, where Beth is, it depends on her mood, right? Like, for me, I would say it depends on your mood. So, to be polite, right? Like, I like the Japanese style. I was raised with Chinese and Japanese, like, Asian face culture value. When Beth tells me something that I disagree with, it is in my nature to agree and try to learn as much from her as possible so that I can find a way to not be disagreeable to her. That is what being polite is. And in that nature, like doing that solves the problem of passive aggressiveness. That's kind of the inner beauty of Japanese and Chinese values. Like your parents, for example, you really hate your parents. Say you were born and you really hate your parents. You just don't agree with any of the values your parent is. You suck it up, acknowledge that your parents are your superior, and eventually through being polite, learning tolerance, discipline, you hope to be able to appreciate what they have or what they give you. So that is how the kids, in my opinion, that's how my impression of Asian kids happen. Asian kids don't talk back to their parents, right? And here's the thing, it's not exhausting. Like, in my opinion, Beth, like, I know you say you don't really have to, but you appreciate my consideration. That is my nature. It's the less exhausting thing to do. It's like what you said. I totally agree with you. It doesn't spiral into a different type of exhaustion. I do get tired of everyone always bickering over, like, for example, I'll give you an example here for using Persona games. Anytime you step into a westernized room, as in English speakers, so there are lots of different types of English speakers, right? And they're usually westernized. This part can help with Japanese because Japanese don't really like speaking English. So that can be a great contrast. When you walk into a room, they would argue about which persona is better. Like to the point where they can't be friends because a particular Persona game is better than another Persona game, and they would bicker and be honest, but be tolerant, but still can't be friends because you disagree with which Persona game is better. And for me, I'm like, all the Persona games are good. Why does it have to be a competition, right? And then what I would do is I would sit there and say, okay, so these people like Persona 3 for these very reasons. Sho and I spent like 3 hours or so talking about, like, giving me the opportunity to talk about the different perspectives and different, like, reasons to play the different Persona games. And I sit there and I collect them. I'm like, okay, Persona 3 people like this stuff. That's why they think Persona 3 is the GOAT. Persona 4 people like this stuff, and that's the GOAT. Persona 5, the Persona 5 team likes this stuff, and that's why it's GOATed. So when I'm playing a game, right, I have to know, does the person like Persona 3, Persona 4 more, or Persona 5? Now, if I met a Japanese person, for example, hear me out, or like maybe a face culture person, someone like me, they would say, well, they're all great, and it depends on my mood, but I like all of them. I don't have to argue about whether they're better or not. That's kind of like being in Japan. At least that's my rendition of being in Japan. Like ATLUS produces all the Persona games, so you like all the Persona games. It's a collective. It's great. If you are in the United States, for example, you can have a neighbor who hates your guts because you think Persona 5 is better than Persona 3. Which is wild. Like, hear me out. 4 days ago, someone came by, and this is how they introduced themselves. They said, oh yeah, how's it hanging, enjoying it? And they immediately stopped by because they wanted to tell me. They saw me playing Persona 3. So the first thing they said is, I absolutely love Persona 3. Persona 3 is my favorite. It's not like Persona 4 and Persona 5 because Persona 3 has death in it. I'm a nihilist and I believe death is inevitable. That's why Persona 3 is GOATed. And my first thought is, yep, that's Twitch. And Twitter, right? The Americanized Twitter and Twitch. I was playing Persona 3. So what kind of comments would I typically get playing Persona 3? Either someone is the biggest fan of Persona 3, who's going to take a dunk comparatively on Persona 4 and Persona 5, or the second most common, show belongs to the third most common. The second most common, by a narrow margin, is someone who comes in and tells me, dude, why are you playing the bad Persona game? Just go play Persona 5. It's so much better. Right? And then the third one would be, I have no idea. Just tell me about the Persona games because I've never played it. So those are the three types of Americanized behavior. And then anytime I meet someone who is a face culture, they would do the thing where, so why do you like Persona games? What are your thoughts about Persona games? And then I would share something. And then I would ask them, what are your thoughts about Persona games? And then we would talk about all the good things about anything we know about Persona games. However, we would not ever know secretly which one we like more. And right now, it would be interesting to hear from Sho if I ever gave Sho an impression, which Persona game do I like more? Because I really don't. I really don't think about it. Usually, that's when someone comes by and say, what's your favorite Persona game? And I give them this blanketed, polite answer. The current Persona game I'm playing. And then they'll ask, oh, so Persona 3 is your favorite game? No, that's not what I said. I said, my favorite game is the current one I'm playing. So when you come back if you come back next month, my favorite game is going to be P4G. And then if you come back again and you're going to ask me, what's my favorite game? It's going to be P5R. Depends on the mood, right? Depends on the situation. So if you're here and you really like Persona 3, let's talk about how Persona 3 is a great game. If you're here and you wanted to talk about how Persona 3 is not as good as Persona 5, let's talk about how Persona 5 is better than Persona 3. Politeness. And hear me out, it's not exhausting because I believe in all of those things. I believe Persona 5 is a great game, Persona 4 and Persona 3 are all great games. The idea is it is so much better, quote unquote, or natural for, at least in my opinion, for what you may argue, Beth, like Japanese people. And face culture people to agree. It's a lot more smoother for me. Okay, but are you Team Jacob or Team Edward? When Jacob is shirtless, awesome. When Edward is shimmering shimmering at the top of mountain, that's okay too. We're talking about Twilight here. I don't know if Sho is familiar with Twilight. I'm kidding, obviously. But yeah, you know, Team Jacob and Edward, a Twilight thing. You assume that the first one a person plays tend to hold a special place for them since it's what's introduced to them to the series. Like you love Halo, you recognize the game's mechanics get better as you play the later games, but you always love the first one. Jacob cause werewolves. But what about shiny vampire skin? What the heck, dude? And let's not forget, Pattinson is Batman. Jacob is not. Just saying. I'm obviously balancing the tables. This is what I do most of the time. We're balancing the tables. Hear me out. The most, for me, you know, a guy who loves Twilight. Yeah, you did mention that. So it's a good nod. Hear me out. I like whatever I'm currently doing. So, like, Sho is assuming that the first, you know, I agree with you actually, Sho. In the Western world, in my opinion, in my opinion, in the Western world, like if you grew up in a Western culture, usually the first thing you like, the first thing that introduced you, like origins, right? Origins, like long history. If you're like a long history person, like maybe in Japan as well, like ancient China and stuff, if you're someone who believes that the origin of things, the heritage of things are most important, oftentimes it coincides, I'm not saying it's causal, but it coincides with the first being the best. I'm a product of immigration, right? And I actually embrace the life of the current. So what I mean is when I play a game, it's 90% of the time, it's always going to be the current thing I'm playing. Because I bring, in my opinion, what I'm currently doing, everything led up to this moment. So when I'm playing Persona 4 next month, it represents Persona 3. So like when I'm playing 4, I'm thinking about 3. How 3 and 4 are together. So when I'm playing 5, I'm going to think about 3 and 4 with 5. So for me, it's like my heritage. I think about being Chinese and American, not which came first. Was I born Chinese or was I born American? Which one is more important? It's not based on order because I'm all of those things. And that's why my comment when someone asked me, what's my favorite Yakuza game? And I played 9 of them. 10? 10 of them. I played 10 Yakuza games, right? Like a Dragon games now. Like all of the modern ones except for the spin-off in the past, the Ishin. And every single Yakuza game and Like a Dragon game, there was a separate, different person who asked me, what is my favorite Like a Dragon game? Before I answered, I wanted to say, what are the odds that their current favorite Yakuza game or Like a Dragon game is the current one I'm playing? Because that's why they came to my stream. And second, what is the most common second opportunity? They don't like this game and they want to tell me that it gets better because their favorite game is either existing or doesn't exist. And the third one, they don't know anything about the Yakuza or Like a Dragon game. So the third one, maybe 10% of the time. The other 80% or 90% is split between the two. Either the person came by to tell me what my favorite Like a Dragon game should be. It's usually the first one that they played, or it's the one that I'm currently playing that coincidentally is also might be their first one, or the one that they rated best. So those are the typical ones, and my answer typically is it's the current one I'm playing. And then I would tell them like, okay, first of all, I'll give you the 30-second version. Whatever I'm currently doing is my favorite thing that I'm currently doing, because everything brought up to me to this moment. I'm channeling Persona 3 vibes, by the way. One of the central themes of Persona 3 is to consistently make new memories and always live in the moment, because any moment can be your last moment. So for that is what I would answer. And then I would say, here's the 5-minute version. I love that whatever I do, I make sure that everything I loved comes with me. They're not separate things. So my first game, my first Persona game, it comes with me every single day. When yesterday's Persona session comes with me. I don't view them as separate things. They're not my distant self, right? So when someone says, who's my favorite people right now? Like this, I got asked this. Who do you like most? Like of all of the people you've ever met, I've answered these questions. Yeah, I understand that some of these questions can be a bit cringy. So careful, trigger alarm. I've been asked before where someone asked me, who's your favorite viewer? And my answer would be 30 seconds into it, it's you. Because we're having this conversation right now. Like, you are the most important thing right now. And then and then I'll give them the 5-minute version. It's like, it might not be you tomorrow. It might not be you later. The idea is every person who has ever given me time, I bring them along. So like, the person that I'm speaking to will have all of my efforts, all of my memories. I want to bring everything forward. So I will always, here's the trade-off, okay? One big trade-off. It would mean that whoever is next will get too much detail or too much effort, right? And it can be overwhelming. So I scare people off. So that's fine. That's what I accept. So whenever someone asks me like, what's my favorite game? It's like, do you have 6 hours? I could explain it to you in 6 hours, but I'll give you the 30-second answer first. Right. Nope. Bloodsuckers must die. You'll be like Blade and hunt them down. So it came to mind. Did I don't remember that, but your brain is everywhere sometimes. You did. You mentioned the Twilight thing. We were talking the third day of P3P when we were talking about our books. You were asking me about like pleasure reading on novels and whatnot, and then I brought up Harry Potter. Then I brought up like other like Hunger Games, and then you brought up Twilight. Like, we were trying to think of contemporary American pieces. So when I started talking about Hunger Games and like other popular teen-oriented things, you did mention a coworker that likes Twilight to try to like lead into your conversation about you prefer to like relatable like novellas, a bit on the smooth brain side as opposed to the thinker side. So then you brought up Twilight, and that's how I remember it. On how we had the conversation. It was around the time when I mentioned Harry Potter, and then you talk about, yeah, you can't deny it's an easy read, because I was saying it has an easy read, and then you don't have a wait, okay, and then yeah, that's where I remember it anyways. Now you're afraid there's an experimental notebook about you? It's up here. Experimental notebook is about here. To keep all those anecdotes straight, it's up here. But if you never play a series or watch a series where like a new developer or director takes the story in a direction you don't like, wouldn't it make sense for someone to like one more than the other in that case? I like, okay, that's a good question. So have I ever watched a series that takes a story in a direction that I don't like. So, I'll give you the 30-second answer first. There's not enough time in my life, personally. Like, I believe there's not enough time in my life to do something that someone, including myself, doesn't like. So if I ever choose to do something, I will inevitably learn to like it through the lens of someone. Now, has there been a time, now the longer version, has there been something that I've been asked to do and must do that ended up being something I dislike? Yes. However, we're not in that situation. So, like, I'm going to read Animal Farm within the next... I'm going to listen to Animal Farm within the next month because Beth likes Animal Farm. So, because Beth likes Animal Farm, there's a reason for me to understand why Animal Farm can be liked. And I would be reading to understand why Beth likes Animal Farm and why the person who wrote the book also liked what they wrote. So that's what I would do. When I choose to do something, I already like it for a reason. Beth and I talk a lot. I'm reading the book because Beth likes the book. And therefore there's a chance, there's already a set chance that I will like it for what Beth likes it. Now, I can still continue to like it even more. So for me, when I choose to do something, I always find a way to understand why it's liked. So that's kind of how I go about it. So the longer answer is no. If I get to choose to do something, it rarely, it's hard to think of a time where I don't have a reason to like it. Like a reason to like something. If I choose to do it. Now, if you're talking about have I ever been forced to do something where someone took it to a direction that I don't like? Absolutely. A job. Like a job. Like my boss. Like if my boss told me, hey, we're gonna take your project in a different direction and you don't have a say in it, then yes, it would make sense that way. The thing is, when I'm streaming, who's the boss? If you know what I mean. Like, who's the boss here? Hear me out. I don't work for anyone. So as a big disclaimer, I don't work for anyone. So that's good. If I do work for someone, there might be a chance. Now we're talking. Now we have to talk about a even longer portion. Do I like something overall? Are you talking about overall or at any given time? Because I can tell you now, if you are sitting here, you're saying, nah, you're lying, Maku. At any given time, you can dislike something and like something. And I agree with you. But I'm not answering your question in that manner yet. So you can make an argument. Is there at any point you dislike something and like something overall? Yes. Case in point, in P3, one of the things I don't really like as a con, right? As a con, is that there are too many floors that fluff the game's runtime. How do I learn to appreciate it? By doing it. So, like, when someone likes something, you can appreciate the pros and cons, at least in my opinion. So, at any time, all the cons are things I dislike, naturally, right? And then the things that are pros, I like. The idea is when someone asks me, what's your favorite, or what's your like, we're talking about all of it. Everything put together, all the pros and cons put together, and you're asking me, do I like it? And usually it comes out, yes, I do like it. Because understanding the pros and cons are the reason why I like something. Now, there is another extra bonus answer to that question. Have I ever been apathetic before? So, like, indifferent. I think the worst for me, and I'm not sure if people ever catch me in this mood or in this mode, I try not to ever show this side of me online. I already mentioned that I always make myself available when I'm streaming. If I show a vast disinterest in someone, like if you ask me a question and I said, oh yeah, I don't care, and I just move on, that is the worst thing I can ever do. Personally, culturally, identifyingly, I have failed. That is embarrassing, it's impolite, it's disrespectful, and it goes against my values. So, and now you can think about it. Now you can think about it in another way. Imagine, do I ever dislike someone? Absolutely. I just gave you an example of what violates my values. So when someone, like if someone goes to another person and they want to talk to them, and the other person's like, I don't care about you, you're lesser than me, and walk the other way, that's a pet peeve. I do have several pet peeves. They don't happen very often because I don't typically put myself in the environment to do so. So if anytime I am dismissive, I will feel great remorse, like a very immediate remorse. Either it's because I lost my patience, right? I lost my patience, I lost my tolerance, I lost my politeness, and I was rudely disrespectful despite someone giving me the privilege of their time, right? That's when I truly fail. And if there's anyone who hates me more about doing that, it would be myself. I absolutely find myself disgusting when I do not reciprocate someone's generosity. So it has happened maybe once or twice in a very long time, and burst out in anger and just basically brush them aside. Like, I don't care what you say, I'm not listening to you, that type of thing. And it has happened maybe like enough times across my life. In 39 years of life, I think it might have happened like 20 times. And only family members probably have ever seen me at that level, and maybe one of my closest friends. So would it make more sense to ask people what their favorite game series is instead of a specific game in the series, or is that the same? I don't know. You should try that. You should try it out. For myself, someone would ask me, like, they would say it this way: Is P3 your favorite game? So there are two different ways to tell what type of person is asking you. The one example, Maku, what's your favorite game series? The current game series I'm playing. Sure. The current game series I'm playing. You know why? Because when I'm playing Persona, I can still talk about Like a Dragon, which I did a couple minutes ago. I can still talk about all the other game series. What is the word I would use here? I would use the word legacy to show that I care, or try my best to care at all times. I want to give you my legacy. I want to present my legacy. So everything is fair game. I don't want to tell people, like, at least in my opinion, and you might see it as being polite and maybe not. It's hard to, there are people in this world that I've encountered that see it as being disingenuous, right? We already talked about this, about the East and West thing. It is genuinely my pleasure to reaffirm someone about what they like, because I probably like it that way too. Whether they know if I dislike something, they can choose to ask. So if, like, Beth is straight up
like be direct with me, right? This is where the whole Japanese and Chinese face culture ends. Where if Beth like comes up to me and do the American thing, like the Western thing, it's like, what do you hate about me? Right? Like, what do you hate about me? And like give you how to pigeonhole me. I'm like basically being back to the wall. It's like, what do you hate about me? And my first thought, my response would be, I've already prepped these responses. Whenever someone dares to act, like really just want to know, why can't you, like literally someone has told me this recently. Why can't you just say it's my fault? And when I get asked that, I would tell them, here's why I think it's your fault. And that's it. Like what I mean is, it's gonna be direct. It might not be what you want to hear. And I am void of malice. Like I genuinely don't like telling people what they suck at, what they can't do. I think there are enough people in this world to tell you what you can't like, right? There's literally people who are now upset that you like something that they don't like, right? And hear me out. Beth, you and I get along a lot because we are not that direct. There's just no way we would ask each other that. That's the whole idea of like, I totally understand why you like being around little Twitters with Japanese people who are polite to each other, because that's the way you work. Now, when people have problems, it'll be hard to express it too. So here's one that I would, if you want a pros and cons way, here's a hypothetical situation where I talked about this with Sho, with one of the characters in P3. In a polite culture, people don't ask for help. They can make you angry by refusing your help because they never acknowledge that they need help or want help. That's one of the politeness thing. Like, oh, no, don't worry. I'm never going to bother you with my problems. And then like, I don't know, you're more assertive than me, you think? That's fair. I can be more assertive. So, one of the things is that I don't like receiving help. So, if being polite is the dominant rule, then you never burden other people with your own help. So when someone goes out of their way to help you, right, you might reject it. And that's being polite. That also doesn't help with the problem you have. So in the Western world, like in my opinion, like if we're talking about Westernization, being honest can get people to seek help at times. It can also push people away. Now, when you're polite, you might not be none the wiser. You won't know if someone is suffering because they won't ask for it. And that's what I grew up with. So a lot of times when I'm talking about being assertive or expressive, right, being more expressive, it also comes at the cost of being more direct. So nowadays people play a lot of Persona games and they get exposed to being polite, being like indirect, being passive aggressive. And online, that's typically what people do, like, at least in my opinion, without getting into trouble. So like, oh, I'll just report this person, but I won't reveal to that person that I reported them. I'm doing the world some good. However, I also don't want to be responsible for reporting someone. If you're looking at the Japanese culture, that happens a lot. Like, that's a typical thing. If you did something wrong, you should feel bad about yourself, and then someone is going to report you because you should accept that you have messed up, right? That's kind of the thing. As opposed to like, hey, I know you messed up, can I help you with something? It's like, yeah, help me out or something like that. I wouldn't do that either. Like, that's the tough part. And I don't help people if they don't ask. as well. That I try not to be like that most of the time now. That's because of like Americanization. Sometimes I get a little personal and I would ask, like, how are you feeling today? Are you overall pretty good? As opposed to, oh, hi. Oh, yeah, that sounds great. Well, I hope we all have a wonderful day today. Trade-offs, trade-offs. Do you like Final Fantasy or Zelda more? I'll give you an unadulterated, filtered answer for that. 30 seconds. I've never played Zelda. I've watched a lot of people play Legends of Zelda, and I think they really enjoy Legends of Zelda. If I played Legend of Zelda, I would know how to enjoy Legends of Zelda through my experience of watching people talk about Legends of Zelda. I've played over 15 Final Fantasy games, both in Japanese when I couldn't understand Japanese, and I grew up childhood with Final Fantasy. I know how to like Final Fantasy games. And in terms of recency, I can talk about Final Fantasy games while I'm playing Persona. I can't talk about Zelda games when I'm playing Persona. Final Fantasy overlaps with Persona in the way of JRPGs. Zelda does not. Zelda is an adventure game, an adventure RPG game. So in this way, what do I like more? Conservatively, it would be Final Fantasy, because I have more experiences and cumulative experiences that involves the current activity that I'm having now, as opposed to Zelda. That's probably my best way of saying, well, I have no experience with Zelda. I can tell you why a lot of people would like Zelda, and I like Zelda because a lot of people like Zelda. I don't have any personal experiences with Zelda. Asking the hard ones there. For me, it's pretty straight arrow. It's interesting. I really like this conversation. It should be like a normal thing, you know? I think both talking about these things make it so that you don't get, I don't know, sometimes getting blindsided by things can leave one. Context matters though, right? Like for a stranger or an acquaintance, you wouldn't ask or dig, but if it's with a close friend or family, you'd definitely be asking questions. I would agree. Yeah, context matters. Time matters too. So a stranger and acquaintance that you want to be a close friend or family, you would have to transition from a stranger to a close friend. So because of the context of a stranger, you can choose to change that stranger or like move in a pace that converts that stranger into a friend. And then there's the opposite as well. If you have a close friend and you have a form of disagreement, they can become strangers to you again. Right? Estrangement is a thing too, where you can become estranged from your family member, and they will be no more than strangers to you. So for myself, when I see a stranger, context does matter. I try to ascertain as quickly as possible what type of stranger that is, validate it through interacting with that stranger, and then understand that any stranger can become a friend. So I aim to become a friend or some sort of closeness that is beyond the stranger status within 3 hours, if possible. And usually people give me 15 minutes, and if the 15 minutes work, then you're staying for an hour at least. The 1%, right? And the reason why I keep saying the 1% is that to me, it's not about the quantity of people, it's about the quality of people. I would gamble it every single time. Someone asked me, do I like gambling, like a gacha game, right? Like P5X is a gacha game. They would say, well, if you don't like gambling, do you ever gamble? Have you ever gambled before? Every single day. when I go talk to a stranger. Like, to me, if someone really wanted to compete, like they would say like, oh yeah, you know, gambling sucks, you always lose, and there's no form of gambling that you would like. And my first thought is, people. Playing a gacha game, in my opinion, is trivial for me personally. Like, if I need to project my opinion, so now I'm being direct. I'll remove the politeness out of this equation temporarily. When someone complains about being unlucky, like just unlucky because they decided to place a bet on something and they lost, or they put a bet on themselves, like they bought a drum kit and hoped that they were going to become the best drummer all the time, and that was a gamble. To me, if I had to be really honest with them, if they complain to me about gambling and they think that I don't understand what a gamble is, for me, honest truth, right? This is a direct, honest truth. People, gambling on people is the thing I do every day. And it trivializes, in my opinion, it trivializes all of the things that you would do gambling-wise, that you have fear, anxiety, like apprehension, all those things about like, oh, what if I get a bad grade on a test, or what if I drop $1,000 and I didn't get the ultra rare Pokemon card from people. For me, it's people. So setting aside, you know, just set aside all the other things. There's no thing I would rather gamble my time on. I would gamble my time on people. Without contests. And because I gamble on people, in my opinion, I feel that other gambles aren't even worth my time most of the time. Like, why would I want to gamble with money? If I want to gamble on something, I want to gamble on people. I want to take a chance on people. So, that's my 2 cents personally. If I had to choose, I wouldn't choose money over people, for example. If I had to choose, you know, getting an ultra rare in a Pokemon card, I would still choose people. That would be the gamble I would attempt to do. So if I needed to spend money, would it be on Pokemon cards or on people? I would spend it on people. Period. And that's like an honest thing. So that's an unfiltered opinion. It's a very strong opinion. And that's why politeness is a really good choice, because if I keep expressing strong opinions like this, in my opinion, it can place pressure, undue pressure on other people around me. And I don't want other people to do that. Like, for example, if I tell you all of the things that I do, then there will be comparisons, right? And you don't require these undue stress, in my opinion. Like, I'm not projecting constantly my opinions in order to like say, hey, you're my friend, so you should act like this, right? That's not polite. That's like you're constantly like, you know, the phrase that people talk about, pushing your opinions onto someone else. That is kind of an American stereotype. A lot of times online you would hear the stereotype where Americans are so proud about their opinions that it feels like when you go talk to them, you're like being sucked into their opinion. Like, I need to behave like this or else they're gonna hate me. I try not to do that. So I usually keep my opinions very low key and understanding. So occasionally someone will ask me a very strong question, like a pointed question, and I would oblige. So if someone asks me, what do I value more than anything on this planet? Other people. Like, what I mean is, other people includes my family, right? My family, my close friends, my siblings, my hypothetical child, possible hypothetical child. I value people over everything. Like, That would be a very strong opinion. And I try to hold to it. Do I always succeed? No. The answer is no. I don't always succeed. Human nature, right? Let's think about human nature. If I keep valuing, if I hold to it, I try to do it. Some days I fail. Like if you have the worst day in your life and you just want to sulk in the corner and be really, really sad about yourself, I have those days. So those are the days I wouldn't value other people more than myself. I've learned you could kind of say I've gotten humbled and learned the hard way that is the case. I still know how to preserve myself, at least some cases. Characters in Persona 3, sometimes they don't even preserve, like they're hypothetical characters. They don't even want to, they don't have self-preservation. Like, you know, the joke about having the survival instincts of a, I don't know, a pigeon, or the survival instincts of a cozy domesticated dog. Like, I would have to admit the days that I failed to make sure that I can help myself was also the days I failed to stay true to valuing other people over other things. Money, for example. I didn't make enough money to help myself. So then I had to value making money, value making a career before I can value other people. So that's usually how like philanthropy works, right? When someone believes they finally have enough of something, then they can uphold that. So there is a little bit of an asterisk. If I am under the weather, or like I'm losing myself and I'm not taking care of myself, then I fail in that perspective. Will the barista be jovial, cranky, or look at me like a crazy person? Talking to people outside is definitely a gamble. Yeah. Today, by the way, yesterday I went to the, oh no, it was today. Earlier today, I went to the post office to get my passport renewed. We sent our passport renewal out with my father. And when you go up to the person, that's a gamble. In fact, today was a little weird. The person asked me when I was renewing my passport if they asked me if I was older than 16, because I wouldn't be able to renew a passport if I wasn't older than 16. And I was standing there, I was thinking, And it was a pretty funny, like, conversation and whatnot. So it is a gamble for both good and bad. So, like, when you're nervous, it's because you can't see the outcome. However, you can often see it in a positive light or a negative light, or you can change it. You can affect it. So that person was obviously like, they were kind of weird. They basically read my passport and it said 87. So they like, one of the employees I looked across was like 87. And because I needed to take another picture and we needed to renew. So that was my interaction today, and I still think it's pretty funny that you have these interactions, and people are great. One of them was a little stressed out, so it's nice to see that they had other employees who were like happy and they were balancing each other out. It was very endearing. All right, with that said, politeness. I still think politeness is king, personally. If you want to see an assertive person who's trying to be polite. Now, being honest, you're more than welcome to be honest. Like straight up direct. I think I've answered a lot of direct questions enough that I don't usually... I'll tell you when I encounter a question that I have not encountered before. Like one there was another person who said they asked me, am I racist? Right? And my response was, my 30-second response is, well, If by racism you mean preferential treatment, then yes. Like, I can be racist. At any given time, there's a chance I can be racist. I can even be racist towards myself. How does that happen? I usually use myself as the victim because I have control over it. I don't usually use another person's target. How can I be racist towards myself? By valuing something that's in contradiction with something that I also value. Placing other people ahead of myself versus placing myself ahead of other people. How is that racist? I have conflicting cultural values. So on the one hand, it's most paramount to always place someone ahead of you. And then on the other hand, you always think of yourself first. Individualism versus communalism. So if you grew up in an individualistic country, you put yourself first. It's always number one. If you were raised in a communal value system, the family, the image, the country that you represent is first and foremost. You suck it up, right? So, yes, I have these thoughts all the time. Like, so yes, I can. It just out of nowhere? Yeah. Here's another one. I have PhD in my name, right? In my Twitch name and my YouTube name. And someone asked me, so you have a PhD, tell me something smart. Right? And the thought is, well, how you answer that? How do you answer tell me something smart? And my answer is, what do you want to hear? I would say a smart thing to do is to tell someone what they want to hear. So that is what I would say to them. And they say, I don't know. And I'm like, if you don't know, why did you ask the question? And then they would say something like, well, I was hoping to learn something from you, right? Right? And then they're like, so you're a smart person, so you would be able to teach me something. I can't teach you something that I don't know what you know. So if I don't know anything about you, how could I teach you something? A smart person is someone who listens and comprehends before offering anything, because they wouldn't simply assume they can do something. So effectively, a smart person wouldn't operate on assumptions in order to ask a question without getting to know the person. So that would be what I would ask. That's one of the tougher ones. There are others where someone would say, they would offer me double barrel questions, like, if you had $1 million, or it's something like, if you wanted to get all the knowledge in the world versus having the ability for curiosity, which one would you pick? That's another one. Like, would you give up? Like, which would you choose? Would you choose curiosity, like your ability to critically think, or all the knowledge in the world, like omniscience, right? Because they're at odds with each other. I typically talk about critical thinking a lot, and then I meet a lot of people who prefer to be smart or be intelligent, as in to be all-knowing. Like, why can't they just know everything, so then they don't have to do critical thinking skills? And whenever someone asks me that, I would simply say I would choose critical thinking, because I would have trouble living if I have nothing to learn. Some interesting questions. I just thought I'd throw it out. We do get a lot of interesting questions. Anyways, we're gonna continue playing now. Existential crises, I know. I have no way to, yeah, I have no way to attack that. The other person, like, the other person answers these questions too. I've been very privileged in, like, streaming and, like, coincidence that I bumped into other people. I know I haven't talked about who that other person is. They're still around. Like, we still talk on a regular basis who offer these questions, and I would propose questions to them too, because for me, oh no, to me, oh, I need this actually. To me, that's what makes this funny, endearing, and also like less triggering. The idea is that the person that I'm referring to, the people that I'm referring to, we have these conversations pretty regularly
Get lost.
about politics, religion, and all that stuff. Don't worry. We're ready. It's never, I don't find it exhausting. I do have this one particular goober who challenges me and keeps track of all the things I say that are in contradiction to each other. And I always welcome that, because eventually when you say enough about yourself, you're going to, in my opinion, a human being is going to encounter their contradictions. And whenever someone like calls me out and say, "Oh, you're a hypocrite," I'm like, I know. One of the tenets of the human condition that I hold true is that when you live long enough, you will live through contradiction. If you haven't lived long enough to encounter contradiction, then definitely feel free to regale me in how you have never lived with contradiction, right? Like, if you're older than me, you're 50, 60 years old, let me know. I would love to hear from a human being who would give me the time of day. I honestly, it would be very hard for someone who never lives with contradiction to find me acceptable as a person who they want to speak, because I acknowledge that humans are hypocritical. Because when you live long enough, you will encounter a situation in which you would not understand how you're hypocritical. Wow, really? Someone who keeps track of that is either your biggest fan or your biggest enemy? We keep it fresh. We try to keep it fresh. Trust. I get trust. Alright, the Empress Mirror is an interesting item. I see you bought 5 of them with just as I requested, but I'm surprised that Shadow would be so vain. Vain Shadow, that's interesting. The reward this time is a piece of equipment perfect for a lady such as yourself. A dress. Pumps. Shoes. I agree. I agree. Shoes will do the trick, for sure. Like girls got some new boots made for walking, right? Alright, I still need to roll for the chest at some point. Biggest fan. Wait. Shoes. What do these shoes do? Evade slash. Nice. What were the other shoes? agility. Can you wear? No, I wouldn't do that. Every day is. Oh, which by the way, Beth, I haven't ever told you. The Cro-Magnums, the Blue Hearts, and the High-Lows. That is some serious old school Americana British punk rock right there. Yeah. It's like that old school scene. It reminds me of the my 20s. Like back in the day when I was in my 20s, I had this phase that I absolutely love that stuff. Like anything remotely resembling the like 90s American punk rock and like the 80s to 90s like UK punk rock. Yeah, the Cro-Magnums have that old school sound to them. That raw, slightly unrefined, and then the melodic simplicity of consistent progression. Like, I'm not sure if you listen to The Clash or the Ramones. However, there is another Japanese band that is like kind of old school like that, that's closer to like rock and roll, so to speak, or like UK, like the Beatles and whatnot. And that's the Pillows. I'm not sure if you ever listened to the Pillows. That's what I wanted to bring up last time, or I forgot to bring up basically. Yeah, Cro-Magnum reminds me of like the scenes when Bees was around. Bees with a B apostrophe Z. That band, or like X Japan, they don't belong to the same category of rock. However, they're like Japanese rock bands that have heavily influence from like the American and British side of things. I'm bringing up now because when you were talking about the music fan, like you were talking about Japanese fans talking about music, I imagine it was talking about your niche, the niche you brought up before. The song that I listened to that really reminded me of the old school punk rock was Taleho, right? Taleho was how they pronounce it, like tally ho, the phrase tally ho, right? Very, very cute. I watched one of their live performances, the Cro-Magnum's live performance. Very like Clash, Ramones situation. When my close friends and I were in college, we listened to that type of music quite a lot, like punk rock music. The relationship between like the Cro-Magnums and the Blue Hearts and then the High-Lows, like that type of thing where one band disbands and then it leads to a formation of another band and another band. There was this American band group that did the same. It was Bad Astronaut and Armchair Martian that reminded me of that. And one of the singers or the front runner was John Snodgrass. So the Cro-Magnum singer, the one that is like was part of all like that long legacy, it reminds me of John Snodgrass. I don't know if any of this is interesting or not, but it does bring back a lot of, I suppose, nostalgia for like old school rock. And with that said, Sambo Master has that type of sound too. So it wouldn't be out of the question if you already explored the sounds of Sambo Master. Alright. So now I have to get up to... What time is it? 2 a.m? Okay. We're 4 floors away. There's a lost soul. Oh, man. Whoops. The treasure... Okay. It's okay. That's probably fire. Who do I have on my team? Are you guys good against fire? Whoops. Okay, fire is no problem. Fire is no problem. You're null to fire. Okay. I think we're safe. This is pretty safe, right?
It seems like it's exceptionally strong. Its arcana is the magician.
Probably fire. Now the question is it weak to anything? Probably not, because it's a arcana. Can I... Now the question is, can I attack it physically? Probably not. Since it's a magician. Let's go with... Oh, boxer guy. Let's see. Let's try this one.
Persona!
Win? That's pretty decent damage. Oh no, it's almighty damage. I didn't account for almighty damage. I might need another healer. Fire is not gonna work. I think... Oh. I totally did not anticipate. Dang it. Can you attack? Okay. Darn, no AoE healing.
Persona!
Yeah, I might have to switch out a party member.
Ready for this? What a tough bastard.
That's resistant. The guy's resistant to physical.
I summon you!
Okay. That's bad. Wait, aren't you weak? Wait, hold up.
Give me a sec. I'll scan the target.
I think the doggo is weak to light. Possibly. Maybe not. Maybe decrease defense? Thanks. Thanks for telling me absolutely nothing. Thanks,
My
Fuka.
next strike will be the last.
So I don't think magic can crit, right? So we're just gonna use Rebellion and increase crit rate of everyone.
Someone please help Shinjiro-senpai!
It's okay. It's okay. We're still fine. Crit for me.
Be careful. Shinjiro-senpai is badly hurt.
I'm pretty sure I can't punch this guy. Oh, no, I can't punch this guy. Punching doesn't work.
Let's go.
Still alive.
A table that's immune to punching. So we're slashing then.
Ready for this?
Slashing it is. There's the
All
crit.
right, let's kick some ass. Let's do it.
Easy. Kick the table while it's down. Imagine beating up on a table.
I summon you.
Don't do it! 5 HP! 5 HP! Do it. One time. Crit! Okay, hold up.
Don't overdo it. My next strike will be the last.
Okay. This is fine. We're fine.
Persona.
大丈夫だ.
Akihiko Senpai is in trouble.
Oh, 3 HP. No problems. Walk it off. 3 HP. No problems. Walk it off.
I'm worried about Akihiko
Let's
Senpai.
go.
Come on. Give me a crit. That's the opposite of a crit.
Shinjiro Senpai is badly hurt. Persona.
Yeah, they keep barely hanging on. Yeah. It's calculated. This is all the table does!
Someone please help Shinjiro Senpai.
Yes. Crit for me, please. Alright, we're basically just healing and
Don't overdo
doing
it.
this now. This is our life. I have 2 people that can
Ready
try
for
to
this?
crit. You don't even have a dodge modifier, dude.
I summon you.
What is this missing? Oh no, almighty damage.
Akihiko Senpai is in trouble.
Oh, come on, Kodo-chan. What are you
I'm
doing?
worried about Akihiko Senpai.
Let's go.
We're good. It'll eventually... I have enough sustain. It'll eventually go down.
What a tough bastard.
Why don't you hit harder?
Persona.
Does it do anything else? No, it doesn't. It just casts 2 spells all the time. The heck, man? Ah, there it is. There's Kodo-chan. Clap. Easy. It's the most solidly built table ever? Yeah. Tell me about it.
Don't overdo it.
Let's see it. Let's see that crit.
Ready for this? My next strike will be the last.
Can't chance it. Let's go.
I summon you.
Piece of cake.
Akihiko Senpai is in trouble.
Yeah, you show him. You show him. Good boy. It basically worked out because none of my characters had weaknesses. If I brought one character that was weak to fire, the whole team would die immediately because it would act twice and then it would use the same skill twice and the entire team would wipe. Oh, by the way, Sho, this is the part of the game, like the part of the Persona game that I didn't show yesterday. It's a JRPG side of the game where it's pretty much like this all the time. The game is like you learn, you collect, and if you die immediately, you come back and then you switch it up. The difference between rolling through a boss and getting rolled by a boss is this. So like, if by chance I had one different member, it would instantly wipe. So like, this is the type of like Persona combat that Persona is known for. Like, it's part of a bigger series called Shin Megumi Tensei, and that's what people like about this game series, where it's about understanding the techniques and like the weaknesses and stuff. It's not so much about hitting X like a Final Fantasy game, like gaining and grinding XP and stuff. You either get rolled or you don't get rolled. You either roll through something or get rolled yourself. Yeah, and the forgiving part is the battles are short, typically most of the time, and there's unlimited retries, and the time, the way it's structured, you just go back. It's not like a Souls game where you have to like run back to the boss or anything. Literally, there's a save point and a return point in front of every single big obstacle. So the idea is it's about experimentation. So it's forgiving in the sense that you can do whatever you want. It's unforgiving is that if you don't like getting steamrolled all of a sudden, then the game is probably not for you in terms of the combat, obviously. Or you can read a guide. A guy, you know, someone else could have tested all the stuff for you. It's still a turn-based game, so you can still increase your odds by knowing intel. The idea is the reward is coming from the intel. The game literally gives you abilities to know about the enemy. That's part of the cycle. So every game is structured this way. In the combat, So this is one of the this is the earliest game of this series, and if you look at these things right up here, this little like the group at the top, it shows like the different sources of damage, the different sources of things. This became more elaborate in the future, so the later games have more things, more debuffs, more interactions. Yeah, so that's, you can plan all of these things. So that's kind of the idea. This game is strategy most of the time. So here's the thing about forgiveness and unforgiveness, or like unforgiving. When you play an action game, right, it's unforgiving because you have to execute. In Persona games, it's unforgiving because if you don't like thinking, then you never get it. So what I mean is, in Persona games, it's unforgiving because if you don't choose to learn, you never beat the game. You never win. Like, you literally can't win if you don't use this. Now, in an action game, it's unforgiving because if you literally can't perform, you know, like perform, hit the windows and stuff like FromSoft games, that's unforgiving because if you don't get good at that, you never succeed. In this game, use your noggin and you'll always succeed. So it's for someone who knows that they can always find information. Persona games, the battle system in Persona games are incredibly rewarding. It rewards people who know a lot of things. So less so on the performance side. It is funny. So in that way, it's funny when you get rolled by a boss. To me anyways. Like, if I walk into a boss and I realize, oh, okay, 3 of my members can't do any damage to the boss because they designed a boss to negate my entire team. It's like, well, back to the drawing board. But the thing is, the drawing board is one step back and looking at your tools. When you're playing a FromSoft game, for example, like the Souls games, you have to invest in the time. You have to keep practicing. In Persona, you sit down and you think about it. Like, you're not necessarily practicing your hands and your performance, you're practicing your thinking skills. So ultimately, those who like the stories, like for example, we just rant about cross-cultural things and then tying it to Persona, it complements the Persona series. Like, I don't know if it was by chance or by design, people who like to talk about social, economic order, political stuff, spiritualism, talk about different perspectives, they also are people who would sit here and say, well, the boss steamrolled me. What information do I have? Let's get at this a different way and then do that, as opposed to go right in and practice and practice and practice. Like, no matter how good you get at pressing X or something, pressing, waiting and defending, if your team isn't built to succeed, then it will never succeed in this game. And hear me out, there are games in which you can brute force through things. So it is still possible to brute force because of the JRPG. Like, you can over level, basically. The quintessential way of enjoying Persona games or Shin Megami Tensei is at the intended way it's played, you have all the tools to succeed. It doesn't necessarily involve practice. There's like zero practice most of the time. So it's instantly rewarding in the sense that if you know the information and you're prepped for the information, you're good to go. So it kind of blends really well with people online, right? Like, they like to think as opposed to doing. So you only have to do it once. If you prep properly, you succeed. There's to the point where this game is both unforgiving to those who refuse to play by the game's rules, as in, like, when you're playing a FromSoft game, you're like, I don't want to use magic. Okay, well, there's not necessarily going to be a boss that's immune to physical damage. In this game series, count on it. All the tools that exist in the game are either going to be negated, reversed, or changed up. So if you're saying, oh, I really love playing with this, like, I really love playing physical damage all the time, there's going to be a boss that just negates physical damage. So in the future, like, iterations of the game, they've been a little bit more lax. So you can technically circumvent some of these things. Like, there's Abyss, sort of like Abyss meta, where it can solve all your problems and whatnot. That's true. At the highest difficulty and stuff, it's still the modernization's made it a lot softer, right? The philosophy is that you use all your tools. So if you got so used to using brute force, eventually a boss is just going to shut you down. The more specialized you are, the more it gets shut down. So you get rewarded for using things. So in my opinion, ATLUS don't make games where, hey, just play the way you want. Just play the way you want. If you like to run through the entire game with physical damage, you're gonna have a great time. You can just brute force everyone with physical damage. Like, no, you can't. You legitimately can't even do damage to mobs, like certain mobs, because they are literally just immune to damage, to physical damage. So that's kind of one of those things that I enjoy about Persona games when it comes to strategy. If you have a poor strategy, then the odds might actually even be zero. Literally zero. Like, the odds for me in that boss battle, if I had one party member who was weak to fire, was it fire that they used, or was it, oh, it was wind. If they were, or no, it was fire. Yeah, it was fire. If any one of my party members was weak to fire, it would be wipe. No matter how good I am, like no matter how much I level, the odds would be near 0. Well, you could argue, well, you could just sit here and level to 99. It's like, yeah, but by that time, you're probably not playing the game anymore. Like, sitting here leveling up to 99, you can still do that, obviously. You could. Outside of that, right? Anyways. It's one of the parts that people like about... Oh, I have a a lost guy here. It's one of the things that people like about the Shin Megami Tensei games. In fact, the later games, the unforgiving nature that I'm talking about, was kind of softened, and hardcore fans, here we go again, right? Perspective. Hardcore fans are upset that the Persona games are becoming more forgiving, as in they're allowing players to use their more viable ways to beat bosses and stuff. Like, it's softer because each boss has like more than 2 or 3 different ways to beat them, and then there's like your party members and stuff are Swift's army knives. Like, you don't have to force yourself to switch and rotate around builds and stuff just to get a chance at beating the boss. So that part, it's a toss-up. Lots of people like the idea that you have to piece the puzzles together and build a complicated build specifically to beat a boss, which will happen in this game. The optional boss, legitimately, you have to spend a couple hours to build your team. Wait. Who's missing? Oh, right. I'm supposed to find the person. This is the older like Final Fantasy
It's
game
powerful,
kind of
but
structure,
we can attack first.
where the optional boss is so
You found the enemy's
OP
palace.
that by the time you beat the optional boss, everything else is trivial. So we'll probably end up one-shotting the final boss or something while trying to do the optional stuff. It's probably gonna happen.
Only one enemy left.
And yes, that is a tank again.
Let's go.
The first thing you commented on today.
I've been waiting for
Literal
this.
tank.
Okay, now.
A tank with a face on top though. Just a smiley face on top. Or maybe those are eyes. Dang
Physical
it.
attacks are out.
I forgot. Can't use strikes.
Persona! I've been waiting for this. Okay, now!
All right. We're gonna get our documents, and then we're gonna try to like complete some of the social links today. There you are. Also rescue the last guy. So now we have to go back up again. And then I don't remember what floor it was. 132. I think I learned how the rare chest spawn works, I think. Yeah.
I found some cash.
It's fine, we're leaving. Oh, yes. Everything's just next to each other. There we go. Boink. We got our document. Alright, so now the rare chest spawn is on 128 and 132. So we're gonna attempt to get to 138 or 128 as quickly as possible. Fingers crossed that the chest appears, and if not, go up to 128 or 132. 132. Let's see if we can find a shot in that. And the goal is to avoid... Darn. It's over here. As many...
There are 2 of them! Attack!
As many, encounters. Do I not have a... Do I not have a... Oh. Ah! I didn't mean to do that.
You really are smart.
Alright, I mean, that'll do. Time is it? Ugh, okay. Do I have a Naga? Oh no, that's a Ganga, not Naga. Darn it. Aren't you? Forced me into combat. Run!
There are 2 of them, and they're shook up. Take nice!
Show him. Alright. Fingers crossed. Save me the RNG life. I think this is the wrong direction. Dang you. Oh, be this way. Hold. No!
You're starting to look exhausted.
Hush.
This is...
Hush.
There are 3 of them! Strike first!
Wait, we're doing Mudo, right?
One enemy left!
Now's our chance.
Okay. Does this automatically replace you? Okay. Wow, 41 is when you learn all the techniques. Really? That's so soon. Ah, it's a dead end. Wait,
There are 2 enemies.
wait. Am I a pep? Did I miss the exit?
2 enemies left.
Bring it. What a tough bastard.
How dare you?
I couldn't finish it
Oh,
off.
come on. Heckin' butthead.
Goro-chan still can't move. I summon you.
Better not romance
Keep it up.
Ken.
Go for one
Alright.
more.
Enemy defeated.
That's the last one.
Sure.
What a tough bastard.
Only 1 enemy left.
Okay.
Oh. Just wanted to rate. Oh, wanted
Watch out.
to
There are
wanted
4
the stairs,
enemies.
man.
Persona.
Well, that sucks.
There are 4 enemies left.
This is it. Keep it up. This is it. Keep it up. It's still alive.
Three enemies left.
Who said you can get up already?
I summon you. That's the way.
Let me pitch in.
Boink.
I've been waiting for this. Okay, now!
Do I have a spare Mothman for fusion? Oi. I'm closer. Dang it.
Watch out. There
I don't
are
have
4
a.
enemies. Persona.
I don't have Magaru.
The enemy's off balance. Attack. Persona. The enemy's off balance. Attack. I summon you. Keep it up.
Boink. Don't give me that face coffer. Okay. Are we having a VC tonight? What do you mean by having a VC tonight? Wait, did I forget
Rare
something?
Form. Destroy it. The
Wait, did I miss something? Oh, okay. I don't know. How late are we talking about? Because this is gonna be pretty late. Kind of yapped the night away, huh? Oh,
There are 2 of
oh,
them.
because of
Attack.
your funny little Oh yeah, you're talking about because of your funny sound situation. That's right. Did you find out if it's your chair though?
Enemy defeated.
Now's our chance.
You know?
Persona.
It's not your chair? Okay. Oh, come on.
Only one enemy left.
Oh no, that's counter. Dang it. I forgot about the counter.
Ready for this?
Or repel.
Tough bastard.
Take this.
Alright, I'll take that guy. I'm pretty sure I consumed this guy last time. Yes. It's gonna serve as a placeholder. Wait. Oh, that's a dead end. Hold. No. I can't rush to...
There are two of them, and they're shook up. Take this. Nice one. The enemy's off balance now. Take this choice.
We do want to do some social linking after all that yapping about perspectives and... Did I consume you? I think I have a copy of the dude currently. Stairs? Wait, what floor am I on? Okay. Heck you. Not like this, not again. I just want to not battle, please. Okay, I'll make an exception for you if you turn
Everyone
around.
seems tired. Can we call it a night?
Listen, Puka. Listen, we still have a task to do. Alright, next floor. RNG's on. Okay. 28 is our... Okay. 128 is our one of the floors. Not there. Wait. Where's that coming from? Oh. Come on. Fine. Fine.
There are three of
Oh,
them.
that's
Strike first.
that's an interesting mob. What are the chances this is a Hama?
I summon you.
Double blocked, okay.
There are three enemies left.
Let's go. I couldn't finish it off.
That's not good.
Bring. Too bad. Don't mind.
One enemy to
Last
go.
one.
Okay. Wow, you're remarkably low HP. What the heck?
Only one enemy left.
Still alive.
Okay, I'll take it.
That's that.
Ugh. Come on. Where's that? Nope.
There's one enemy. Attack!
I swear this tank though.
Only one enemy left.
Oh,
Physical
that's
attacks
right.
are out.
No slapping.
Persona! I've been waiting for this. Okay, now!
So real talk, Coppers. You can only hear it while you're seated. So is your PC tower on your desk? Or is it below you?
Yes, the enemy's down.
It's rised on a roller. But not in...
Physical attacks are out.
And we're saying like...
I can't
But it's
lose
not
to an
at
underclass.
ear level or anything like that.
I've been waiting for this.
And you say you
Okay,
can't
now!
isolate the sound. It's on the floor, okay. Hmm. Hmm. Where's that gold box? Alright, we're going up to the 132nd floor. It's a tank again. Oh no!
There's one enemy. Attack!
Really? Really?
Only one enemy left.
Point. Okay.
Adios.
Where are me stairs? I think I see stairs.
There are two of them. Attack! Two enemies left.
What a tough bastard.
Nice. I imagine they're
I
Bufu.
defeated an enemy.
Bufu weak.
Only one enemy left.
What a tough bastard. Okay.
Okay. Hmm. Called it. Okay. Oh, I see it. It's not even 132. We got it.
There's one enemy. Attack!
Now we're gonna go conclude some social links before the day's over. I have 1 hour, so okay. I don't want to talk about it. This is what I'm looking for? Oh, it's not. So wait, it has to be on those floors? I swear I picked up. Oh no, it's still RNG, even if the box spawns. Oh no. So far,
There are 2 of them.
I guess I got
Attack!
lucky so far. Dang.
Take great choice. 2 enemies left.
Man,
My next strike will be the last.
I really thought it was gonna work out.
There's 1 enemy
That's
left.
the last one.
Only 1 enemy left.
Bring it. Adios, asshole.
Kinda. That was a kind of funny place to cut him off. Yep. And so staircase, alright.
There's 1 enemy. Attack. Take nice.
All right, let's kick some ass. Let's do it.
Alright. Wishful thinking. Here we go. Oh, it's clear. Oh, no. A different type of clear. Dang it. I was kind of hoping you said no enemies here. Then is more than likely that it would have the spawn. Don't do this to me, game. Dang it.
There's 1 enemy.
No dice. Had to run it back. That's very unfortunate. Run it back. Unless I don't know. I still don't know if it has to be those floors. Dang you.
There are 2 enemies. 1 enemy to go.
Good boy. Still alive.
Only 1 enemy left.
Adios.
Oh yeah, that's right. I do have to. Oh no, I am wearing those pumps. Darn it. Let's just head back down. Yeah, it's not clear if I have to RNG Let me make sure I actually accepted the... I thought I did. Oh, the 6th document, yeah. Slowly but surely, you are digging away at finding a hidden truth that most humans will never be aware of. You still can't read the documents. What does the world look like from your eyes? I'm sure it looked different to you now than it did before. Power of knowledge can alter your perceptions. Most definitely. Hang on. Yeah, I have taken it. It's the 4th block. So we're in the 4th block. And we have 2 shots at the 4th block. Technically, yeah. Stinky cheese, I tell you. Stinky cheese. RNG dependent stinky cheese. Oh no. Oh boy. You know what? You know what I have to say to that? That's what I have to say to that. Watch it be another dark room. I'll yoink this though. Why don't you guys just cower? You know? Cowered in a corner or something.
There are 2 of them. Attack! Two enemies left.
I couldn't finish it off.
Actually, what happens when you run? Does it... Do they disappear or do they stay there? Oh no, they disappear. That's actually alright. I'm okay with that. Oh, what?
An ambush.
I didn't think that was gonna end there. Oh yeah, that's much faster. Because we don't need XP anymore. Wait, how did I miss the staircase? Oh.
There are 2 of them. Attack!
Nah, this is faster. This is faster. More enemies than usual. Wait. Oh, is that the because all of them are rare situation? Okay.
A rare form. Destroy it. A rare one. Don't let it get away.
In before I get
Only
ganked
one
by
enemy left.
death.
This is it.
Ooh. Go over 999. Alright. Listen, I don't need... Just want the staircase, alright? Where's the staircase at? Okay. As much as I want to be greedy, I'm not here. Wait. Nope. Nope. Okay. Fast screens. Nope. you can get... Ah! You can get a gold chest
There's one
outside
enemy.
of the areas. What in the world? Uncalled for.
Adios.
I encountered 2 so far. Okay. That's good enough. Go upstairs. I'm over it. Okay. Nope. Nope. Alright. 128. Let's see it. Okay.
There's one enemy. Attack.
Okay. Come on. Where is it?
There are 3 of them. Strike first.
And
There are 2 enemies. I don't think you can get away.
what? Come on. Okay. Oh, there it is. We got it. Time to peace out. We can get back to RPing.
There are 3 enemies. Be careful.
Yeah. Back to RPing. Yeah. That's definitely usually the stopgap here. Bottleneck on the rare. Okay. What do we have? This katana must be the Mikazuki. I only recognize like half of the legendary katana names. Mikazuki Munechika. I don't know which one that is. I heard that his name for his resemblance to the crescent moon. Oh, Munetsuki. I see. The moon is capable of tempting one's heart. Indeed, this is a beautiful design as well. Alright, what do we get for this? Alright, let's go and social up. So, we're gonna see a lot of conclusions. I have to check on my personas. So we don't need a moon. Lover is complete. Empress. Do we have an Empress? I think I need an Empress now. So hold up. So what social links? I'm pretty sure we completed Lover, Magician, and... Oh no. Oh yeah. Lovers, Magician, and... Yeah. Lovers, Magician, and Tower, right? We don't need a sun. We don't need a moon. Star. We don't need a devil. Stars. Okay. I need a Arcana list. Okay. So let's go fill out our roster here so I don't have to worry about it. No, we don't need a okay. We don't need a moon. So let's go and create something else. We have a temperance. We do not have a temperance. What happens when... Okay. What about no magician? Okay. Do I have you? You don't seem familiar. And I have two hierophants. Gotta catch them all. I mean, gotta fuse them all. Sorry. Gotta make sure we don't get like persecuted by a certain Neen and Do. You know? Who am I kidding? I already talked about Legend of Zelda earlier. Okay. Alright. So, magician we don't need. Priestess to end the priestess. Emperor. Hierophant. Lovers we don't need. We can convert this. Chariot. Sure. Nata Taishi. Or is it Nata? Nata Taishi? I mean, it could be that too. Alright. So we have two chariots as well. Oh no, I accidentally made two chariots. That's awkward. Magician, no, priestess, emperor, hierophant, chariots. I guess we can justice something. Need strength? Yes. Well, we can hold 2 extra. So... what do I need? Justice. What kind of justice do I have? Just need an angel. That's fine. Justice. I'm not sure we need a fortune. We'll just throw a fortune. We have a strength. Hangman. Oh, no need for sun. Star. Yeah, no tower, no devil. Need a star. I think I'm still missing a star, right? Mothman like the cryptid? Yeah, I guess. It is a moth. It does make a like a yelling thing. Like, here's the Mothman. Kind of cute. Okay. So I have star, hermit. Am I missing a hermit? I'm missing a hermit. No, I have a hermit. Just kidding. Hermit, I think we're good. We're good to go. We're good to go. Let's advance our social links here. Hunky dory. Where are we at here? Yeah, we got our... Hey, how's it going? I'm on fire. Just kidding. I don't know why I said I'm on fire. I don't understand. Ah, that's great. Same here. Let's own that next shadow and make the world a better place, huh? When is the next one? Like 5 days from now. All right. Okay. Oil. I think we're ready for the quest. It's almost October 1st, yeah. I have to pick up some oil, which, where will we get oil from? Some may wonder. Perhaps a mechanical maiden? Mayhaps? Wait, did I accept the request? I didn't even pay attention to if I accepted a request or not. Okay. Okay, police station. Grab all the loot from the peeps. Was that an accessory? Interesting. Yep, we're good. Alright, we're going to Emperor and see what's going... Whoops. Wrong location. Gonna go check on... What's his name? Hirokishi? Hirokoshi? The student council guy. Alright. Chihiro is the only one here. Oh. One-san, today's meeting was cancelled. What happened to Hidetoshi-san? What do you mean? Just now, a teacher called him to the office. The teacher seemed really upset. Chihiro seemed scared. What could have happened? He decided to go to the office. Hallway? You hear someone yelling inside the office. Don't be so stubborn. Just put her name on the list. Kotone-kun was chosen by the president to be in student council. She's very responsible. That's why I don't consider her as a suspect. You hear a teacher and Hidetoshi talking. There's a witness who saw her wandering the streets at midnight. What? A high school student wandering the streets at night. There's only one expectation for that, isn't there? I thought you hated students who don't follow the rules. I don't doubt that there were witnesses, but I believe in Kotone-kun, so I'm not adding her to the list of suspects. Besides, I thought we were talking about the smoker. Your accusations of bad behavior, are you trying to slander her? What exactly do you intend to do to her using this list? Which of the teachers is this? In the end, you're just an adolescent interested in the girls too, huh? I never thought you'd fall for a girl. Forget about our deal. If you'll excuse me then. Deal? You were listening? Looks uncomfortable. I'm not the culprit. I know. You don't have to tell me. Seems satisfied. That teacher thinks it was you. Did he really pass his certification exam? Don't worry, Kotone-kun. Even if the whole school turns on me, I won't sell you out. Good guy. Although, which teacher are we talking about? All of a sudden? What's this beef? Be careful of that teacher. Tell me who it is. You don't seem to realize why he's got his eye on you. If something happens, call me. Oh, he's a good guy. Oh yeah. Rough around the edges. Or sharp, maybe. Sharp around the edges.
Where have you been?
Next Sunday is most likely the full moon day, right? Wait, is it just me or does Iori actually sound serious for a change? Because of... Hey, what is that supposed to mean? Yeah. Because of Chidori. Alright, we're gonna see the conclusion of Shinjiro. Oh. Social link, because we found his pocket watch. That's... Hey, come with me, okay? Alright, let's do it. Shrine. It's a quiet night with no one around.
Where'd you find this?
Oh yeah, that's right. The last social link is voice acted. That's right. You told me that it's been taken to a police station. It had been taken to a police station that you claimed it.
Oh, I see.
Shinjiro toys with a pocket watch.
I thought I'd be fine if I never saw this again. But I never imagined that you, of all people, would bring it to me.
He looks serious.
This isn't really to pay you back, but I want you to have this. I was hesitating about if I should give it to you or not.
A leather watch.
I thought it'd look good on you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looks down at his feet for a long time.
Look after Aki. You know he's an idiot.
He really is a bit of a derp.
You remember the story about the first fight we ever had? It was because I stole a doll from a toy store. Aki's sister couldn't make any friends. I stole it because I thought it'd make her happy. Aki found out about it and he beat the crap out of me. And he was crying the whole time.
All three of them are orphans.
Afterwards, we both went back to the store to return it and to apologize for what I did. The toy store's owner smacked us both. He hasn't changed at all from back then. He's stupid, honest, proud, kind, and a crybaby. That's why someone needs to be by his side.
Yeah.
Wait, do you...
We did choose Akihiko as the romance target.
No, never mind. I'm glad to hear it. I'll be counting on you. I ain't worried at all because I know you're with him. I'm leaving the rest to you.
Looks kindly at you. Bro to the end. Oh, I really liked his 7th and 8th when he was cooking. And some of his social link thing was great. Moon. Realization. Realization and protection of what's important.
The wind's starting to pick up. I kind of want to stay here a little longer if we can, but aren't you cold? Hey, you're gonna catch something. Come here.
Talk about various things late into the night. Okay. That's a wrap for him. We have to wear winter wear from now on. It's so heavy, my shoulders hurt. But I looked in the pocket and I found a lost possession. My shoulder hurts too. Plus, I hear weird voices and I've got a headache. Excuse me? Possession? Alright. It's Mr. Sengoku fan. I'll finally get to tell you about Masamune Date today. I couldn't sleep a wink last night. I was so excited. Let's get started. We'll begin with Date's early life. In 1567, at Yonezawa Castle. You feel tired? Say up. And at age 15, Masamune Date emerged victorious on his very first battle. Thus began his rise to power. Huh. We're out of time? What's your next class? Composition? I'll have to talk to Miss Toriyumi later. I better bring some cake. Anyways, let's continue. Skipping you over. Alright. Let's go. Saori is where we're going. She's almost, we gotta find out if she's gonna move out, get relocated to a private school, or stand up for herself and ask for help. Find out. The students that came to the infirmary seem uneasy when they see Saori. Everyone leaves in a hurry. Hey, Kotone-chan. Would it be alright if I asked you to look after this place by yourself? I think if I'm here, anyone who's sick would just try to live with it instead of getting better. I'm going to go refill the soap dispenser in the bathrooms. You mean that Hasegawa in the magazine? You can hear several boys gossiping behind the door. You hung out with her? Seriously? She'll do anything you ask? It's like she can't say no. I'm going to punch them. No, I'm going to shut them up. No, don't. It's not going to change anything. I was a fool. Thanks, Kotone-chan. I'm really happy that you're willing to stand up for someone like me. She smiles weakly. Everything about that article is a lie. All those things about me having sex and seducing boys and acting superior. I don't care how other people see me, but I want you to know that. Jinjuru hurt. Thank you. As long as you understand, I don't need anything else. Smiles weakly. Okay. Even though she says she doesn't care, is this really the truth? Obviously it's not. Being lied about, having nasty rumors spread about her, and now transferring to another school after all this. That seems like nothing more than confessing to all the lies being said. Let's clear these lies up. Huh? But how? Tell them the truth? But how can I go about talking to everybody who said these things? This is an announcement. Takao Yamaguchi of Class 1E, we have found your lost property. The school announcements. Oh, yeah, speak to... That's it? Huh? You suggest that you use the school broadcast to speak to all the students in the school. The broadcast? But I can't do that. You can do it. Let's go. I don't want people to think the wrong things about me. I want them all to be my friends. I always thought that, if you'll be by my side, then I'll do it. Saori looks like she's about to cry. It's now or never. PA room, there's no one inside. My heart's pounding. Look, my hands are cold. Saori's hands are as frigid as ice. You claps her hand tightly. Kotone-chan, I'll do my best. I need to do this. Running away won't help. Saori seems to be trying to encourage herself. I didn't know that speaking from the heart was this terrifying. Right? Being nice again. We already set this up with our 2.5-hour discussion about the politeness culture, right? But I remembered something. It feels good when you're feeling match your words. I've heard that before, but never believed it. You're the one who made me feel that way before. But I'm going to do this because you believe in me. Something about the anime joke. If you don't believe in yourself, believe me, believe in me that believe in you. Natalie grips your hand tightly. Oh, we have to wait one more to see the conclusion. Maybe. Wait. Speak your truth, Saori. Saori went into the broadcast room. Eventually, you begin to hear Saori's voice over the intercom. I can't wait to hear this like actually happen. I think Saori is one of the social links for Makoto. I think. So we'll get to hear who voices her in P3R, which will they'll probably do this speech or something. This is Saori Hasagawa of Class 2C. There's something I'd like to say. Everything in that magazine article is a lie. I never said anything to a journalist. That picture is of me. I didn't know how it would be used. And I deeply regret not considering that when I agreed to let it be taken. Hey, Hasagawa. Teachers are rushing your way. Are you part of this, Shomi? How disrespectful do you have to be to hijack the school broadcast to pull a stunt like this? Hasagawa, stop this at once. Mr. Ekoda moves towards the door to the broadcast room, but you nonchalantly get in his way. Shomi? Now, look how wonderful Miss Toriyumi's students are. What? Miss Oinishi, isn't Hasagawa one of your students? Her behavior must be caused by your teaching abilities. Is she saying anything that isn't true? If I recall, the one who tried to cover up the truth about that was... Don't you start pulling reasons on me. Ugh, you science majors. Whoa! And he just happens to be the man and the other female teachers. I'm just saying. Maybe not quite aged fairly well, but it is kind of interesting that the two science majors are females. That's interesting too. Anyways. What? Or maybe he's just specifically referring to Aoishi. The broadcast continues. I love this school. The teachers are kind but strict, and I have a friend who believes in me. I'm very sorry that I caused all of you, students and faculties, any trouble. I really am sorry from the bottom of my heart. Saori's voice trembles. What's with this announcement? Is this going out all over? Maybe Saori-san joined the drama club. People are gathering around the broadcast room. Everyone, get lost. Everybody, if you stay here, I'm going to begin handing out homework. This single comment causes students to flee in moments. Whose side are you on? Saori comes out of the broadcast room. I'm sorry for what I did. I don't care if I get expended or expelled because of this. You wanted to prove you're innocent, didn't you? Yes. Everyone said so many terrible things about me, but I've never done anything wrong. But was this the correct way to go about it? It was my idea. Otone-chan, shh. That makes this our problem. Mr. Ekoda, leave these students to us. What? Aren't you the one going on every day about how I should be taking on more duties as a teacher? I better see a report about this when it's over. Mr. Ekoda leaves. Look, Shomi-san, write up a report about this for us. Something about how we all sat down, we should have given this more thought, blah blah blah, or should I do it? You seem to be letting her off rather easily. You don't plan to punish Hasagawa-san, do you, Miss Oinishi? What she did made me feel a lot better, too. I don't know how many times I've been reprimanded my students for gossiping, but they just wouldn't listen. It must have taken guts to stand up for yourself like this. Oh, yes, but it's because Kotone-chan was with me. See? All it takes is a good friend. Yes, you're the best teacher in the universe, Miss Toriyumi. Well then, you're free to go. I don't even want an essay out of you. Thank you very much. God. What just happened? What just happened? You walk home with Saori, who is laughing cheerfully. I don't understand what just happened.
Greetings.
Okay. That's a diffusion of responsibility. Back and forth. Man, I think some of these teachers are really unhinged the way they're written. Alright, I gotta get the oil. Are you looking for oil? There are many types of oil. Fuel, food, and so on. If you like, I can give you some of my silicone oil for delicate parts. I have a large supply. Alright. We got the oil. It's okay. We're gonna go turn it in now. The teachers are written so weird in this game. I genuinely did not remember how unhinged some of the teachers are. This must be the oil I asked for. The label on the can says machine oil. I see, so this is used when frying machinery. Gulp, gulp. This distinct texture can be rather addictive once you get used to it. You may take this oil back with you. Would it be imposing if I asked for some mech fries? Mech fries. The next time you come. Mech fries. Theo, you're killing it. Please take this as your reward. Railgun? Oh, for... We nonchalantly get a railgun for our... I guess... Alright, we're gonna chill with Ken. We're slowly building a bond with Ken as a mother figure, more so. Okay. Munch, munch. Nom nom nom. Ken is demolishing his calcium mill. You see something back on Ken's wrist. Yes? What is it? Oh. Ken's face turns bright red. Indian ink. From calligraphy class. Ken rubs at the ink on his wrist. Don't worry about it so much. But I hate being dirty. Ken speaks in a voice barely above a whisper. I forgot that I had homework. It was to write the name of something that I like, but I couldn't think of anything. Did you not write anything? I did write something. I wrote omelet and fried rice. Ken turns bright red. It would appear that Ken likes omelet and fried rice. Maybe you should make it for him sometime. You suggest that to him. Huh? You don't have to. Ken sounds embarrassed, but he looks happy. You really are nice, Kotone-san. Everyone else is too. Yukari-san brought me some ice cream the other day. She said that she wanted to have some, but she didn't buy any for herself. Junbei-san always gave me the toy that comes with the candy he buys, even though he only gets a piece of gum. He said that he likes the gum better than the toy, but that can't be true. Everyone's so nice. Ken smiles. There's no need to be so nice to me. That goes for you too, Kotone-san. Ken-san looks like he's ready to burst into tears. That's just how we are, right? Then you don't act like that because you think I need it. That is a very excellent point from today and yesterday when we were talking about, like, sometimes people want to help, right? And the idea of wanting to help is very different from the idea of having to help or needing to help someone. They simply want to. And looks even more as if he's about to cry. 6 years. We're only 6 years apart. Whoa, Ken. We need to calm down on that part. 6 years between you and me. And sighs softly. You feel that you've grown closer. Yep. We need to calm down on that one. Just a wee bit. There's something I'd like to ask you. Oh, actually, never mind. Never mind. Awkward. Alright, so who are we going next? Chariot. Oh, this is Kenji and Ryo. Ryo finally confesses to Kenji, who is like a childhood friend, who turns out that she really likes. She got irritated that Kenji started chasing after other girls, and then she finally asked him, and Kenji said that he likes her as much as he likes ramen, and ramen is his like favorite thing in the world. So that's what happened last. So now let's go see what happens. You sweat it out with the other club members. The break's over. Don't forget to roll your shoulders before getting back to the game. Come on, no walking. Show some hustle. Ryo's made such a sudden comeback. We should call her a Phoenix. Phoenix Ryo? Why not just call her Phoenix? That's pretty good. Bion Wasaki? Wasaki? Sounds good too. Okay, I'm not sure about that last one, Chief. Though it does sound like some kind of monster. Hey, if you don't stop flapping your jaws, my next serve is going straight for your face. Oh, bring it on. I'll smack you right back. I'll smack it right back at you. Everyone's talking now more than before, but they're all enjoying the practice. When we first started, no one wanted to practice, and Ryo couldn't relate. She was like compassionless because she doesn't understand love. So it's a 180. I guess in the end, I realized that Ryo is a teenage girl, just like us. You know, kidding. Maybe we should just ask her if she wants to join us on a group date when it isn't during practice. I want to go too. Oh, wait, hold on. Ryo going on a group date? I want to go too. You've got someone already, don't you? I've heard the rumors too, so why not tell us more? Hey, you three. Shut it before I make you do more squats. You finished today's practice and helped clean up. Did you see today? Everyone was trying really hard to keep the balls in the court. I really think everyone's committed to the team now. You need to lie down. You'll be learning. Have a good night. Yeah, take care. Show. Good luck, good luck. Good luck with work. Sleep well. Thanks for hanging out. Always a pleasure. Take care, take care. Well, no. I know they were all committed to each other the whole time. I guess I only just now saw what we were missing. I didn't take the time to see who excelled in which positions. Otone, from the looks of it, you're good at bringing a team together. You really got an eye for detail. Seriously, you're a much better leader than I am. Thanks. Let's keep doing our best. Seems calm, as if she's matured a little recently. Where's Kenji? Where's bro Kenji? What is he doing? Let's clean up fast and go home. Oh, I know. Let's stop by walk. Okay. The two of you had a meal at walk before you headed back to the door. Fair enough.
Oh, hey!
What? There's an achievement attached to... Oh no. Hold up. Oh no. Can you romance more than one target? Wait. Is it a... Oh, no, wait. Hold up. Hold the phone. Oh, no, it's just with someone, anyone. It's fine. Okay, I think we're gonna do Akihiko. So, we're just gonna go and... we're just gonna go... Oh, you can choose Shinjiro. Interesting. I guess instead we'll just study. What's our stats at? We're gonna go for another like 30 minutes or something. Oh, am I tired? Oh no, that's fine. I don't remember if I'm so tired. The loss seems to be growing in number. Really? I cannot explain why, but our highest priority should be eliminating the remaining shadows. The moon will be full tomorrow. I shall accompany you in battle. Right. We're really close to maxing out our social stuff. I hope you guys haven't forgotten that exam starts in 10 days, a week from Tuesday. If this class doesn't do well, it'll be my fault, so y'all better study hard. Well, let's open to page 125. The younger generation is creating its own language in cyberspace. That is a deep cut right there. That is an awesome deep cut. And officially, I refer to it as NetSpeak, right? The heckin' Gen Z. NetSpeak. I'm no computer nerd, but I've mastered the Leet Speak. That's pretty funny, Leet Speak. As opposed to NetSpeak, right? You all use online. It's useful. Dang, that is a deep cut right there. Speaking my words. Now we're saying like, I've even came up with my own internet slang. Not only is it totally unreadable, it's impossible to tell whether it's gibberish or real sentences. With my flair for cryptology, I could be a government spy. Yeah, that's what I'll shoot for. You stayed... It's so unhinged. Alright. I want to see some of the conclusions to a lot of these social links. We're at like 9 for so many of these. Today is Saturday. I can't believe there's a reference to NetSpeak. Leet Speak. That's hilarious. That's so good. They were so ahead of their time.
Hi, how was your day?
Tomorrow's the full moon. Yeah, I got you. And I think this is gonna make us cap out. Pretty sure. This game, we are geniuses from now on. Where is it? There it is. Maxed out social stats. Okay. And then now we got to get to do our dark hour. Dark hour. There will be a full moon tonight. Yeah. Decide to stay home to conserve energy. Oh, it's on a Sunday. Okay. Shinjiro and Ken are nowhere to be found.
I've located the target.
Hmm.
It's in the plaza in front of Iwatodai Station.
This will be the 10th. Only a few left. But let's worry about them one at a time.
Assuming they come one at a time. Just kidding.
Yukari-chan, how did you know? I sensed 2 of them.
Just kidding.
Are you serious? Me and my big mouth.
Where's Shinji?
He just notified me that he'll meet up with you later. I didn't ask any questions.
Figures. He's always played by his own rules.
It's okay. At least he's coming, right?
Indeed, we can't wait for him.
Wait, Ken-kun isn't here either. Hey, Junpei, go get him. That'll be your punishment for last time.
Punishment? What is this, kindergarten? That little shit is more trouble than he's worth.
Whoa. Calm down, Junpei.
All right, let's move out. This time, there are 2 enemies. We'll determine our formation once we arrive.
Let's go then.
Oh, so I don't have access to Shinjiro? Use our imaginations here. 2 giant shadows appear at the roundabout in front of the
There they
station.
are. This is the way we go to school. We've got to protect this place.
It seems like they've been waiting for us.
Where's Amada?
It wasn't in his room, so who knows?
Damn it, Shinji, where are you?
I think we should hurry. They look like they're about to make their move.
All right, let's decide on a team and engage the enemy. Once it's decided, we'll head over immediately.
Okay. So I guess we'll take Yukari for the... Oh, she's not really well leveled at the moment. And then... What is Akihiko? Whoops. What is Akihiko's week? I think this is fine. And then we'll take Koromaru. What do you have? Rage is interesting. We'll keep that on there. Evade physical, that's actually kind of useful. Increase our and you have evade slash. I don't know if the boss is going to have here. I mean, crit low. That's fine. Do you have anything that? No. Okay. Higher chance of dodging against slash. Interesting. Wait, what happens when you... we're gonna put this on her. Interesting. And I could bring Aegis along. Aegis might be okay. Oh, she is so... I did not use her. Because we had a bunch of Aegis stuff. Holy railgun? Okay. Well, that's interesting. In place of Akihiko. Now, for now, we'll just use those four. And... who do I have to use? Maybe someone that... with counter strike. What is Herculean strike? Do all? Alright, I guess we'll find out. What happens if I interact? Oh, okay. You're a pepperoni.
I'll keep you informed. Please be careful. I don't detect the fortune one anymore. The strength one must have done something.
Okay, if it's strength, then it's physical.
You can't attack it right now. Concentrate on the one whose arcana is strength.
I don't know what fortune is. Fortune might be wind. So the question is... Ooh, increase... Oh, I don't have Matara Kaja. But we do have... I don't know how evasive is it, so we'll buff up. Rebellion would be nice. Okay.
That didn't take it out?
Oh. Okay. I see how it is.
Let's go.
Wheel of Fortune.
What is this? Roulette?
Oh. Oh, okay. I know the spacing. Alright, fair enough. So you can buff yourself. Okay, okay. Interesting. Heat wave. Oh, goodness gracious. Akihiko.
Akihiko-senpai is like... That wheel's effects depend on where it stops. Red is bad luck. I hope it doesn't come up.
Holy, Akihiko just got whomped. Oh, I can remove the debuff.
Hang in there.
Excuse me. Okay, so I thought. Okay, so hang on. I think I got this. Oh no, it's slightly off. All right, all right. I think I got the timing. It's fine. Oh no, wait. Did that just make the attack? Wait, was that a debuff on them? That's fine.
Persona!
Can I get a crit off this? It's pretty decent damage. You don't have a... Oh, you don't have a second level heal yet. That's awkward. Alright. So wait, how do you know if this is applying to you or applying to them? Okay, hang on. Oh, Maybe if it's red, it targets you. Ah, I see. Ow!
I summon you.
Just crit the face. Heck. Not miss the face, crit the face.
Persona.
Yeah, I can't knock it down. Okay, so I think I got the timing down. Oh no! Status ailments. Okay, blue is on their side, right? That's how I read it. Okay. Panic, this allows it to cast spells. Okay. Okay. Cool, cool. Whack it. Hit it harder.
This is it.
Please hit.
Can I inflict anything else on it? You have so much HP. Oh no, is that damage? Or is that good? Okay. And I'm guessing the HP stuff is a good thing. Ow!
Persona.
I don't want them to miss.
Persona.
Dang, so it's just Wheel of Fortune the whole time. Oh boy, here we go. Ah, it's a little early. It's fine. I'd take that anytime. Oh, you can even dodge it. Oh no. That's not good. Okay. Got lucky.
Persona.
Don't overdo it.
Hang in there.
Slow and steady, I suppose. Okay. This should be good, right? Or is it having? Oh, HP restored? Okay. Oh, for the... Wait, it's reversed. Did it just restore? It's for the reverse.
Huh?
Well, 50%.
Hang in there.
you have? Not much going for you. Yeah, getting him to crit is probably pretty sustainable. Alright. Now I want to land on red. Oh, that one is devastating. What? Oh, wait. I needed to land on blue, not red. Oh no. I got the thing backwards. Hang on. Oh no. I can't remove it. Oh no.
Kuro-chan is
Okay.
paralyzed with fear. Hang in there.
It's okay. We brought back up. Panic's not the end of the world. I mean, fear is not the end of the world. Panic might be. Okay. So wait, now I want blue, right? Whoops, that's a little early. Oh no, wait, that's fine. Oh, I could gamble and hurt them instead. You butthead.
Persona!
Come on. Alright, how much does this? Does this do anything? No, it's about the same.
Persona!
Okay. Okay. This helps us. Oh, no, wait. It's the opposite. That's... Oh, that's confusing. Okay. Yeah.
Persona!
I'm getting, like, a bit confused.
Hang in there.
So I want this to land on blue, right? Okay, it's a little bit before. Okay. Or it's a little bit after. That sucks.
Is in trouble. Akihiko-senpai is unconscious.
That's BS. Well, that sucks. So wait. So blue is... Oh, he has Counter-Strike. Oh, that's good.
Hang in there.
No dice. This is taking a while. Alright. So... blue is bad, right? Or blue is what I want for the damage side of things. Okay. So this hurts them. Okay, 200.
The enemy's tired. Finish it off.
Dang. Bringing Koro was good call.
Take this. Hang in there.
Okay. So I want it to be red. Oh no, I think that was too soon. It was too soon! Oh no, wait. That's actually good. Just kidding. I don't want to be red because red is offensive. Just kidding, just kidding. I mean, calculated. I mean, that's exactly what I meant to do.
This is it. Please hit.
I just gotta do as much damage as possible this turn. Dang, still not enough. Okay. So I want red. Okay. Like, the enemy's attack is me, right? Like, it's not clear if it's me or them for that one. Yeah, it's not clear.
Hang in there.
Like, you don't want to buff the enemy because it's targeting self. I don't know. Okay. Alright, what does this guy do?
I detect fortune again, so you can attack that one now.
Okay. Continue to do the same thing? Alright. Ooh. Not again. So, like... you want to land on blue, right? Oh no, that's rage. That's bad. I mean, actually, that's not too bad. As long as he's, like, this isn't too bad, being enraged. You're just gonna bop it, right? As long as I don't take damage from the damage real one. Can I all-out attack while enraged? Oh, I can. That's a dumb luck. Getting enraged is dumb luck. Yeah, I just had to avoid the damage one.
That's just not right.
The heck? Alright, well, that sucks. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Oh! Okay, we're fine. We're safe. That would have been done. That would have dealt 200 to the entire team because they're enraged. Take extra damage when enraged.
Nice shot! The enemy is
Here's
off
our
balance.
chance for an all-out attack. Let me at him.
This is so dumb, like. I don't know if Enrage ever expires.
Akihiko-senpai is unconscious!
Okay, it does attack. So that's a problem.
Take great choice!
Here's our chance for an all-out attack.
You can only all-out attack once per turn? Okay, okay. That's fine.
Hang in there.
No! You're being too reckless!
Nah, we're fine. Clap. That's one way to beat that. Oh, that sped it up so much. Oh, she needs to be level 43 to get the upgrade. That is such a weird way to complete that one.
Good job, everyone!
Nice.
Oh, man, talk about exhausting.
This time, those two who call themselves Strega did not interfere.
It must be because we have Chidori. Anyway, I'm glad everything went well. But what happened to Shinjiro-senpai and Ken?
The chairman doesn't seem to be too concerned, so he went home.
Yamagishi, where are those two?
I'm sorry, I haven't been able to locate them yet.
Let's return to the dorm, and then go from there. Akihiko, are you listening?
Today is October 4th, huh?
And?
Just go back without me. I'm gonna go look for them for a while.
That'll be the anniversary of Miki's death?
Senpai? What's wrong?
Akihiko.
You came. I'm surprised you abandoned the operation. Do you know why I asked you to meet me here? 2 years ago today, October 4th, that was the day my mom died here.
Oh, his mom died.
They called it an accident, but it wasn't. I saw the whole thing. You murdered her! Since then, it's been one bad thing after another, and all I get from people is sympathy no matter where I go.
I don't remember.
What's the point in living? I even thought about killing myself, but Mom wouldn't have wanted that.
Trigger warning.
That's why I decided that I had to find her killer. You! You said once that you wanted to forget what happened on that day. So when I found out it was a full moon today, I knew I had to confront you. Today, Mom is watching over me. I'll make you remember what you did to her. I'm gonna kill you!
Do it.
Huh? No one's here.
Anyway, why was Akihiko-san acting so weird? What's so special about October 4th?
October the 4th. That's right. I was so caught up in the operation that I didn't realize it. This is the day Amata's mother was killed.
You serious?
Yamagishi, I need you to find the two of them immediately. There's a good chance that they're together. Akihiko must have already realized that.
I understand.
What's going on?
Although her death was officially listed as an accident, we're the ones who killed Amata's mother.
What?
It was 2 years ago, when we were pursuing an unusual shadow that had escaped into the city. We were in a residential area, but Aragaki was still new, and he momentarily lost control of his power. Unfortunately, there was a casualty, Amata's mother.
No way. Are you shitting me?
Then Tekken-kun senpai is...
Amata volunteered to join us. But now that I think about it...
I found them! They're at Tatsumi Port Island! They're together, and another Persona user is nearby.
Akihiko?
No, it's a member of Strega.
That's not good.
It's an absolute nightmare.
Senpai, come on. We gotta follow her.
Okay.
Do it. I won't stop you. You're right. I wanted to forget. That's why I left the group and tried to suppress my power. But nothing I did could erase the memory. And now I find myself here. The last place I want to be. It's my fault. This is what I deserve. But let me give you one warning.
Warning?
If you decide to take my life, you'll end up like me. Just remember that.
Is that supposed to change my mind?
Even if all you have now is hatred, one day you'll regret it.
Shut up! That's a load of crap!
He is correct.
Yep.
There is no reason for him to feel regret. That is the nature of revenge. Is it not permissible to kill those who are themselves killers?
That's right.
How does that apply to you, though?
What do you want?
The loss of Chidori has posed a bit of a challenge for us, but we cannot simply ignore your meddling.
You bastard.
Do not fear. This life is but a stepping stone. Salvation shall be yours.
What?
My. Trying to protect your would-be murderer, you cannot defy fate. Whether or not it comes at this boy's hand, you will die tonight.
What's he talking about?
You've been taking those pills for some time now. You don't have much longer.
That's bullshit.
Listen to your body. You know it to be true.
What does he mean? You're going to die? No matter what I do? That's not fair! All this time! I've been waiting for this!
The cause of death is not of importance. Besides, the breath of life is faint in you as well, child. After killing him, you were planning to join him, were you not?
Ken, don't.
Since you are both destined to perish, allow me to do the honors. A slight change in timing shouldn't matter too much.
Go to hell.
No!
Now then, with what life you have left, answer me this. There is one like Chidori among you, is there not? This has enabled you to locate and defeat those we wish to protect. Now tell me, which one of you is it? If you don't expedite your answer, then this will hurt you more than it hurts me. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue?
There's no one.
Wait! It's me!
Is that true?
Yes. That's the only reason they let me join.
Ken, no!
Quiet! You had your chance.
It doesn't matter anymore. I'll never have my revenge. I have no reason to live.
I see. So you have achieved resolution. How enviable. Then you shall be first. Rest peacefully.
Mom. What? Huh?
He stood in front of Ken, taking 2 bullets to the chest as a result.
What is the meaning of this? Why would you risk your life to save the child?
Ah! Shinjiro-san!
Shinji!
And now your comrades arrive. Is there any moment of joy they won't intrude upon? Perhaps another time, then.
Shinji, hey, hang in there!
Shinjiro! Senpai!
Shinjiro-senpai!
No!
Ken. Why the long fate? Isn't this what you wanted? It's all right. Give yourself time. Let your anger be your strength. You're still just a kid, Ken. You got your whole life ahead of you. So don't waste it. Make it your own. Okay?
But
Aki, take care of him. I will.
Oh.
Don't cry. This is how it should be.
The hospital. We need to get him to the hospital.
Yes, let's waste no time. It's the dark hour. Until it ends, the doctors won't be.
No, then is he not gonna make it?
By the time Shinjiro was taken to the hospital after dark hour, he could no longer breathe on his own. The doctor's prognosis was that there was no chance of him regaining consciousness. That night, no one spoke a word. The following day, I definitely remember that.
Can I talk to you for a moment?
Oh, sure.
When you get back today, please meet me in the lounge. You know what it's regarding.
Yeah.
I don't expect you to have collected your thoughts. In fact, I'm still at a loss myself. I'll see you then.
It's about Ken, huh? This'll be a fun meeting.
Yeah. Hey, let's go home together today.
Bigger glared at no visitors allowed. He's lying there motionless on
Yo.
life support.
You look pretty good. So how long are you gonna lie around sleeping there? I had the usual for lunch. Ramen tastes a lot better when you're cutting class. Make sure you invite me next time. Say something, will ya? Why are you always like that? You're so stubborn. Put yourself in my shoes for a change. You think it's the other way around, huh? I guess you're right. I was too obsessed with power. Ever since I lost Miki, that's all I've cared about. I thought that if I was strong enough, I could protect anyone. But I was wrong. And now look at you. What am I supposed to do if I lose you too? Shinji, don't leave me behind. You can hear me, can't you? Wake up! Snap out of it! Shinji! Yeah, I know. Crying won't change anything, will it? Alright, Shinji. You watch from here. I still have things to do, right?
Oh, I forgot that the personas can awaken. That's right. They have awakenings. Palideusis has Caesar. I totally forgot about this.
I know that much. I can't carry this guilt forever. I'm getting tired of it.
That's why the skills just randomly cut off. Okay.
You all know the reason we're gathered here. We need to discuss how to deal with Amada. I've already consulted the chairman. Aegis, bring Amada here.
Understood.
It's my fault. When Shinjiro-senpai told me he'd be late, I thought it was strange, but I said nothing. If only I'd listened to my intuition.
Don't be so hard on yourself, Fuka.
It's not your fault. If anyone should have realized it, it should have been me.
I knew this wasn't a game, but I never thought it'd end up like this.
There's no point dwelling on the past. Don't you remember what Shinji said? This is how it should be. He was a hell of a guy. He even faced death head-on. That's why from this day forward, I'll face things head-on too.
That's cool, man.
Senpai.
Allow me to report. Amada-san is not in his room.
He's not?
There are indications that the window has been pried open.
Ken-kun!
Wait, Fuka, do you know where he is?
Well, no. But we can't just let him go off on his own, right?
So where do you plan on looking?
I don't know, but we have to find him. He must feel so alone.
But how? Where?
You, of all people, should understand. Fuka, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Now let Ken do what he wants. Bringing him back won't change anything. And we can't keep treating him like a kid.
Akihiko.
It's his choice. He's the only one who can decide how he's gonna live his life. The same goes for all of us.
Oof. Yep. Okay. I think that's probably a good place to stop for today. That's the next katana. Okay. And this is okay. This one. And oh, we got to one of the main developments, that's for sure. So now I think we can spend. Oh, wait, let's. Oh no, Tanaka-san. All right, this is a good place to stop. And then we'll do like social stuff some more tomorrow. The day after, we actually have a P5X update. I don't know if I'm going to do all that together. But anyways, that's a wrap for today. Obviously, we got into a lot of fun discussions today that largely bounce off of this type of thing. Talk about multiculturalism, right? Integrating and representing other types of spiritualism and religion. Most of the stuff I mentioned today are pretty much what I think from my perspective, obviously. It's not to indicate that they are the realities of like everyone's reality. It would be kind of interesting to talk to someone who like tracks all of these particular idiosyncrasies throughout the like last couple decades, right? I still genuinely think that I am often given the impression that there's a double standard that happens a lot when it comes to diversity, right? There's appropriation and then misappropriation. And there is also normalization and normalization and homogenization and mosaics. So I think that what Persona games do really well, especially like ATLUS and SEGA in general nowadays, like both ATLUS and SEGA, like RGG side of things, where many of the things due to the nature of the internet and the global speech, or like net speak and the net culture, there's this like forward enrichment for wanting to maybe from the beginning where Sho sent me into that like 2 to 3 hours of discussion, and then Beth chimed in and whatnot. The idea that perhaps in the future American media or any media in general online would have a bit more of a variety and diversification that I feel are less filled with double standards, right? A way of saying, oh hey, there's a lot of conflict in this particular setting, there's a lot less conflict in this setting. And the idea is like from time to time There are environments that you like, and then there are environments that you don't like at any given time. However, over the period of time, being aware of all the perspectives and potential interpretations, that's usually the discussion that I was trying to, or the core theme that I was trying to emphasize. It's the awareness of all these things that make you can kind of choose and have control over, as opposed to thinking of it as a constant negative obligation. Well, anyways, that's a wrap for today. I'll probably be back tomorrow, same dealy, and we will get into I would say, probably the final leg of the game. At least this playthrough, and then we're gonna go over the Japanese. So until then, if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up P3P for yourself, give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, discuss, celebrate, discuss, argue, debate about like the topical things about Persona. I think that NetSpeak thing was great. The lead speak, they were maybe 5 years ahead of their time. It's pretty neat, and lots of other issues are still topical today, if not even more topical than they were before. Like many of the things that Beth shared that she enjoys and then so highlight, coincidentally, are already illustrated in the Persona game. Like the idea of being polite and always being polite, right, at the cost of one's own self-expression. That's kind of a central theme to a lot of the inner workings or turmoil that many of the characters in Persona actually experience. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one. Bye bye.